So my name is Tosh Southwick. I'm a citizen of Klawani First Nation. I belong to the Wolf Clan. I'm a proud and excited member of the Canadian Climate Institute board. I come from a really small, remote community in the Yukon, a place where it's actually warmer there today than it is here, just saying. It was maybe not promised sleet. I come from a place, though, where the reality is climate change impacts every part of our day, every day. Recently, one of our lakes that I grew up on has started to dry up, and our temperatures are fluctuating. I was on the phone last night with a group of elders who are questioning whether this is the first year the Yukon won't have a winter. And so I'm really honored to be at this important conversation, to be part of all of the brilliant minds in this room and virtually who are joining us to really advance an important conversation, one that I think is going to be crucial for all of us. We're really excited to enter in to start the Building Momentum Towards Net Zero conference. And I understand there are almost 4,000 people from across Canada who have registered to join us, and that's incredible. That's really heartwarming, I think. Yeah. Thank you, Rick. And it's very good. In addition, we have people from every province and territory, and I think that's even better because we are a diverse country and we need representation from every part of it.
Merci, Tosh. Donc, bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Sarah Hood. Je suis une fière membre du groupe consultatif pour la carboneutralité. Au nom de l'Institut climatique du Canada et du groupe consultatif pour la carboneutralité, je vous souhaite la bienvenue. Merci, Tosh, d'avoir accepté d'animer avec moi aujourd'hui. D'abord, je tiens à souligner que notre conférence se tient aujourd'hui sur le territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine-anishinaabe. En me levant ce matin, j'ai constaté comme vous la première neige, du moins pour moi, qui vient plutôt du Québec. C'était ma première neige ce matin. En voyant ça ce matin, j'ai pensé à toutes les personnes, tous les milliers de personnes qui, de génération en génération, ont vu leur première neige arriver, comment les saisons ont impacté leur mode de vie. C'est dans cet esprit-là que je tiens à exprimer ma profonde gratitude à la nation algonquine-anishinaabe d'avoir pris soin de cette terre depuis des temps immémoriaux. Il est important de comprendre l'histoire de longue date qui nous a amenés à résider sur les terres depuis lesquelles nous vous parlons aujourd'hui et de chercher à comprendre la place que nous occupons dans cette histoire. Un des objectifs de cette conférence est de placer les peuples autochtones et notre partenariat de nation à nation au centre de nos discussions et de faire comprendre l'importance cruciale des connaissances et de la science autochtone dans notre travail commun sur les trajectoires vers la carboneutralité. Donc, j'encourage chacun d'entre vous, ici présents au Centre CHA, mais aussi toutes les personnes en ligne, que vous veniez du Canada ou de partout, de d'autres pays à travers le monde, à en apprendre davantage sur l'histoire de la terre depuis laquelle vous nous joignez et sur les peuples qui y ont vécu et qui en ont pris soin. Donc, j'ai maintenant l'immense plaisir de présenter notre aînée aujourd'hui présente, Mme Verna McGregor, de la communauté algonquine de Kitigan-Zibi-Anishinaabe, à venir nous présenter la prière d'ouverture.
Merci.
Hello. I just drove in here from Kitigan-Zibi, and if anybody ever rode on the Highway 5, I'm still shaking. So, and luckily my host brought me some, I call it my morning love juice. I said, oh, Starbucks coffee. I'd like to welcome you to our traditional unceded lands. What does unceded mean is that we never signed treaty, similar to the treaties out west, but we were part of this treaties of peace, and that's another story. But I'm very honored to be here today, too, as well. I was talking to elders yesterday. They were at the Bank of Canada, of all places, and they were from the north, and they were talking about the concern they see, even the anxiety they feel with the winter roads now, with the ice and the transportation of goods now, and how that may have to change. So we're always under change. For us to really quickly, this is not the first time we've gone through climate change too as well. On contact, they said that they estimated that there was 112 million people on Turtle Island. That Turtle Island is Canada, what's today Canada, United States, and Mexico. Because if you look at the map, it looks like a turtle, and we say, how did our ancestors know that North America looked like a turtle? But that's part of our creation stories. So going back, they estimated about 112 million people, and by 1491, by 1650, we were down to about 8 million. But that caused also a shift in the climate. And today now, look at the explosion of our population. So again, we're going through climate change. And that's why I guess our gathering here is important. Really quickly too, we would gather here in the summer and talk about what's going on, because I would say, hi, I'm Verna McGregor, I'm from Kittigawn-Zibi, and Fox is my clan on my mother's side, and Thunderbird's my clan on my father's side. Why we do that was explaining where we were, because the watershed was based on our clan system, which was a system of land management. And the significance of Ottawa is the confluence of the rivers here coming together from the 4 directions. And we were known again, as I said this last year, for the birch bark canoe. And I like all these climate conferences because I said, I sort of kind of brag here. I said, we travel carbon-free, folks. No. But the elders would say, one of the things too as well, there was an exhibit really quickly, the wampum belts at the McCord Stewart Museum, which started the week before. And one of our belts, which is not on display, it's still with our nation, is the 7 Fire Prophecy belt. And it's 7 diamonds. And the middle diamond, there's 2 diamonds crossing each other at the center. And it represents too as well, it was foretold the coming of the newcomers to Turtle Island. And it's the 7 Fire Prophecy is that we're going to come to a point here where we'll all have to come together, regardless of our differences, our beliefs, our languages, because one of the teachings again too as well with the medicine wheel here, if you see in First Nations communities, is that regardless of our differences, what binds us together is that we all share this earth. And this represents the 4 elements, the earth, the air, the water, the fire. There are 4 elements necessary for life, but we all share that. And the biggest thing too is regardless of our differences, we share this earth and these elements, and that's why I think we're here for net zero. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to light a little smudge. And why we do that is also too as well, it's our connection from our physical world to the unseen world, and to offer good wishes with your gathering today and the sharing of knowledge and understandings. And that includes too, part of this prophecy was also too as well, there'll be a seeking of knowledge from the traditional or indigenous people too as to why we live this way. And really quickly again too, we have a lot of science-based people in the room. And then I mentioned at another panel, I said science too also got us into this trouble too. But also, and we lived, and I said there seems to be that understanding that science is sometimes superior to this traditional knowledge. But I said if you look at it though, it was based on this praxeology. Praxeology is tried and true. And it was based on survival. And so there was a reason why we did the things we did in terms of over-harvesting. So again, too, in Ottawa with this confluence, too, I find it interesting, while I'm lighting my smudge here, is at that confluence, there's the Chaudière Islands, and there was one scientist, Leopold Wilson, had his laboratory at one of the islands. He was the inventor of acetylene, which fuel acetylene is used for the welding, and it fueled the industrial revolution. He also invented fertilizer, and that fueled again to our ability to grow food. And again, here we are, we have sustained a larger population, but now part of that is we see the fallout of that. So again, this is the challenges, and so I'm honoring all the great minds in this room. So I'm going to ask you to stand. If you can, if you can't, that's okay too. And I'm just going to say a little prayer in the language to welcome you to our lands here. And again, the smoke is also to ask for guidance, because also you have scientific theory, but also the other understanding too as well. Sometimes not coming from knowledge is very powerful, because that also is your intuition and your creativity. And you combine that with the scientific. It's like blending tradition with technology. So anyway, I say, miigwech kjemanido. Ojeni gashkitochima dose konshe nongo mame kakina pomaz jikten is wagonshe. Shwen mishnon in abiges. Miigwech onje kakina gagishan dano she mam de gen in the kimenon. Shka kikweshin kason in the kimenon widokwa kakina pomaz jikonje. Onagawabnan kakina guchin in the kimenon mam de gen shnabeki. Miigwech onje kakina ete kishigong kizis to be kizis is shichanangshak. We don't want to know Miss Nan on Jay Nagadawabdan, Kakina Guch Nabi, Punksing, CB, Side, and Kichigagam. Miigwech on Jay Ya Ishkode, Kakimijin, Chimin Objetoyang, we don't call in a work, Momay or not, Oganagadawabdan, Kakina Guchian Ishkode, Mom de Gay Shijakwewa, go Jay Nagadawabdan, Kakina Guch Nabi. Miigwech on Jay Nasewen, Kakimijin, Chimin Opamatsian, we don't call Kakina, Mom de Gay Dajak was a chick, Momay Yat, COVID-19 Chinkadege. Ashich kakina gojakas win. Conscious quatni de semen, kego gajiman a doshish kana noj gujin de semen. We don't quat kakinan and genuine dog and a goshe, the nizwagashish kakina guch, nin mishonson on the gokmas on a shitch nedondinis on je non go mame ya kakina ya nidabano jishak. Shwen mishnon in abigis, we don't question in abigis, we don't quat kakina ya net zero jin kadege. Shwen mishnon mia, miigwech. So, I was looking for somebody to translate in here. No. Don't laugh so hard. I'm just kidding. No, so you'll come and translate. No. What I do is I just go around thanking the Great Spirit, your creator, and all spirits of your ancestors for allowing us to be here today. And I thank all of creation, including the universe, the earth, the four elements again, which again, the water, the sun, the moon, the water, the air, the fire, but also too as well, all our relatives, but also that we come together for the healing of the earth, because we are at that crossroads with this climate change too as well. And everybody, I also brought the dream catcher. One of the teachings is also, yes, it filters the dreams as mainstream, but it represents the spider teaching. And the spider weaves the web of life, and that everything interconnects in the web of life. So that's why everybody's important. And it's not just the human nations, it's the plants, the animals, the ones that crawl, the ones that fly. So it's the other nations too, because we're realizing too as well how dependent we are on them. And so I wish you well, and I say miigwech, merci, thank you. And I brought a pile of canoes so you can all paddle home carbon-free. No.
Thank you for that amazing opening and those teachings, Elder. I'm from the Yukon, so it might be a really long paddle home, but maybe I'll try next time. So I think we're really excited to get started, and Elder started us off in a good way. I've had the honor of working with Indigenous communities across Canada and much of North America. And from a First Nation perspective, opening in a good way anchors our hearts, our minds, our ears to do the important work that we're all here to do today. Today, you're going to hear from a remarkable group of national and international speakers. Many of them will be here on stage with Sarah and I. Others will join us from other parts around the world. But all are here to share their ideas on how Canada can build momentum towards its net zero emissions goals. We know there's a deep interest in this topic, which is evident from the many, many folks in the room, still encouraging you to come to the front, find a comfy seat, and from the over 3,000 that are joining us online. Before we get going on our program for the day, we want to do the usual housekeeping items. So first, please feel free to take photos and share your conference experience through your social media channels, tagging the Canadian Climate Institute, a little biased, but I think it's one of the best institutes out there, and the Net Zero Advisory Body. You can see their handles on the screen. Oh, you can't. I hope you could.
will.
There you go. And the virtual platform. Please also take a second to make sure your phones are on silent. If you're like me, you're going to think you already did it, and then your very popular ringtone is going to go off, and it's going to be you.
Your mom is going to be calling you.
Your mom is going to be calling you, which, I mean, that's hard to decline. So swipe down, silence that. We're also going to be using Slido for questions for different audience polls throughout the day. We'll be using this for both our in-person and our virtual audiences. If you haven't used Slido before, there's going to be an example or an instruction sheet coming up. If you're in the room, you can scan the QR code. You can find that online or on the screen, but also throughout the room on these little plaques. For our virtual audience, you will see a box on the right of your broadcast where you can type in your question. Just a quick note about questions. We will be taking questions at the end of each panel. We will publish these questions, but we're not able to take comments just due to the number of folks here. So if you feel really passionate, you're going to make a comment, we appreciate it, but we're not going to be able to share those out. You can, however, upvote questions that you find really important. That will help us to prioritize the questions that we're going to ask the panelists. So let's test it out with our first official poll of the day. So get your electronic devices out. Most of you will have them out from silencing them. And we're going to start with our first Slido poll. What's the most important thing you're hoping to take away from today's event? Not looking for a paragraph here. I know there's lots of academics in the room. We're wanting 1 or 2 words. What is the most important thing you're hoping to take away from today's event? So for those of you in the room, there's your QR code. For those of you online, just to the right of the broadcast. It's going to take a bit of a time there. There's a little bit of a lag before the answers start to come up. So we'll just take a few minutes to calculate that. While we're getting the results of the poll, we're going to share a few more logistics. Today's sessions are offered in both official languages. For those of you joining us here at the Shaw Centre, Channel 1 is the English channel. If you're joining us online, you'll notice a button under the video player for the language feed of your choice.
Pour ceux qui s'expriment mieux en français et qui êtes avec nous plutôt ici au Centre Shaw aujourd'hui, vous pouvez sélectionner le canal 2 pour le français. Et si vous nous rejoignez en ligne, vous remarquerez qu'il y a un bouton sous le lecteur vidéo pour sélectionner la langue de votre choix. Et n'oubliez pas que toutes les personnes présentes dans la salle aujourd'hui sont invitées à se joindre à nous pour la réception de réseautage qui débutera juste après notre dernière session, donc une occasion de faire le point et de nouer des liens avec des collègues du monde de la politique climatique. Pour ceux d'entre vous qui nous rejoignez en ligne, nous aurons aussi quelques options tout au long de la journée pour vous permettre d'interagir un peu par le biais de sondages, mais aussi proposer des questions à nos panélistes. Donc, les résultats de ce sondage, de ce premier sondage, quels sont-ils, Tosh?
So we're just hoping to start to see some of the responses that are coming up. There's this fancy screen you see me looking at here. And so here's some of the answers. Oh, great, you can see it up there too. So the question what is the most important thing you're hoping to take away from today's event? 1 to 2 words. So we see opposing opinions, networking. There was a lot of networking going on here in the room, so that was great. Inspiration, hope, knowledge, information, ways to collaborate. That's 3 words, but we'll let it happen. confidence, empowerment. I think these are all values and amazing goals for today's session. So there's a lot there. Keep them coming. They'll keep tracking.
Mais je pense que c'est intéressant de voir que le mot qui revient le plus souvent, c'est l'espoir venant d'un groupe de scientifiques, de gens qui travaillent en politique climatique. C'est quand même intéressant de voir que tout le monde est à la recherche d'espoir. Donc, maintenant, j'aimerais vous présenter nos premiers conférenciers. Donc, Dan Wicklund, président et directeur général de l'accélérateur de transition, qui a également été notre premier coprésident au groupe consultatif pour la carboneutralité, de même que Rick Smith, président de l'Institut climatique du Canada. Vous pouvez venir nous rejoindre sur la scène.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Elder, for opening our conference in a good way. It's fantastic to see so many people here so early in the morning in an Ottawa sleet storm. This is the third year that we've held this conference, and we've really blown the doors off of attendance this year. We're going to have about 400 people in the room throughout the day, almost 4,000 registered online across Canada and around the world. J'ai l'immense plaisir de me joindre à mon ami et mon collègue Dan Wicklund pour vous souhaiter la bienvenue à cette conférence, qui est aujourd'hui la plus importante conférence annuelle sur la politique en matière de changement climatique au Canada. I'd like to really thank our co-host, Canada's Net Zero Advisory Body. We work with NZAB a lot. We organize events with them here in Canada and internationally. I think we're stronger when we work together. I also want to thank my very hardworking colleagues at the Canadian Climate Institute for their tireless efforts every day of the year, and particularly for their organization of this event today. I'd also like to thank our sponsors today. Pomerleau, our good friends, are sponsoring the reception at the end of the day. I hope you stick around. We'll be right here in this room after the proceedings. Export Development Canada and Scotiabank also sponsoring our proceedings today. Thank you very much to them. I also want to thank our friends at the U.S. Embassy, the UK High Commission, et l'Ambassade de France au Canada for their important contributions to the program today. All of those countries, climate change leaders. It's a real pleasure to work with them. Not just today, but throughout the year. I think it's a statement of the obvious that it has been one hell of a year since we last gathered together. We have lived and breathed through the worst fire season by far in our country's recorded history. We've seen global temperatures surge beyond anything humankind has ever experienced, and we have seen extreme weather imperil communities across Canada and around the world. There's a tangibility now to climate change that there hasn't been before. There is a causality in the minds of an increasing number of Canadians linking climate change and the extreme weather that they and their families are experiencing every day. This is the stuff of kitchen table conversations in every province, in every territory, every day of the year. Climate change is here, and the damages it brings are making life more dangerous and more expensive for Canadians. But that is not the whole story. The paradox of climate change in 2023 is that though the damages have never been more serious, the progress that we're making together has never been more significant. The good news is that Canada is finally developing a solid policy framework through the Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, and we have begun to turn the corner. We have inflected, finally, the carbon curve downward. By the calculations of our institute, emissions are down just over 6%, 2022 versus 2005. Le cadre politique est déjà en place. Nous disposons déjà des accords internationaux et des engagements nationaux pour accélérer l'ambition. Et nous disposons déjà de technologies plus propres, moins chères et plus performantes qui nous permettront d'atteindre 40% de notre objectif d'ici à 2030, selon l'Agence internationale de l'énergie. But here's the difficult news. We need to pick up the pace. We are not on pace for the emissions reductions we need. So we need to step on the accelerator like we're behind the wheel of a zippy Tesla or one of the other 90 EVs currently available on the Canadian market. This conference is about exactly how we do that, how we build momentum toward net zero together. En lisant l'ordre du jour et le dépliant de notre projet 440megatonnes.ca, dans votre dossier de conférence, vous verrez que nous avons concentré la conversation sur ce que nous considérons comme les points de levier les plus importants pour générer un élan en 2023. So between our fantastic keynote speakers today, some exciting panel discussion, our day is very much focused on these leverage points. Targeted, specific government policies in key areas, I think you'll be energized to discover, can and will build the momentum we need to reach net zero, and today is all about drilling down on those actions. For those of you who read the news, who consume the news, and of course this is Ottawa, so that's like everybody, you will have noted in the press the last couple of weeks there have been some climate policies in the news. You know what I'm talking about here. They have been dominating the news. They have been rather controversial. Part of the point here today is to underline that it is untrue that our country is failing in its climate change obligations. It is also untrue that we can sit back and congratulate ourselves for a job well done. The difficult reality is somewhere in the middle. Some of what we're doing is working. Some of what we're doing needs improvement. And the job of us assembled here today is to specify those different areas. So I hope you have a coffee. For those of you online, I hope you're comfortable. Please settle in for a serious, hopeful, empowering discussion today. Together we can and we must build a cleaner, safer, more affordable, more prosperous future for our families. I can't wait to hear the leaders assembled on stage here today talking about this building net zero topic. I hope you have a great day, and I want to pass it to my colleague, Dan Wicklum. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks, Rick. I noticed with interest the dominant word on the Slido poll was hope. And actually, when I'm listening to you, Rick, I'm actually quite hopeful. So welcome on behalf of the Net Zero Advisory Body. Bienvenue au nom du groupe consultatif pour la carboneutralité. So in keeping with Rick's observations that much has changed in the last year, we have a saying in my home organization, but also at NZAB, net zero changes everything. One of the ways that net zero changes everything is now that the world has landed on, dominantly, the whole global economy wants to get to net zero by 2050, we can see remarkable, deliberate actions taken by the vast majority of large economies to make sure that they emerge an economic winner in net zero. So emissions reduction is no longer really just about climate change. Emissions reduction is just as much about making sure that we have a competitive, prosperous economy in the future. We see this manifesting itself in different ways. We see the Inflation Reduction Act in the States, where it's very transparent, our largest trading partner and frankly our largest competitor in some ways, taking massive investments to make sure they build the companies and the supply chains they're going to need to win. And sometimes it's a bit more covertly. We take a look at the Chinese that for the last 10 years have been snapping up supply chains to make sure that they can dominate the technologies and sell them to the rest of the world, the technologies that people are going to need in order to get to net zero. So today's agenda is designed purposely to take a sector-by-sector stock-taking of the issues, the challenges, the opportunities, what's working well, what's not working well, sector by sector, so that we can, frankly, shine a light on what are the additional things that we need to do that Rick talked about, and not just rest on our laurels. And in some cases, how can we celebrate the successes? When the Net Zero Advisory Body started its work, we developed a series of principles to guide us, and I'd encourage you to go onto the website and take a look at some of the original documents that codify these principles. They're actually still quite pertinent. I'm going to mention two, and just maybe invite you to, as you participate and listen today, to take a look at what's happening on the agenda through the lens of these two principles, and it might help you evaluate what's working well and what's not working well. One is the concept of dead ends. So a dead end locks in system components that become liabilities by mid-century. Some approaches that may seem extremely attractive right now, new technologies, business models, supply chains, might seem extremely attractive because they have quick, easy emissions reductions, actually have to be retooled, completely redone by mid-century because they actually can't really be part of a net zero economy because they can't get their emissions down past the initial reductions low enough. So the net result is that we will have to redo these actions that we take now, and the result will be lost time and higher cost. A second is the concept of system integration. And I think the whole world is evolving from a sector-by-sector approach to reduce emissions into understanding that our future systems are almost certainly going to be even much more integrated than they are now. Buildings integrated with transportation, integrated with energy. So the question now becomes not just how can we get a sector-by-sector approach to reduce emissions and be competitive, how can we create the future systems that are going to allow us to be competitive and reduce our emissions? And is taking the systems approach somehow allow us to become more synergistic, reduce costs, and be more effective and quicker? And I'm going to put in an absolutely shameless plug here. My home organization called the Transition Accelerator, we are having an event, a forum, an interactive forum, May 14th and 15th in Toronto that's tackling some of these questions of future systems and integration so head on. May 14 and 15 in Toronto. So, my notes here say it's going to take a all hands on deck approach to make sure that we create the Canada that we want to in the future. I think that's sort of table stakes now. I think everyone understands that. We're going to need leadership from all levels of government, leadership from industry, Indigenous interests, from individuals. So I think it's sort of time to move past those sort of platitudes and sort of givens of everyone's got to lead. And it's really now around how can we get more focused, how can we act more deliberately, and how can we make quicker progress. So that's what I'm trying to get out of. If I was to vote on the Slido, I would say looking for quicker progress. But with that, hopefully optimistic and hopeful note, let's get started.
Good job, gentlemen. Well, thank you for that opening and that already very insightful thoughts. You piqued my interest with the dead ends already. I'm looking forward to understanding more. We'd like now to invite Mareed Lavrie, President and CEO, Export Development Canada, and B. Brusque, President of the Canadian Labour Congress, to the stage to share some opening remarks. Thank you.
This is for the small people in the room. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be here this morning. Thank you to the Canadian Climate Institute for inviting me to be here today. Comme vous venez de l'entendre, je suis le président et chef de la direction d'exportation et développement Canada. À sa base, notre mandat est de soutenir et de faire croître l'exportation du pays. At EDC, we offer a suite of financial solutions and knowledge products to help Canadian companies have the tools they need to confidently enter and invest in new markets, to reduce financial risk, and to grow internationally. When I took this job almost 5 years ago, I had plans for the type of leadership I would bring, for the direction I would take at EDC. So while remaining a committed champion for Canadian trade, I wanted strong values to drive our work. I wanted the environment, social justice, inclusion and equity, and strong corporate values to be the bedrock of our business. At that time, we used the tagline, "Doing good is good for business." And that was true for a while. It was certainly helpful in building momentum, as we're talking today, towards stronger ESG principles at EDC and amongst our customers and our partners. But today, doing good is no longer just good for business. Today, I believe that doing good is essential for business. Les bonnes actions sont essentielles pour les affaires. Over the last several years, this has become increasingly clear. Canada and Canadian businesses have reckoned with our relationship and our history with our Indigenous people. We are still navigating the fallout of a global pandemic, and of course we are dealing with the effects of war every day. Each of these has taught us important lessons about humanity, of course, but also about how those of us in the business community can help remove barriers that obstruct the progress of large portions of our society and economy, about the checks and the balances we can apply to help ensure we are doing the work necessary to stand up for all components of ESG. Now, given why we're here this morning, I would like to zero in on the first pillar, the environment, and offer you a few comments for what we're doing at EDC to build momentum in our business and with our customers, which are the Canadian exporters. At EDC, our evolution has occurred over the course of 11 years, and through a series of deliberate steps and many moments of learning and growing, some positive and some extremely painful. L'un de nos premiers engagements en matière d'action climatique remonte à 2012. C'est à cette date que nous avons reconnu les technologies propres comme une priorité de la société. Since then, we've helped facilitate more than $29 billion in Canadian clean tech exports, and last year served more than 400 companies operating in that space. But it's been a long journey, and while we're very proud of that, it's been a considerable period of time. We most recently made our commitments to net zero by 2050, and since then have set interim targets for 2030 for two of our highest emitting sectors that we support, oil and gas and aerospace. We've reduced our financing portfolio of our carbon-intense assets from our 2018 baseline by more than 60%. And we've required TCFD-aligned disclosure for our customers operating within the oil and gas sector. We've implemented and updated our standalone 2019 climate change policy. We've ended all support to international oil and gas companies and projects. We've issued green bonds and launched a sustainable bond framework, as well as sustainable finance guarantees with partner banks in Canada. Each of these are steps that form a pillar that is central to our climate goal of committing to net zero by 2050. It is true to say that not all of our stakeholders and not all of our customers, the Canadian companies we serve, were on board with either the plans or how we wanted to achieve our objectives in trying to drive for a sustainable and low-carbon future. While many of them accept the reality of climate change, not all necessarily saw their role in mitigating it or how to do it. But you have to look around and see that climate action is a consensus imperative. Certainly, increasing numbers of governments, industry associations, financial institutions, and certainly the export credit agencies we work with internationally are on board. It is where Canada is going and where the globe is headed. So doing good is essential for business. And it's not only because a business that eschews strong environmental principles and practices is at risk of being left with outdated business models, technologies, and policies, and potentially suffering financial risk and loss. It's because they will miss the incredible opportunities the transition presents. Premièrement, une entreprise qui travaille dans le cadre de la transition vers un modèle sobre en carbone est plus attrayant pour les investisseurs. These companies are also more likely to hire and retain better talent because employees today increasingly want to work for purpose-driven companies with strong reputations. They can also win more contracts because their products or services are helping customers and consumers respond to climate risk globally. Any segment of Canadian economic activity you can think of, whether it's infrastructure, agriculture, manufacturing, power, transportation, will require innovative ideas, new technologies, and new investments. The opportunities are plenty, but they will not wait, and we need to move faster. Canada has the opportunity and the abundance of resources to provide solutions for the world. So every company, agency, and exporter have a similar choice to make. Do they take action or not? Do they take steps or stand still? And when will they do it? What no one has the choice today is whether they focus on climate or on the bottom line. All business decisions today are climate decisions. Today, doing good is essential for business. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the amazing lineup of panels, discussions, and speakers the Canadian Climate Institute has lined up for you today. Merci beaucoup et bonne journée.
Good morning. It's really great to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's fantastic and excellent to have climate leaders from business, labor, and academia in the room. Trade unions and workers know that we need to meet our climate targets. But we also know that meeting our climate targets can't be done at the expense of good jobs and cannot be done by leaving workers behind. In fact, it's workers that have the expertise to help push Canada towards our climate goals. We are leaders in this fight because workers are already feeling the effects of climate change. Outside workers are dealing with hotter days, wetter days, air that's not safe to breathe. They're dealing with things like ticks that are migrating because of climate. And workers are seeing demand for the things that they make change radically, ranging from automotive transmissions to heat pumps and everything in between. And they're the ones having to keep up with those changes. They're also the ones that are caring for those in need when our communities are faced with heat domes, with flooding, or without power because of extreme storms. Workers are at the center of this. Workers are leaders in the fight because we know that we need to change in order to have a good future. But workers have to have a say in answering a number of very important questions that all of us have to answer. What does this shift mean for workers? How will it change their work? What will their work look like in 5 or 10 years? And what will the opportunities for their kids and grandkids be? What will it mean for their communities across Canada? And as the saying goes, if workers aren't at the table, they are on the menu. Workers can't accept that meeting climate targets means a race to the bottom, with lower wages, fewer opportunities, and a lower quality of life. Instead, by focusing on good union jobs and a net zero economy, we can set the table for generations of prosperity to come. A sustainable future must be good for climate and must also be good for workers. One without the other is simply not sustainable. And Canada needs to act. In the US, President Biden has made no secret of the fact that his plan is pro-environment, pro-union, and pro-worker. This summer, President Biden celebrated the anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act. His anniversary statement mentioned union jobs the same amount of times that it actually mentioned the word climate. The US has made it a point to fight climate by attracting investments in net zero industries that will underpin future economies by creating good union jobs. Our largest trading partner is accelerating, and we cannot afford to fall behind. And yes, Canada has taken steps like investing in an EV supply chain with commitment to labor conditions on investments in clean and tax credits, so that federal investments in hydrogen and CCUS and clean manufacturing support good construction jobs. But we absolutely need to do more. Canada's unions are calling on the federal government to bring workers to the table and to make it clear that by unleashing the most talented, productive workforce in the world, Canada can actually meet our climate targets and create good, family-sustaining jobs that can anchor communities and that come with the protection of a union card. Last week, I stood with union leaders who represent workers in mining and manufacturing, oil and gas, and forestry, and in electricity to talk about the need for Canada to act swiftly to get workers to the table and to ensure that in Canada, workers are taken into account as our economy decarbonizes. Because whether it's decarbonizing industry, decarbonizing services, low carbon manufacturing, or low or zero carbon electricity generation, there is an opportunity to build an economy that meets the growing demands that we see across the globe. So to all of the employers in this room, I would encourage you to engage your unionized workers in your workspaces to see how you can work together and bargain on the sustainability in your industry and for your jobs. And I promise you that workers are ready to engage with you on these difficult conversations. I really want to thank the Climate Institute and the Net Zero Advisory Body for convening this event and for ensuring that Canadians are building momentum. And I wish you a fantastic day of fantastic discussion. Thank you.
Merci à vous deux, Madame Brusque et Madame Lavry, d'avoir partagé avec nous votre perspective, votre intéressante perspective. Un petit mot avant de passer à la prochaine étape. Le mot-clic pour intervenir sur les médias sociaux au sujet de l'événement est le Net Zéro 2023. Donc, c'est maintenant l'heure de notre première table ronde. Donc, nous aimerions inviter le modérateur Simon Donner, qui est un membre du groupe consultatif pour la carboneutralité et professeur à l'Université de la Colombie-Britannique, à monter sur scène avec les panélistes afin d'explorer la question de la réglementation des véhicules zéro émission. Pour notre public virtuel, mais aussi pour les personnes, vous qui êtes en personne avec nous, n'oubliez pas qu'il y aura un sondage au début de cette conférence ainsi qu'une courte session de questions-réponses à la fin. Donc, vous pouvez encore une fois scanner les codes QR pour poser votre question. Simon?
Thanks, everyone. I want to just start by inviting our panelists up. And it's Brian Kingston, President and CEO of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. Joanna Kriasitz, who's the Director of Public Affairs at Clean Energy Canada. And Katja Rhodes, who's a climate policy professor at the University of Victoria. And I think if we can all just take the seats on the left, and I'll just grab this one on the right. And just as we get started, we're holding this panel because Canada has set a target of achieving 100% sales of zero-emission vehicles by the year 2035, with the interim target by 2030, not that long from now, of 60% of sales being zero-emissions vehicles. And again, that is of light-duty vehicles or passenger vehicles. And the good news is that according to projections from the Canadian Climate Institute, that it is quite possible, if all of our current and announced policies are implemented as planned, that Canada could achieve the emissions reductions targets for 2030. So this is a very possible target, but it requires everything being implemented as planned and being successful as well. And the other point we want to make is that there is some serious momentum that in Canada, and we can look at the other graph now, that in Canada as well, the electric vehicle sales are exceeding expectations, particularly in British Columbia, my home province. I live in Vancouver, and in Quebec. So they are sort of smashing expected records. So as we go through the panel today, we're gonna have some opening remarks in a minute. We are open to taking audience questions throughout the panel. And so as questions come up, please, as you listen to our thing, please post questions on the Slido and please upvote questions. We're not going to have a lot of time at the end for questions, but we will be able to ask a couple. So if you like a question you see posted, please upvote it. And the other thing I want to point out is that right now there is a question for everybody on the Slido. That's for all of you to answer, and it is, we want to get a sense of where are you with electric vehicles? So how plugged into electric vehicles are you? Do you own an electric vehicle? Are you planning to buy one? Or do you not drive a vehicle at all? And so that question is there on the Slido right now. and please make sure to answer it. And with that, I'm going to go to our panel. I'm going to first start with opening remarks from each of our panelists, beginning with Brian.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the invite to be here today and to be included in the discussion. So I'm going to start with some bad news, but I'll end on a positive note. So when it comes to the current federal government plan to increase zero-emission vehicle adoption by using a ZEV sales mandate, the mandate itself doesn't guarantee more adoption, nor does it guarantee that we hit our targets by 2035. And the reason is we don't have the consumer demand measures in place, so strong incentives and enough charging infrastructure. All you have to do is look at jurisdictions around the world that have succeeded in this, that have reached very high adoption levels. They've done so without a mandate. They've done that by encouraging more purchases by offering a suite of incentives. So the mandate as designed has some serious problems, and I'm worried that it's not setting us up for success. The first issue that we see is it's not a durable policy. According to Environment Canada, the ZEV sales mandate will reduce consumer choice, increase prices, and have negative and disproportionate effects on low-income Canadians, rural Canadians, and northern Canadians. So that's a challenge. That's a real challenge, and we have to address that if we want to get widespread adoption. Secondly, it is not adequately costed. Environment Canada estimates that a ZEV mandate is going to cost about $25 billion. We need full and transparent costing of these regulations. NRCan estimates $20 billion for public charging infrastructure alone, and then to actually decarbonize the grid in Ontario, we're looking at $400 billion. So we have to cost out this whole transition to allow governments to plan for what will be a wave of EVs coming into the market. So that has to be addressed. And then lastly, and this is, I'm sure everyone's read the AG report, there is no connection between the ZEV sales targets that have been established and the infrastructure that is necessary. We know we need more infrastructure. We have to get to 450,000 public chargers in the next 12 years. We've got 25,000 as of this morning, and no clear path to get to that massive build out, plus another 2.2 million MERB chargers. So that's a big challenge. We have to connect the sales targets with the supports required. So that's the bad news. It is we can overcome that, and the good news is that the transition's happening. The train has left the station. If you look at what automakers have committed to this, over $1 trillion. Ford, GM, and Stellantis alone have committed $100 billion to the technology. There are 77 models in market now. We anticipate over 130 models shortly. So the EVs are here. They're coming. You're going to see them in every single segment, and it's going to give consumers a huge amount of options and choice, which is going to help in this journey to 100%.
Thanks, Brian. And as we said, this isn't necessarily going to be easy. So, gotcha.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here. The transition to zero-emission vehicles in Canada is well-intentioned and supported by a suite of strong climate policies, including draft regulations to achieve 100% zero-emission vehicle sales by 2035, carbon pricing, and vehicle purchase subsidies. Rigorous academic studies and independent public reports confirm these policies align with Canada's intentions to meet net zero emission targets. The zero-emission vehicle sales mandate, in particular, offers a very powerful signal to automakers to channel their efforts into electric vehicle innovation, bringing down costs to consumers and increasing vehicle variety and availability across all provinces and territories in Canada. Under this policy, vehicle manufacturers are required to reduce the price of electric vehicles by increasing markups on more expensive luxury and oil-burning cars. So in other words, instead of taxpayers subsidizing the transition, wealthier consumers who can afford a mid-priced EV, but instead buy an oil-burning car or a luxury car, sponsor the transition to climate-friendly vehicles. This policy is also fair to auto manufacturers and sellers because everyone is regulated equally, with those who are able to transition their production and sales to electric vehicles faster being rewarded with extra credits. For this and many other good reasons, over 40 countries around the world and over 50 cities and subnational governments have already implemented 100% zero-emission vehicle sales targets by 2035, in line with the recommendations of the International Energy Agency. In Canada, provinces of British Columbia and Quebec have pioneered the implementation of strict zero-emission vehicle standards, giving their economies a competitive advantage to deliver electric vehicles to the people who want them and need them sooner. Research shows that right now, more than 60% of Canadians want their next car to be an electric vehicle. Meeting this consumer expectation while also achieving climate targets is possible with the zero-emission vehicle sales mandate and a few other supportive policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna.
All right, so I agree that we're definitely going in the right direction when it comes to electric vehicles, both globally and in Canada. Here at home, EVs are already making up 10% of new car sales. That means that we've already met the very first target this federal government ever set, which was 10% EV sales by 2025, 2 years early. But I agree that meeting our transportation-related emission reduction goals is not a sure thing. And in particular, I'm sort of watching 4 risks that could throw us off track. The first one is uneven EV supply and adoption across Canada. British Columbia and Quebec, as we saw in that chart, have long been and continue to do the heavy lifting when it comes to EV uptake in Canada. They've got the best policy packages in place. They are responsible for a disproportionate percentage of sales, and they're where a good chunk of Canada's EV inventory lives. If we want to meet our national targets, we need to start seeing EV adoption in other provinces start to catch up. Second risk is affordability. Now, we know at Clean Energy Canada that EVs deliver significant cost savings for consumers. We recently put out a report comparing EV models with gas equivalents and found that EVs can save Canadians $30,000 to $40,000 over the course of 10 years. And where the EV option was more expensive than the gas option, the EV would pay back or would break even in less than a year in almost all comparisons we made. But, of course, in this high-interest environment, Canadians are feeling the pinch on all of their expenditures, and we need to see car makers stop focusing just on the luxury segments and start delivering those affordable EVs to mainstream consumers. We also need to see policies evolve to better help low- and middle-income Canadians go electric. Third risk is misinformation. So as EVs are rising in popularity, we're also seeing a massive rise in the misinformation that's being spread about them. You can see in this panel already that there are some very different perspectives and data points out there. But I'm watching, for instance, in the US, former President Donald Trump has taken up trashing EVs and spreading false claims about them. In that country, EV ownership very highly correlates to voting intention. So there's a real risk of EVs being pulled into culture wars and being politicized and ultimately impacting consumer demand. Now, we need to be vigilant in Canada to make sure that doesn't happen by combating misinformation and ensuring that our politicians of all political stripes know that EVs are consumer cost-saving, emission-reducing, economy-building solutions. Last risk is the US election, again, related to Donald Trump. So one of the best policies that Canada already has in place to reduce vehicle emissions is the US tailpipe emission standards that Canada adopts. Now, Biden has proposed ambitious rules for the next few model years. They do not get us to Canada's target of 100% ZEV sales by 2035, but they're good. Automakers are lobbying to weaken those proposed rules, and if Trump gets reelected, he'll almost certainly roll them back like he did last time. So we need a backstop policy in place in Canada to secure our clean car future while the US's remains uncertain. Now, last point I'll make is I'm pretty sure the modeling that we put up there assumes the national ZEV mandate is in place in Canada. That's not a done deal. We're waiting for that to be finalized, and we've got to get that done. Especially as some of the opening speakers alluded to, especially as carbon pricing is increasingly coming under fire in the country, we're going to be looking to other regulations like an ambitious ZEV mandate to get us those emission reductions that we need.
Thank you so much. And we already can hear on the panel that there's a lot of enthusiasm around electric vehicles. And clearly, there's being a change in the vehicle mix in Canada, but there's a lot of obstacles. We don't all agree. So I'm curious, EV sales are accelerating, and so what, in possibly even really overperforming a lot of people's expectations. And I'd like to get a sense of the panel's thinking about what is explaining this then. We'll start with you, Brian.
Sure, yeah, I think a large portion of that is the fact that you just see more and more EVs in the market in a range of segments. So if you look back to 2012, in Canada, we had 3 models. 10 years later, 77. And if you look at the different configurations of the models that are available now, we're in excess of 160 configurations. And what's really exciting is that it's not just, you think about your traditional early adopter EV, a small car with a limited range. That world is completely behind us now. North Americans love large vehicles. As we know, over 80% of sales in Canada are in the light truck category, so pickup trucks and SUVs, crossovers. You're now seeing electrified versions of those with ranges, the Ford F-150 Lightning can give you a range of 500 kilometers. So I think what's happening is you see automakers provide more and more of these types of options to consumers. People that may not have ever considered an EV are looking out there in the market and going, wait a minute, that vehicle actually could fit my lifestyle. And I think that's only going to get better over the coming years as we see more and more options. So I think that's been a big driver of the increase in sales that we've seen.
So Katja, I'm wondering what you think about this, because we're hearing what the manufacturers are doing. Why do you think it's happening?
The highest electric vehicle sales are concentrated in 3 main markets. That's China, Europe, and the United States. In all 3 markets, there are strong climate policies in place that give vehicle sellers policy certainty about the needed EV production levels. So in China, there is a new energy vehicle regulation that mimics the California Zero Emission Vehicle sales mandate, but with higher targets. In Europe, there is a Fit for 55 legislation that also has 100% zero-emission vehicle targets by 2035. And in the US, there is no national mandate, but there are 14 sub-national zero-emission vehicle sales mandates, and there is the Inflation Reduction Act. So all of these programs taken together are expected to increase electric vehicle market shares this decade and beyond. And the sad lesson here is that the auto manufacturing industry, for all their sophisticated marketing and analysis, has completely misread the market and the power of strong climate policy.
So that's interesting. So Joanna, so Katja is saying that, the countries with the strongest climate policies, that's where you're seeing the move, the shift to electric vehicles, change in manufacturing, change in sales. How important are these mandates for just industrial competitiveness, for Canada versus other parts of the world?
Yeah, well, a ZEV mandate helps to grow the domestic market for EVs, right? And when we're competing for global investment, it helps to justify EV and battery-related investments coming into each market when they know they're going to be buyers for the products they're selling. Now, the U.S. has seen $160 billion in investment in the auto and EV battery supply chain since the signing of the U.S. IRA. Canada, as Brian is often, celebrating, has attracted, or its auto sector has attracted $26 billion in just the past 2 to 3 years in mostly EV and battery-related investments. Now, I'll note that the vast majority of that investment has been announced since the government committed to a ZEV mandate, but also say that having a robust market here is going to help support that growing industry.
Brian, would you like to respond?
I have to respond to that. Look, the policy of a ZEB mandate has a negative impact on our industrial competitiveness. Automakers don't come to Canada to build vehicles here because Canada is this huge market. We export to the United States. 90% plus of all production in Canada goes into the United States. And this is the reason our economy is as prosperous as it is. We sit beside the largest market in the world. So the ZEB mandate actually has a negative impact. Since really the 1960s, every government has understood that having aligned regulations with the United States helps to increase our overall competitiveness and make us a destination to attract that investment into Canada. So if we take different approaches by implementing, it's not just a federal ZEB mandate. Think about what you have to comply with in this country now. We've got a mandate in BC, which is misaligned with the mandate in Quebec, which is misaligned with the mandate that's coming in federally. This is not what you would call a common competitive market. This is a very challenging business environment. So the idea that a ZEB mandate has any impact on investment attraction, absolutely not. In fact, it does the opposite.
So I wonder, Katja, if you could split the difference on this here.
Yeah, for sure. I hear Brian's concerns. So how the policy works is that it affects demand for cars, and supply can come from anywhere. Cars can be imported, which is what's happening in Canada. But the federal government has a clear goal to revive our auto manufacturing industry here. And as a result, the government of Canada and the government of Ontario have now emphasized EV investments as a central pillar in their industrial policies. And we're already seeing the effects. We see that several Ontario plants have been converted into electric vehicle assembly lines. Canada has just invested into the construction of an electric vehicle battery facility in Montreal. And all of the research and rigorous studies show that under the most strict technology-specific ZEV mandate, there are absolute profits in the industry. At least they don't decline. And with a really carefully designed climate policy mix, we can help the industry to transition. We already help, and we have ZEV subsidies in place that help industry to reduce the cost of EV production.
Well, thank you for that. And I want to point out that the results from the first Slido poll are up, and our question was, how plugged into EVs are you? And 18% of folks that have answered own an electric vehicle, which is higher than the Canadian average, certainly, so we're a more converted audience here. But most notably, 52% are saying that my next vehicle will be an electric vehicle. And I think with that, I'm kind of curious then, I mean, so now we're seeing that more than half of the people here today, right, in this room and watching online are saying that I want my next car to be an electric vehicle. And what's interesting, and Brian brought this up, is a lot of the new vehicle models coming out in North America, they're trending a bit towards SUVs, trucks, luxury vehicles. And I'm wondering what the implications are, you know, for affordability and for sort of meeting these long-term ZEV targets. Brian, I'll go to you first.
Sure. So the positive news on that is the larger vehicles that are coming to the market, I think, is going to win more people into the technology. The skeptical driver who doesn't think an EV will fit their lifestyle, they're going to see these vehicles that can meet all of their needs. So that's the good news. The challenge is the cost. So if you think about an electrified pickup truck and you look at the battery size of that vehicle to deliver as close to a gas-powered vehicle range as possible, that battery is large and it is very expensive right now. So that's driving those higher costs. Over time, of course, battery technology is getting better and better. You know, the science isn't settled yet on what ultimately the right battery chemistry will be, and we may see someone come forward with something completely innovative that we hadn't expected, which is going to bring costs down even more. But that will be a challenge over the next few years with these larger vehicles. And the other thing driving cost, of course, is just the minerals. We need minerals. The demand for minerals is absolutely skyrocketing right now. In excess of 300 mines need to come online to feed these supply chains. So that will work itself out, but we're seeing some real fluctuations right now in input costs and hence the price of vehicles.
Yeah, I'll go to Joanna, to you next. I mean, do you have concerns? I mean, we heard about some of the costs and benefits here about this sort of trend to what models are being made.
Yeah, so I agree with Brian. It's great to give consumers more choice, and that's the direction we're going. But focusing, you know, mostly or solely on luxury vehicles and larger vehicles like SUVs and pickups could potentially slow the transition because, you know, what Canadians are also looking for are affordable vehicles, right? And we're not really seeing enough of those budget EVs being prioritized in automakers' plans, and where they did have plans, they're sort of backtracking on them. But I'll just give you one example. We were interested to see when GM in June announced that it was going to be canceling the Chevy Bolt. You know, IZEV claims, that's the federal rebate, the claims that went towards Chevy Bolts increased 7 times year over year. And you know what I saw there was that's Canadians clamoring for one of the few affordable EVs that are out there on the market. So this will really be decisive in terms of seeing mainstream buyers going electric.
Yeah, and the Bolts are sort of like a family sedan, I guess you could say. Fair to say. Yeah, and next, Katja, I wonder what you think about this.
I agree with both Brian and Joanna regarding opening up the market to a greater number of consumers. People who want to get a bigger car can get it, and that helps meet the targets under the ZEV mandate. What we need to remember is that the people who want to buy a bigger car are usually wealthier people. It's not the majority of Canadians. And so if these wealthy people want a luxury car or a bigger car, Those are the people who are cross-subsidizing the transition because they're willing to pay more for a bigger, more expensive vehicle, and that helps reduce the price of low to mid-priced vehicles. And finally, the industry knows that these people exist, so it will increase very aggressively its advertising towards the people who want to buy bigger vehicles. And as a result, we will see more advertising of all sorts of vehicles and advertising for gasoline vehicles disappearing over time.
So I wonder, Katja, if I could come back to you on this. We've talked about the ZEV mandate. There's some disagreement here on the panel about its effectiveness. I'm wondering, in addition to the ZEV mandate, are there other complementary policy measures? It's not the only thing Canada is doing that would help meet these sort of long-term goals and targets, whether it's related to charging infrastructure, supply chains, et cetera. Are there other measures that you would recommend?
Yeah, absolutely. So any other measures should not be seen as a deal breaker, though. The ZEV mandate is the main policy to achieve our targets. So deployment of infrastructure, charging infrastructure in homes, at work, in public spaces, some support with that would be appreciated. Vehicle end-of-use policies for internal combustion engine vehicles would be also helpful to accelerate the transition, to increase the rates of scrappage of existing vehicles. We have subsidies in place. I'm not saying that we need many more subsidies to continue into the future, but these subsidies help consumers reduce the cost of the price of buying the electric vehicle. And then finally, electric vehicles are just one part of the solution. We really need to build more sustainable communities with shorter commute times and enable mode switching to public transit and biking.
Absolutely, thank you. I don't know if Brian, if you have a response
Sure.
to that.
Yeah, I mean, look, charging infrastructure, that's going to be key. If you look at the on-road fleet right now, and sometimes this gets missed, we've hit 10%, which is great in terms of new vehicle sales, but the on-road fleet of EVs is 1.4%. There's about 375,000 EVs on the road. So very small when you look at the overall size of the fleet. And we want to get to 12 million on the road in 12 short years. So that is a huge jump. And we're already seeing these frictions with charging infrastructure. We've got reliability issues. We've got challenges with the actual amount of infrastructure that's at high visibility places. I spend way too much time driving on the 401. It's great that you've got the charging stations at the en routes, but we've got such a small on-road fleet. Imagine what that's going to need to look like when you've got 12 million vehicles on the road. So we have to build far more infrastructure at a far faster pace if we're going to get close to these targets. And on top of that, and I'm guilty of spending too much time focused on public-facing charging infrastructure, but we got to talk about the grid. How are we going to support this? Are we going to be able to upgrade all the transformers to support these large charging stations? You think about a high-volume truck stop, we're talking about 30 megawatts of electricity. That's the same electricity consumption of a small town. Let's plan for that now because it's coming, and we got to make sure that the last thing we want a consumer to do is to switch to an EV, which is a hard thing to make that switch. They do it, they install the home charging, but then have convenience issues and go back to gas. Because then winning that consumer back to an electric is going to be even harder. So let's get rid of those frictions and really focus on infrastructure.
Yeah, it's interesting. So Brian's speaking to, you're speaking to some of the public uncertainty that's out there. And I would say that there's really sort of a lot of myths about EVs. We've referred to this a little bit already on this panel. I wonder, as we close and go to the audience questions, we got 3 experts on electric vehicles here, on vehicles in general here. What is the one myth that bothers each of you the most that you would love to debunk? I wonder if, Joanna, if we could start with you.
Sure. I might just pick up on the charging conversation. So I do agree that we need to further build out our charging network, but I do think that the concerns are overblown. So 80 to 90% of charging happens at home, overnight. It's way more convenient than going to a gas station, right? Like the one road trip that I take from Ottawa to Toronto to visit my parents, and the extra 20 minutes that I might have to wait at the en route to plug in my EV, is that inconvenience is far outweighed by all the weekly and monthly trips that I get to skip to the gas station. Second is that we are making a lot of progress on the public charging network. So the Environment Commissioner report that came out the other day, yes, it had some news about the types of gaps we still need to fill, but what it did find that nobody's paying attention to is the federal government's actually on track to meet its target of putting in 85,000 charging stations by 2026. Like, that's pretty remarkable, and that's a fourfold increase in just a few years. And then the other thing is that it's not just up to the federal government to do this, right? Private sector plays a role, and we're seeing great advancements there as well. Tesla's going to be opening up its supercharger network in the next year or so. There's coalescing around what charging standard is going to come out ahead, which is, again, the Tesla one. And so automakers are going to start making their vehicles to be compatible with that starting, I think, in 2025. There's a bunch of things going on. I think we're going to see charging's already relatively convenient, and we're going to see a lot of improvements in the near future.
So your myth, in a way, is that it is actually quite possible to charge a vehicle. You might need to install a charger at home, but the range anxiety that comes with them is you think maybe somewhat overblown. Brian, I think if there's something else. Is there a myth other than what we've just discussed, which I know you disagree a little bit with?
Sure, yeah, I could get into that, but yeah, I think the one thing that we hear a lot, which is a bit frustrating that it's still out there, is that EVs, their life cycle emissions are equivalent or greater than a gas-powered vehicle. You hear that a lot still, which I find amazing that that's still out there. But you can look at numerous studies, but it is clear that life cycle emissions of an electric vehicle, including the manufacturing costs, are at most or half as much of a gas-powered vehicle. And that's only going to get better as we transition more and more to clean electricity. We're already in a good place here in Canada with over 80% of our electricity being clean. But as you look at other states, for example, in the US, as their grids become cleaner, I think that number and that gap is going to get bigger. So I just hate that it's still out there, but it is absolutely a myth. EVs are far better on an emissions performance through their life cycle than a gas-powered vehicle.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that bothers me the most. Katja, I wonder if there's one you want to talk about.
Yeah, I would like to tackle the myth of what Brian said in his opening remarks regarding the cost to consumers. The reality is that if you look at jurisdictions like the province of British Columbia and Quebec that have the highest electric vehicle sales, those are the sales that are also dominated by lower or mid-priced electric vehicles. So the policy requires car manufacturers and sellers to reduce the price of electric vehicles, or they have to pay the fine as large as $20,000 per gasoline vehicle sold in excess of the mandated target. So in other words, there is huge incentive and huge certainty for investors that there is no risk, that there is full compliance, and therefore high demand for electric vehicles. There is a motivation to innovate. And so the good news for vehicle manufacturers, investment risks are lowered, and therefore they can finally feel good about talking about electric vehicles to younger generations.
No, thank you. And so we're basically hearing that, at least from one of our panelists, that charging is quite possible, is quite possible and easy to do at your home and convenient in other parts of the country, that EVs are lower emitting than gas vehicles over their life cycle, and that the cost concerns over the life cycle of you using the vehicle are lower than people perhaps assume. I do want to go to a couple of the audience questions. The question that was voted up the most by the audience was, people are wondering, how can we make sure that the conversation around EVs doesn't overshadow the need, in the words of the folks writing here, to reduce our reliance on personal vehicles, whether they're EVs or not, and the associated infrastructure involved, and to sort of build more sustainable communities and improve reliance on and use of public transport. I wonder if folks on the panel have a thought about this. Brian, I know this is probably a touchy issue for you.
Well, look, I mean, we're in the business of building vehicles that consumers want and need. Of course, there are other forms of transportation infrastructure that have a role to play in this, but I suspect some of the other panelists are better suited to the question.
Joanna.
I'll jump in. I think, yes, we hear this a lot. EVs are not a silver bullet, but they are necessary if we're going to meet our net zero emissions by 2050. Not everybody can afford a house that is nearby where they work and where they live. So it's got to be an all of the above approach. We need to invest in public transit, ideally electrified. We need to be investing in active transportation. We need to be building our communities in different ways to reduce reliance on vehicles for sure. And I've been loving watching what's going on with the Housing Accelerator Fund recently and some of the conditions that are going on there, which is going to help improve density in some of the major cities in Canada. So that's the sort of trend you can watch. And speaking with local municipalities and communities is going to be probably one of the most effective things that we can do, because that's where a lot of the policy change needs to happen.
I'll point out our own example. We don't own a vehicle, but we do drive electric vehicles because we belong to a co-op that has them. So the other audience question I wanted to go to is that the point, as we've heard already from the audience, from the panel, Katya's talked about this, that obviously EVs exist, but in practice they're unavailable or much harder to get outside of Quebec and British Columbia. And the audience is wondering what is being done to assure better availability in other provinces. Katya.
The zero emission vehicle sales mandate will ensure that more than 60% of electric vehicle sales go to provinces outside of British Columbia in Canada. This is the only way to bring vehicles to these jurisdictions.
Because otherwise it just seems that the jurisdictions are sort of fighting for the vehicles.
Vehicle manufacturers target and prioritize places with policy certainty where investments are guaranteed.
Joanna, sure. We'll go to you afterwards.
I know what Brian's going to say. So rebates are important, absolutely, but zero emission vehicle mandate is by far and away the most effective policy. We're seeing it play out in Canada. Many provinces offer rebates, and yet they do not have anywhere near the uptake that we're seeing in Quebec and BC, where the ZEV mandate is in place. Take Nova Scotia, for example. They offer some of the most generous rebates in the country and have some of the lowest levels of uptake. And so you need both. You can't, rebates aren't going to work if you have no EVs available to use them on.
We're going to go to you in a second, Brian, but I do want to say there's one other Slido poll. Love if people could fill out, especially all of you online. We're wondering, in one or two words, what would most persuade you to switch to an electric vehicle? Or if you do already have one, what was the one thing that most persuaded you to make that switch? And so that's up on Slido. As people put in their things, we'll post a word cloud on the screen. So, but Brian, wondering, what are you thinking about this sort of provincial bias in vehicle availability?
Look, vehicle supply is directly related to demand. Dealerships are independent businesses, and so a dealership that has people coming in constantly saying, I'd like an EV, it is in their interests to carry EVs in their inventory. In parts of the country, I was just driving by a rural dealership that sells majority pickup trucks. You're lucky to get one person coming in a year who wants an electric vehicle. As a dealer, as a business person, does it make sense to finance a large inventory of electric vehicles that sit on your lot for months and months? So this idea that you need a regulation to somehow increase supply, absolutely not. As demand increases with strong incentives and more infrastructure, you will see the supply. And if you look right now at the manufacturing plans in North America, we're going to be up to annual production of 8 million EVs a year by the end of this decade. Yes, there have been inventory challenges recently, but that's because we've gone through a global pandemic and a semiconductor shortage, which has impacted vehicle inventories across the board. And we're still working out of that, but inventories are actually in pretty good shape right now. So this idea that you need a regulatory mechanism to increase inventory, absolutely not. This is happening. Inventories are getting better. We've got to boost demand, and you'll see more and more sitting on dealerships.
So I'm curious, and I want to go to some of our other panelists about this question. The ZEV mandates or zero emissions vehicles mandates, they do exist in other jurisdictions, as we've talked about, right? And so is there a challenge that, because Brian, I hear you challenging the mandate, and I understand it from your perspective, but is there a challenge that the ZEV mandates existing in other countries, although it's different in the United States, if Canada doesn't have one, is there a challenge that we're not going to get access to the vehicles, to manufacturing, given that there's a sort of global marketplace? I wonder, Katya or Joanna, if you have a thought about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see long wait times as we're currently experiencing in most provinces and territories in Canada, because car manufacturers will always target jurisdictions that have policy certainty in place when they know there is high demand because of high expectations for electric vehicle sales.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in to say, I think we should mention the U.S., California and 16 other states have adopted a ZEV mandate. That's representing nearly 40% of the market. So we are in competition with them for EV inventory. There is limited supply, as much as automakers are investing hundreds of billions of dollars, but production hasn't ramped up quickly enough. And so if we want Canada and the Canadian market to be prioritized, if we want to see EVs going to provinces outside of Quebec and BC, then the national zero emission vehicle mandate is going to do it. And it's going to help to drive down prices, as Katya has said.
It seems like our panelists may have to agree to disagree on some parts of this. I'll point out as we close, the Slido poll results are up on the screen of the word cloud. And what are the words we're seeing? Cost, affordability, and price are at the center. Availability, as we've talked about, is there. Range came up. We didn't really talk about that very much on our panel. But yeah, I think this is what we're seeing from the audience is really resonating with a lot of the words we heard from the panel today. So I want to thank our panelists so much for their contributions today and being willing to come up on stage and disagree sometimes. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. That was a really exciting panel and some really good moderating, Simon. Thank you for that. For those of you wondering if EVs are reliable and workable in minus 35 or 40, I can vouch for that from the Yukon. We have charging stations. They run just as well as our gas ones. Mind you, most of us don't want to leave the house at minus 40, but our cars would take us.
Absolument, je confirme aussi dans les pires tempêtes de neige, dans les longues distances, la grêle, le vent, la neige, toutes les conditions. Je les ai toutes testées, ça fonctionne.
Good. So we want to thank that panel for sharing their expertise on the regulation of zero-emission vehicles. And I want to say some really good questions and comments from the participants as well. That was interesting. And thank you for your participation in the Slido. It's neat to watch all of those in-person and online comments come on. Now we want to share some pre-recorded remarks from Gavin Newsom, the Governor of California, who was unable to join us today. I'm going to hope it wasn't because of the weather up here, but I know he wanted to show his support for this important conversation and this work that's happening.
Hey everybody, it's Governor Gavin Newsom here. Look, we're at a turning point in the climate fight when later is simply too late. I don't need to tell you this, that's why you're all assembled here today. Look, both California and Canada, we've seen the urgency. We've seen the urgency of climate crisis firsthand. And we know that the road to net zero emissions is not only an environmental imperative, but it's an economic opportunity. And we're proud to have formalized our partnership through the ambitious MOC that the Prime Minister and I signed during the Summit of Americas just last year. Our partnership demonstrates our shared commitment and exemplifies our story, particularly here in California, where climate action has cut emissions and helped drive innovation. We're home to the most clean energy jobs in the United States with 500,000 green jobs. By the way, that's 6 times more clean jobs than fossil fuel jobs. The state has dedicated some $52.3 billion at a subnational level, $52.3 billion just in our climate budget, deploying clean technology at scale and protecting Californians the best we can from the climate impacts that we're facing today, all while building sustainable communities for all. California is home to 40 million Americans strong, larger than 21 state populations combined, and we're making massive strides towards our ambitious climate goals. But again, we can't do it alone. And that's why I'm deeply proud of the partnership that we were able to advance with Prime Minister Trudeau. Our shared commitment to clean energy has opened new doors and has created more jobs and industries. And our cooperation on green economic development and environmental conservation, we believe, stand as a model for international collaboration. But again, in the spirit of collaboration, in the spirit of partnership, let me thank you for your partnership and thank you as well for your faith and devotion to this cause.
Nice. That's really, it's great messages from Governor Newsom, and thank you to him for taking the time to share his perspectives. We're all watching the different climate actions and policies that are coming out of the US and particularly California in light of the Inflation Reduction Act. We'll hear more about this from our first keynote speaker, Geoffrey Pyatt, the US Assistant Secretary of State and Energy Resources, just shortly. So for those of you, you might not notice, we're running a little bit late, but the conversations have been riveting, so you probably haven't checked your phone or your watch 100 times. We're about half an hour late, so we are going to cut the break that you saw on your agenda. So what does that mean for you in the room? Don't rush for coffee all at once. It's going to be here all through the day. You can make your way up there if you need. And for those of you at home, please feel free to stretch. And we are going to proceed to our next conversation.
En attendant, n'oubliez pas de partager votre expérience de la conférence et d'identifier l'Institut climatique du Canada et le groupe consultatif pour la carboneutralité. Donc, j'aimerais inviter maintenant M. Peter Nicholson, président du conseil d'administration de l'Institut climatique du Canada, à venir nous adresser quelques mots et à présenter notre prochain conférencier.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Look, it's my pleasure, and I want to extend the time that is already slipping away from us, but it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Ambassador Geoffrey Pyatt, who, as we just learned, is also currently the Assistant Secretary for Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of State. Ambassador Pyatt is a native Californian. Seems to be California as a theme at this moment. He's a Yale graduate and has had a really distinguished career with the U.S. State Department, including ambassador to Ukraine from 2013 to 2016, and most recently, U.S. ambassador to Greece until just last year. His Foreign Service career has included postings in India, Pakistan, Hong Kong, as well as a stint with the National Security Council in the United States. So clearly, Ambassador Pyatt has a penchant for being where the action is, and he tells me that he is here fresh from a testy exchange with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I believe, last night, and perhaps we'll find this audience to not pose quite the challenge that he experienced just less than 24 hours ago. So, Ambassador Pyatt, welcome and take the stage.
Thank you very much, Peter. And let me start by saying what a thrill it is to be back here in Canada for my first visit in my capacity as Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources. And special thanks to the Net Zero Advisory Body and the Canadian Climate Institute for giving me this terrific lead-in with my governor, Governor Newsom. As Peter said, I grew up in Southern California. I still count it as home. It's where my parents and my kids live. And it's been really exciting for me to see what the energy transition looks like every time I go back to my home state. I was in Silicon Valley just 2 weeks ago, and it was remarkable to see then both the forging of linkages between the tech sector and the energy transition sector that's such an important part of the Silicon Valley ecosystem right now, the way venture capitalists and others are starting to look at energy transition as driving the same kind of opportunities that they have seen over the past decades in the tech sector, but also how fast the energy landscape is changing. And Governor Newsom talked about that a little bit, but you see the new headquarters of our hydrogen companies. I visited laboratories at Stanford that were working on innovative battery chemistries, and pretty much every Amazon delivery truck that I saw was a Rivian. So you really see how the energy transition is happening. You also see up close and personal the impact of the climate crisis. And I was sharing with Peter earlier some of my impressions from my 6 years in Greece, during which I saw horrific wildfires, flooding, the change in the sea temperature in the Mediterranean, which is seeing some of the most extreme variation anywhere in the world. And it's a real reminder that the world is flashing a yellow light to all of us, that we need to tackle this climate challenge as fast and with the greatest urgency that we can muster. I'm also here in Canada because this is a really unique relationship in terms of the issues that I am responsible for. Of course, we have the world's most comprehensive trading relationship. But what not everybody knows is that Canada also is the United States' largest energy trading partner. We have robust clean energy ties. We have deeply integrated energy infrastructure systems, but we're also working more and more together around all of the issues that are at the cutting edge of the energy transition, whether carbon sequestration, clean hydrogen, critical minerals, and supply chains. So there's just an awful lot for us in government to do. But we also share the fundamental understanding that ultimately what is going to define the success of the energy transition is the work of our private sectors and the choices of our citizens. This is really an unprecedented time in the global energy picture. You have the convergence of multiple crises, the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Putin's weaponization of his energy resources, but also the demands of the climate crisis and the opportunities. And again, I come back to my impressions from California just recently. We have long been able to count on Canada as an ally and a like-minded partner on so many issues, and of course climate is part of that. And so I want to start by expressing appreciation for Canada's action and leadership, both the public and the private sectors, addressing the climate crisis. But this is not just a matter of federal governments continuing to work together as we are doing every single day, but also what happens region to region and the way our companies and our private sectors work together and what our citizens are doing together. A big part of the story in the United States, of course, as has been alluded to, is the Inflation Reduction Act, but also the bipartisan infrastructure law, together mobilizing more than $500 billion that is really supercharging the energy transition in the United States. The IRA is quite simply the most important and most ambitious climate legislation in our country's history, and it is going to produce a dramatic change both in our ability to meet our Paris climate targets, but also the way the American energy ecosystem is organized. We're seeing already how the Inflation Reduction Act is changing the calculus of our companies and the catalyst that it is providing for huge new investments in clean hydrogen, in innovation across the carbon sequestration space. We just celebrated the one-year anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act last August. Since then, our private sector has announced about $110 billion in new clean energy manufacturing, which is creating jobs and opportunities across the U.S. economy. But given the interconnected character of the North American economy, it's inevitably going to bring benefits here in Canada as well, and that's one of the things that I'll be talking about with government today. One other issue that's a particular focus of my government engagements today, and I'll just spend a minute on this, is the question of critical minerals. Because as much as we want to drive the transformation of our energy systems, our transportation systems, that's going to mean that the world needs exponential growth in the volume of cobalt, lithium, nickel, zinc, copper, graphite that our industries have available. We want to make sure that those commodities are produced in a way that meets the expectations of our communities, that upholds the high ESGs that our citizens are going to demand, and we want to break the near monopoly that China has across too many of these supply chains today. For the State Department, our signature initiative to tackle this challenge is something called the Mineral Security Partnership, an organization that brings together 14 governments. Canada was a founding partner in the MSP and has been a very strong participant. The idea of the MSP is to bring our governments and our private sectors together to mobilize our diplomatic power, but also our state finance institutions, our trade finance organizations, in order to identify projects around the world which will help to create opportunity and drive the availability of resources that I talked about while meeting the high ESGs that we have embraced publicly through the ESG principles that the MSP partners have all signed up to. We greatly appreciate Canada's strong participation in this exercise, and one of the things I'll be talking about today is how we can continue to leverage this as a mechanism to identify opportunities, to bring our governments together, and to drive the growth in what our industry is doing in a pace that is faster than what the market alone will produce, because we are trying to meet the challenge of the climate crisis. So let me stop there and hand it over to Sean. I think we're going to have a conversation now. But what I would like to leave you with is a combination of the sense of ambition and optimism that Governor Newsom conveyed so effectively in his message, but also a sense of the United States government's, of the Biden administration's profound commitment to our special partnership with Canada on these issues. We have a very long history of collaboration between our energy industries. Now we're going to have to take that collaboration and move it into all of these new spaces, including the issues around electric vehicles that were the topic of the panel before mine. So again, thank you to our hosts, and I really look forward to the conversation. Thanks, Sean.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Pyatt, for those remarks. I know the audience here is interested in what's happening in the United States, both as it relates to Canada's economy, but I think as importantly, how it relates to the way we think and talk about climate change and the energy transition. We don't just have a two-way relationship when it comes to trade, we have a two-way relationship when it comes to ideas. And I think what is happening in the United States is of great interest to those who are committed to making progress on climate change and the energy transition, which in a way leads me to my first question. I think one of the things that struck a lot of Canadian policymakers and those adjacent to the world of public policy is how quickly American public policy has shifted from what was perceived as a disinterest in climate policy to now carrying out the highly ambitious plan that you talked about earlier. What happened? How has Washington come to reconceptualize climate policy and the energy transition?
Now, well, thank you, and it's a really good question. I mean, obviously one thing that happened is that Joe Biden became president of the United States, and President Biden's, one of his first actions coming into office was to bring us back into the Paris Climate Accord and to really push across the administration, including in my bureaucracy in the State Department, to have us think more ambitiously about how we are going to meet the obligations that we've undertaken as part of the Paris Climate Accords. The Inflation Reduction Act was obviously a big part of that. I will say, I was back in Washington for my Senate confirmation process when the IRA was passed.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if it was clear looking down from Ottawa, but in many ways, I mean, this was an unlikely accomplishment. People didn't know literally until the night of the final vote that the politics were all going to line up and this was going to happen. And I think it is, arguably one of President Biden's most important single accomplishments of this term. But I think what's interesting to me also is you look around American domestic politics. A lot of what I talked about in my remarks, what Governor Newsom talked about in his, is becoming the conventional wisdom in American politics. I had the opportunity this summer to be up in Anchorage in Alaska for the first time, like a lot of Americans, terribly ignorant about our 50th state. But I was talking to Governor Dunleavy, who is a Republican, but he was extremely focused both on the implications that climate change has for Alaskans, a community that is deeply rooted in the land and in nature, but also the opportunities around clean hydrogen, around critical minerals, about how to produce those minerals in a way that meets the demands of local communities, but also delivers a lot more of all of those energy minerals that I talked about earlier. So I really think there's been a change in the conversation there. A couple of months ago, there was a terrific 3-part series in the New York Times, which talked about energy transition domestically in the United States. And the big takeaway was this is happening a lot faster than people understand. That out in American communities, energy transition is real, and it's being driven. I appreciated the Slido word cloud at the end of the last presentation. The first issue there was cost. That's what consumers care about, and a lot of the technologies behind energy transition are now delivering power at a cost that is at par, if not better, than what the fossil energy ecosystem was able to produce. And I'm optimistic that that cost advantage is actually going to accelerate because of the scaling that the IRA is producing, but also because of what I saw when I was in these laboratories at Stanford, all the innovation that's attracting to this sector right now.
Let's stay on this line of discussion for a minute, because as an outsider, it seems to me part of this evolution involves a shift in mindset from a defensive or a zero-sum way of thinking about climate change and the energy transition to a more positive one rooted in, as you've said, opportunity. Before we came on stage, you mentioned the geographic distribution of those opportunities. That is to say that the benefits of the IRA up till now have been broadly distributed, including in a lot of red states and rural communities and deindustrialized communities and so on. Do you want to just talk a bit about the geographic opportunity, or maybe put differently, the opportunity to support investment and job creation in parts of our countries that have experienced challenges over the past, say, quarter century or so?
Right. So the United States, like Canada, a big continental country, you always worry about economic and social disparities, and there are people who worry about getting left behind. But what's interesting, if you look, for instance, at the investment that's happening in the United States in new solar manufacturing facilities, in new battery manufacturing facilities, a lot of that is actually happening in the South. It's happening in states like Georgia and South Carolina for a whole lot of complicated domestic macroeconomic reasons. But I was also sharing with you, I love to tell my foreign audiences when I'm traveling abroad, I ask them, what's the biggest wind power state in the United States? And I know it's not true about Canadians, but most foreigners, their idea of Texas comes from the Dallas TV show.
Yes.
And so when you tell them that Texas is our biggest wind power state, they're sort of surprised. Yeah. And also, if we look at the revolution that's happening with carbon sequestration and clean hydrogen, a lot of the biggest development of that industry is happening on the Gulf Coast, because that's where you have the legacy gray hydrogen industry, and the quickest climate gain is going to come from taking that gray hydrogen industry and making it clean. So this is, and I think that's on us as political leaders to help tell that story, but then also be quite intentional about the social aspects of this, that we have to make sure that communities that have been disadvantaged in the past are not left behind. Again, the mining industry brings a lot of this to the surface and is a really important part of the conversations I'll be having with government today. But it's also true in other industrial sectors. And we saw some of it rippling in the United States in the auto workers' strike that we've just gotten through.
You mentioned in your remarks Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Vladimir Putin's weaponization of his energy resources, which was well said. Those developments, of course, have led to new thinking and questions about energy security and its interaction with our climate goal and overall trade policy. How does energy security fit in the U.S. government's policy? Is there a trade-off here? And how do you think about possibly balancing energy security with such an ambitious climate agenda?
Now, really important question, and let me start with the first principle, which is energy is a national security issue. And we have seen that over and over again, and certainly the way in which Putin manipulated energy in the run-up to the invasion of Ukraine sort of answered that question for once and all. So we want to be really careful that we don't have an era of European dependence on Russian fossil energy become a new era of collective dependence or vulnerability to Chinese control of clean technology supply chains, whether it's solar cells or wind turbines or battery minerals. So we need to work on that aspect of it. I think it's also incentivized, and that national security focus incentivizes us to work really, really hard on the energy transition, because the most secure energy of all is energy which comes from geothermal or wind or solar. And then I should spend just a second on the nuclear issue as well. And I should note, I had the opportunity to join your Deputy Prime Minister Freeland at the White House for the last meeting of the U.S.-Canada Clean Energy Task Force. There were two issues that we focused on in that setting. One was critical minerals. I've talked about that. The other was civil nuclear, because we have highly integrated civil nuclear interests. We have work to do in the United States. In my appearance before the Senate yesterday, I was asked by Senator Risch of Idaho about this issue. The United States still gets about a fifth of our nuclear fuel, the enriched uranium, comes from Russia. President Biden has asked for $2.2 billion to help kickstart a revolving fund that will revive the U.S. enrichment industry. This is also linked to another very important issue for both of our countries, which is the future of nuclear power. And of course, very proud of the fact that here in Ontario, we're going to have one of North America's first small modular reactors, the GE Hitachi project. The United States has made a very strong commitment to SMR technology, and my DOE colleagues tell me we now have about 20 companies that are working in this SMR space. Some of them are going to fail along the way, but some of them are going to be able to innovate and roll this out. But we are also committed to working to zero out our dependence on Russian nuclear fuel. So then there's a natural synergy as well with Cameco, not to mention the evolving, and I have not gotten into the details of this, but the evolving commercial relationship between Cameco and Westinghouse. So we have a uniquely integrated civil nuclear power sector. Nuclear, I don't know the statistic for Canada, it's about 20% of the US energy mix. We will not meet our Paris climate targets without a strong nuclear industry. So we have a huge stake collectively in the securing a reliable nuclear fuel supply, developing the new technologies that are part of a small reactor supply chain, and then figuring out how we build these things a lot faster than the decade or more, which has been the standard tempo of late.
If I may stay on the subject of our bilateral relationship, I noted in your remarks you talked not merely about the relationship between our two national governments, but also opportunities to expand regional partnerships. As a Canadian, there's a natural appeal to that. The relationship is less asymmetrical at the subnational level. I think generally speaking, state governments have not experienced the same type of dysfunction that we've seen in Washington. Just ask you to elaborate a bit on the idea of expanding the relationship at the subnational level to support the overall energy transition and climate objectives of our national governments.
So I think Governor Newsom's remarks are the best illustration of that. I mean, we have states that are really thinking very ambitiously about their outward personality.
Yes.
In fact, Governor Newsom's deputy is a dear friend of mine, Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, and she has been given the responsibility of sort of running California's foreign policy. Now, our constitutional drafters might have some problems with that idea, but that's very much, I think, how Californians are thinking about it. And a lot, again, back to the idea that we're both these giant, east-west oriented countries.
Yes.
So when I go to Vancouver, it feels a lot more like home than when I come to Ottawa.
Yes.
And so the issues that communities are concerned about, the opportunities for industrial integration, and again, I think recognizing that a foundational aspect of the U.S.-Canada economic alliance is the auto pact.
Yes.
And the fact that that auto industry is geographically concentrated. There's an interesting challenge because of how EVs are scrambling the marketplace. That you have Rivian out in Southern California, you have Tesla in Southern California, and then you have a battery industry which has this extraordinary appetite. And I know my boss, Secretary Blinken, was up in Canada a couple of months ago. He had the opportunity to visit a lithium recycling company here in Canada, which is invested by General Motors. So you see, and again, the previous panel talked about this more effectively than I can, but huge growth in demand for these industrial products that are part of an EV supply chain. So there are natural synergies there. And then the other one that I would flag, the other supply chain issue that has loomed large in my world recently is wind turbines, and in particular offshore wind, which is a big part of the Biden administration's vision for the future. The industry is going through a sort of valley of death of the development cycle right now, but there's no question that there are terrific possibilities here. And Canada, of course, like the United States, is a member of APEC. We're going to have all of our leaders in San Francisco in a couple of days. But it's also a very much, again, my Vancouver lens, very much a Pacific-oriented country.
Yes.
That's true in your energy sector with Canada LNG. But I also have to assume that the same kind of opportunities that exist for industrial collaboration between Japan, Korea, and the west coast of the United States also apply to Canada in areas like offshore wind, cabling, batteries, all of the things that we're going to require at a much larger and faster scale in order to meet our climate targets. And I guess I would flag that as one of the biggest preoccupations I have about this energy transition right now, that the pacing factor in North America is no longer political will, to go back to your first question.
Yes.
It's no longer policy choice. It's supply chains. It's how quickly we can manufacture this stuff and how our companies can find ways to short-circuit that process and become more effective and do it in a way that creates jobs and opportunity at home and doesn't just ship all this stuff off to China.
I'll ask you about the supply chains in a minute, but I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to make a plug for a recent public policy paper by the Canadian Climate Institute's chair, Peter Nicholson, on the subject of wind and the potential opportunities for Canada that I'd encourage people to read. Another thing I'd encourage people to read is a set of remarks that you delivered in March in Bulgaria, where you talked about security supply, not merely of energy, but also inputs like critical minerals. You touched on it in your remarks, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you to elaborate a bit on what the U.S. government is doing to mitigate the risks to supply, both with respect to new energy sources, but also critical minerals.
So the most important thing we're doing is working with allies and partners. And I talked about President Biden and his commitment to the Paris Climate Accords, but I would also put a really strong spotlight on the Biden administration's commitment to our alliance relationships. And it's very clear that we can't do what the IRA is seeking to accomplish without working with allies and partners around the world. And again, I start for the fundamental principle that we have no more robust trade and economic relationship on the globe than the one with Canada. So it's really important that we work together on these issues, whether it's nuclear supply chains or critical mineral supply chains or solar or batteries. I think we also need to figure out how we think together about the China challenge and de-risking there. National security, our national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, talks about a small yard with a high fence, because China's not going to go away, and we don't want it to go away. We want it to remain embedded in the global economy, but we have to figure out what are those critical technologies and critical sectors that we need to protect, and how do we build a regime to accomplish that. It was really easy in the Cold War era. We had COCOM and all of these other structures because we knew who the bad guys were and who the good guys were.
Yes.
It's a lot more gray now. So the work that we do government to government to tackle that issue is really fundamental as well.
I started our conversation by observing that a lot of Canadians have been struck by the major progress on U.S. climate policy. They are also, however, unsure about its durability in light of various factors, including but not limited to politics. I won't ask you to weigh into politics, of course, but talk about the extent to which America's ingenuity and economic might is now focused on decarbonization in a way that transcends politics.
So the first thing, again, I come back to my conversation with Governor Dunleavy. I had a similar conversation last year at COP27 with the governor of Indiana, another Republican state. And all he wanted to discuss with me was how we were going to work with international partners to attract more wind turbine manufacturing to the state of Indiana, the opportunities in Indiana for carbon sequestration, where Indiana was going to fit in a new North American, and I say North American, not American, green hydrogen network. So I think that's a big part of the story, that this has become a driver of prosperity and opportunity in a way that's going to be very hard to reverse. I think the other aspect of it is the reality of the climate crisis. Look domestically at the United States. Take an example again from home. My parents, they had to switch their homeowners insurance policy because they live off of a canyon, and their insurance carrier would no longer absorb the risk of a wildfire sweeping through the neighborhood. We see the same thing in Florida with beachfront property. So the climate crisis does not obey blue-red political maps. Yes, indeed. And I think communities around the U.S. are feeling that. The other thing I would put a spotlight on, and especially as we get ready for COP28 and all the work that we will do there, is in the United States, as in Canada, we have this political tension because we both have national leaderships that are deeply committed to energy transition and climate policies, but we also have tens of thousands of people who earn their living working in the fossil fuel industry. And so figuring out how we, and markets around the world. In the case of the United States, we are now the world's largest LNG exporter. We're going to have that status for years to come. 70% of U.S. LNG last year went to Europe, and that American LNG played a central role in helping to provide energy security to our European allies as they got themselves off of Russian pipeline gas. So the challenge is, how do we produce those molecules in a way that is as least climate damaging as possible, which means working very, very hard on things like methane abatement, monitoring of fugitive gases, following the science in terms of what we can learn about the production cycle of these fossil fuels, and then also really pushing the envelope, as the Inflation Reduction Act does, on carbon sequestration. And I think there, too, there's an enormous North American synergy that's likely to emerge. And I'm hopeful on this visit is learning a little more about the political geography of Canada on these issues. As I talked about earlier, America's political geography on these issues is a little bit more intricate than you might predict looking from outside. But what's absolutely clear to me is that how the United States and Canada work together on these issues, whether it's through the Mineral Security Partnership or through the integration of our civil nuclear industries, or how we think together about the China challenge, is going to be the sort of basic building block of the larger international coalition that the United States and the Biden administration is trying to build to meet our climate and energy security goals.
Well, Ambassador Pyatt, that's a good point to wrap up. And let me just say on behalf of everyone here, we're grateful that you've joined us, notwithstanding the weather. And I know everyone here is grateful the interactions that you'll have with government officials today to continue to advance a kind of continental agenda around the energy transition and climate change. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pyatt and Mr. Speer, for sharing your valuable perspectives. That was enlightening and I think incredibly interesting. We now want to welcome Kat Abreu from the Net Advisory Body and the Honourable Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and the Honourable Jonathan Wilkinson, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, to the stage. Thank you. It's good.
Wherever I'll sit in this interview chair.
All right. Put Stephen in the hot seat. So.
Yeah.
Where's the hot seat?
Right here.
Okay.
Between us, of course. All right. Morning.
Good morning, Catherine.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. Great to see such a full house here today. All right, let's dive right in. So I was reflecting in preparing for this conversation today on how far we've come since 2016, when the first comprehensive climate plan was released, the Pan-Canadian Framework. And in 2016, I think, Minister Wilkinson, you were the Parliamentary Secretary for Environment and Climate Change Canada. And Stephen Guilbeault, I think you and I were in a civil society lockup together,
Yes.
waiting eagerly for the PCF to land. A lot has changed since then. Minister Wilkinson, you've gone through 3 separate ministerial appointments. Minister Guilbeault, you entered politics and you've had 2 ministerial appointments since then. And Canadian climate policy has really gone through a revolution. We now have a whole new architecture of goals that are guiding Canadian action on climate change. A few of them have already been mentioned this morning. So we've got the Canadian Net Zero Accountability Act that enshrines our 2030 and our 2050 goals in law. We have the targets to a decarbonized electricity system by 2035, 100% zero emissions vehicles by 2035, methane emissions reductions, an aggressive carbon pricing schedule. We'll talk about that later. So I often will say, we've gone through this revolution of climate policy, but we're also in the thick of the implementation of those climate policies. So let's talk a little bit about that. We've had 2 other climate plans since the PCF, most recently the emissions reduction plan. Maybe give me a little bit of insight into this interplay between goal setting and the nitty-gritty of implementation. And just to make the subtext for this question visible to everyone, what the heck is going on with carbon pricing? And why are we all talking about heat pumps all the time?
Go ahead. Well, you have more experience doing this than I do, so I thought I'd defer to that. But so thank you so much, Catherine, and thank you for the Climate Institute and all of you for being here this morning. I think it's a good question. Like, how do we go from plan setting to implementation? And certainly something we struggle and we work on a daily basis. So some of the things we're doing are a sign of times that are changing. When I was in the NGO world arguing for a ZEV mandate at the federal level, I was nominated by Catherine McKenna as co-chair of a working group on climate change when I was still with the civil society organizations. We were asked to look at buildings and transportation and how, what other measures the federal government could implement. One of the recommendations was a ZEV mandate. And that was in 2019. Wasn't a whole lot of appetite for it at the federal level. The federal government did go ahead with the federal rebate for electric vehicles, which has been extremely popular. We're now in the Q2 of 2023, we've surpassed 10% of sales of EVs in Canada. So we're catching up on many other countries around the world, but we're still playing catch up. And now, I mean, of all the things that I'm doing, whether, the cap on oil and gas emissions, electricity regulations, methane, ZEV, clean fuel standards, pricing. ZEV is probably one of the easiest, with methane, I would argue, because all of a sudden people see that this is where the world is heading. And our friend, the very dynamic and super active François-Philippe Champagne is, going left, right, and center, signing these agreements with companies for new, battery or car companies or battery components in the EV supply chain. So it's the implementation of that is not very. There's still some resistance. Companies, by and large, don't usually like when government bring in new regulations. Nothing new there, but it's. Of all the things I have to do, it's amongst the easiest thing. So implementation is not super challenging on that front. I think, and what makes it easier or harder is whether it's a clear federal jurisdiction or whether it's sort of a shared jurisdiction, like electricity. Federal government has never historically played a very important role on electricity. And now we're coming in with these regulations. Thanks largely to Jonathan, we now have 2 provinces that have come on board supporting the clean electricity regulation, as well as federal investment to help them decarbonize their grid. I suspect we will have other provinces that are also going to come on board soon. We probably won't get all of them, but so different piece of regulations face different levels of challenges when it comes to implementation. On carbon pricing, should I take that?
Passing the back.
Listen, I think many of you have heard me say publicly that, I mean, in an ideal world, we would not have to create an exemption to our carbon pricing system. We don't live in an ideal world on many different fronts. The reason we created an exemption for home heating oil, we've said, we've said publicly many times, as well in the question period in the House of Commons. The price of home heating oil has increased substantially faster than for other fuels. It was already more expensive to start with, and fundamentally, the reason you put in place a pricing mechanism, whether it's cap and trade or carbon pricing like we do federally, is to incentivize new behaviors, different behaviors, either by individuals, companies. In the case of home heating oil, what we realized is that a lot of people couldn't go to an alternative because they just couldn't afford it. So, which is why we decided to, and from a reduction of greenhouse gas perspective, what we announced 2 weeks ago will accelerate the reduction of greenhouse gas because we're putting more money on the table to help people get off home heating oil.
Maybe just a couple things to add on to what Stephen said. I mean, on the first part of the question, I agree with everything Stephen said, but it's frustrating often, I think, for a lot of folks that things don't happen more quickly. But it's no different in this space than it is for many companies in terms of developing strategies and then moving to implementation. I mean, the best example, I think, is the zero emission vehicle example. We set targets about deployment some time ago. And those are kind of easy when you think about that. But then you have to think about how do you get to those targets. And that's quite complicated. It actually involves the car manufacturers developing new production facilities or revectoring existing production facilities, bringing on new models and deploying them in line with consumer demand. Consumer demand is a function in part of the price point, but it's also in part a function of where is the infrastructure. And so you actually have to build out the infrastructure because nobody's going to buy an electric car if they can't charge it up. And all of those things follow sort of a natural kind of curve, which is, you saw at the very beginning of electric cars, it was generally high-end cars because it was people who actually had enough money that they could afford to pay for the price difference as you move down that sort of experience curve. Ultimately, we will get to the point where the volumes of electric vehicles being manufactured are sufficient to actually eliminate the need for subsidies. But it takes time to get there, and we are seeing more and more models, particularly models that are more affordable for the average Canadian, come onto the market. At the same time, we are working very hard to build out the electric vehicle infrastructure, but I would tell you that in British Columbia, where I'm from, you can pretty much go anywhere and charge up your car, but that's not true in
Quebec.
And Quebec is the same, in part because the provinces have actually been helpful in that regard. But if you went to Saskatchewan, that's not true. And if you went to Newfoundland, that's not true. We have more work to do, and you won't get to 100% sales until you've solved the infrastructure and you've actually been able to actually get down not only that price point, but the variety of models that can enable choice for people of different income groups. So it's the same if you go sector by sector by sector. And I would just say we are now in the implementation phase, which is really, really good. And we are seeing it accelerate around the world. Anybody who looked at the World Energy Outlook by the IEA a couple of weeks ago sees how fast this is moving, which is the good news. But the unfortunate reality is you have to move in a stepwise way or it just doesn't work.
Appreciate that. So, what I have kind of heard in your comments there, I mean, first, we've gotten a couple of examples of where we've done well in the implementation phase. And I'm hearing some of the hallmarks of success there are interjurisdictional cooperation, so alignment between where the feds are going and the contributions of other orders of government. Also hearing that there needs to be a portfolio of action. So we're not just talking about carbon pricing up here, everyone. There are many other climate policies on the books, and we need that full portfolio of action to drive in the right direction. I also hear a lot of requests for consistency, in particular from the private sector, who ask for consistency on the direction of travel. And just so we're clear, from your perspectives, we're still in the right direction of travel when it comes to carbon pricing.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, carbon pricing is certainly only one part of our plan, but it is an important part of our plan. And I mean, everybody understands the price signal, and it is the most efficient way to actually reduce emissions. But certainly, it suffers from uncertainty, political uncertainty, right? If you don't know that it's going to be there, it's very difficult to make multi-billion-dollar investments that rely on the price actually not only being there, but continuing to move upward. And it has driven us towards the development of instruments like carbon contracts for difference, which essentially are about trying to lock in some of those, provide greater certainty to industry in particular, to be able to actually make the kinds of investments that will catalyze. I bemoan the sort of the debate that goes on in this country on climate policy and on pricing in particular. I think it's very unfortunate. I think it actually inhibits climate action. That's true at the federal level. It's also true with some of the provinces. I actually think that there is an enormous forcing function that actually was discussed in the previous panel a little bit, that is going to increasingly push us towards climate action irrespective of partisan considerations, and that is the economic opportunity that exists there and the economic challenge that is going to be posed by countries like China. Like, again, if folks read the World Energy Outlook, it's actually a little bit frightening how fast China has been working to get ahead in this game. I mean, the significant deployment of renewables in China is in part because they've developed the technology that they can then export. The same thing is true with electric vehicles. Same thing is true with critical minerals and critical mineral supply chains. You know, this is a game in which we are going to have to up our game in terms of being competitive in this space, in conjunction with many of our friends, democratic friends and allies around the world. But that is going to be an enormous forcing function, I would tell you, on conservative politicians, just as it is on liberals and New Democrats.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously, carbon pricing is a key element of our climate change strategy. And the Department of Environment and Climate Change has provided an analysis that shows that it contributes to about a third of the emissions reduction we've seen in. And to understand where we are now, we have to understand where we're coming from. And you were talking about a revolution, I think is the word you used. Remember that when we came in 2015, we were going to blow past our 2030 target by 12%. And now we're 8% according to last inventories, which are 2 years. 2 years ago, we were at 8% below our 2005 level. So it's not just that we've reduced by 8% below 2005 levels. It is that we've eliminated that projected growth in emissions. The last communications we sent to the United Nations show that currently with the measures we have, we're at minus 34%. So we're not, I agree with the Environment Commissioner, who had, by the way, good things to say about Jonathan's deployment of charging stations, which doesn't happen often. He didn't have good things to say about our climate change strategy, but we agree with him. We have to do more. Like we're not there yet, but we've made tremendous progress. We have to keep working at it. And the idea that we're often challenged in the House of Commons by people say, well, your carbon pricing hasn't stopped forest fires. No, it hasn't. There's no light switch somewhere that we can turn on and off and no more climate change. Oh, climate change comes back on. Like it's going to take decades of hard work and consistency, as you rightly pointed out, of governments after governments, federally but also provincially. Imagine what we could do in Canada as a nation if we had the same level of collaboration on climate that we do, for example, with BC. Or with some other jurisdiction, as opposed to the shouting match and the constant challenges, including legal challenges, on many of the things we do. We could be so much more further in terms of the implementation of our climate action.
Yeah, and you make a really great point there that as we continue to take more ambitious action on climate change, we will also be having to grapple with the increasing impacts of climate change that we've already locked in. Mm-hmm. Okay, I have a few more questions on economics and the politics of climate change coming up, but first I want to ask one more tricky question of you guys. So in these excellent pamphlets that CCI has provided, there's a really simple and accessible layout of the key policies that we need to fill that gap to our 2030 goals that was pointed out by the Commissioner earlier this week. And a huge thing that's emphasized there, and that's something that the Net Zero Advisory Body has also emphasized, is the importance of a cap on oil and gas emissions. So can you give us some real talk on the progress toward that policy?
We've been hard at work, my department as well as Jonathan's. We've had, I'd say, over 100 meetings in the last year, 12 to 15 months with provinces, territories, stakeholders, Indigenous representative companies. The Prime Minister, as the Prime Minister said in New York, we will have a framework on the oil and gas cap out by the end of the year. And it follows a very similar process that we used for the clean electricity regulation. So first we had the framework document, and then we went to draft regulations, to CG1. It's going to follow the same pathway, on the oil and gas cap. So I can't tell you more because these are very live conversation that we're having. But by the end of the year, you will have a pretty good idea of how we'll go about to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we are working very actively together on this for sure. I would just say that, we want to make sure that we do this in a thoughtful way that's rigorous, that's informed by logic, and that pushes for as many reductions as we can see in the sector as possible without shutting in production that's not linked to global declines in demand, because that would just essentially make us poorer in Canada and would make our American friends or folks in Saudi Arabia or elsewhere richer. But obviously you've got to start by looking at what do you think global demand is going to look like. And we are fortunate that both the International Energy Agency and the Canadian Energy Regulator have actually looked at some of those questions. And those have been very helpful. And we, of course, have to do some real thoughtful work on what do we think is actually technically feasible to achieve within a certain time frame, and then beyond that, on the pathway to a net zero by 2050. So lots of work going on. We will be bringing something forward. It will be, in my view, rigorous and logical, and will be something that hopefully can be well received by everybody across the piece. We are looking to engage the sector on that, just as we are looking to engage civil society to try to ensure that it is something that helps move, and NPTs to try to ensure that we move this forward in a thoughtful way.
And we also have to do that in a way that respects our Constitution. And the opinion of the Supreme Court recently on impact assessment was, a lot of people latched on to the fact that the Supreme Court said that part of the act are unconstitutional, but the Supreme Court also said that part of the act was constitutional. But I think we can look at this opinion by the Supreme Court as a bit of a shot across the bow to the federal government, saying you can do a lot of things when it comes to the environment and climate change, but you can't do everything, and you can't overstep your boundaries onto provincial jurisdiction. And often people tell me, you got to commit to phasing out fossil fuel to reduce production. And I'm like, we're the federal government. We don't control the production or the use of natural resources by provinces and territories. So we have to find this right balance that Jonathan was talking about. And it's not always easy.
Appreciate you sharing what you can on the progress on that file, ministers, and also reflecting on the importance of everyone kind of pulling together, both at different orders of government within the jurisdiction that they have, and also different sectors pulling together in the same direction to contribute to meeting Canada's overall goals. But of course, the policies that have been put in place to achieve emissions reductions aren't the only things that the Canadian federal government have been doing in the last 7 years to meet our Paris Agreement goals and to meet our legal requirements under the Canadian Net Zero Accountability Act. You've also been making large investments been developing strategies toward a decarbonized economy in Canada. I think we heard from Ambassador Pyatt the ways in which the IRA has kind of erased these false lines between climate policy and economic policy, and we're seeing similar innovative policymaking happen in other jurisdictions. So can you give me a little bit of a flavor of where you think Canada stands when it comes to that kind of action? And maybe I'll start with you, Minister Wilkinson.
Sure. I mean, I think erase the line is actually a good way of thinking about it. I might even go one step further, which is to say, I don't think you can have an effective economic plan for the future that's not nestled in the considerations around climate change. And I think anybody who thinks that you can ignore climate change and build an economy that's going to thrive in the future is just wrong. And I think the evidence increasingly around the world is telling us that. It's actually something I tell Mr. Poilievre every day in the House of Commons. But I would say Canada is, we are a relatively small country. We are blessed with lots of natural resources, but we are a relatively small country. We're not going to be the best at everything. Thoughtful economic strategies leverage comparative advantages, and so we have to be thoughtful about where Canada has comparative advantages relative to countries around the world. We have focused in a number of areas that actually start by leveraging natural resources. So I would say the critical minerals supply chain is certainly a huge area of opportunity for Canada. That's not just about extraction and the utilization, to be honest, of waste that exists in Canada as a historic mining nation, but it's about the processing, which is something that is also a strategic issue because most of the processing of these things actually presently takes place in China. It's about battery manufacturing, like the Volkswagen plant or the battery plants in Bécancour in Quebec. And ultimately, it's about electric vehicle manufacturing, which is something clearly there is an alignment in terms of supply chains with our friends in the United States. It's about hydrogen production. That's hydrogen production from renewables. It's hydrogen production from gas with carbon capture in Western Canada, biofuels, and a whole nuclear technology. We will be the first country in the world to have a large-scale small modular reactor running at the Darlington site in 2028. That will create enormous numbers of jobs and economic opportunity for the nuclear supply chain in this country, and there are huge opportunities going forward. So it's about picking spaces and actually working collaboratively to try, with the private sector and with provinces and territories, to try to actually ensure that we're building on that. And this is the part of the equation where, irrespective of partisan differences with some provinces, everybody agrees on the economic opportunity side. Like, Premier Ford is very keen on electric vehicles and on batteries. He's very keen on seeing these kinds of opportunities being seized in the nuclear supply chain. We don't argue about many of these things. Even with Premier Smith in Alberta, we actually find common ground on a lot of these economic opportunities. And I would say we are seeing progress. There are many things that have been announced across this country over the last little while. The OECD issued a report this morning that said Canada is now number 3 in the world. Actually, it's tied for number 2 with Brazil in foreign direct investment. That's a huge step for Canada. And it's a function of the fact that people are actually coming here, in part because of the abundance of resources, technology, and well-educated and well-trained people that we have here.
And they're also coming because they're looking at what we're doing on climate change and saying, you know, oh, there's a price on pollution. There's all these measures that they're doing to decarbonize their grid. Because as companies, some auto manufacturers have committed to produce a net zero vehicle, carbon neutral vehicle in the near future. So this becomes a competitive advantage for us. But obviously, I mean, the IRA was a game changer. Anyone around the world who would tell you otherwise would be fooling themselves or lying. I remember when it was announced, we all looked at each other and we went, "Holy moly!" Like,
were you that polite?
He used a little different word. So,
But Jonathan is right. Like we had to look at, okay, we can't match the Americans dollars for dollars. We just can't do that. So we have to be strategic as to where we will invest those dollars that we can, and that's been really part of the conversation. You need to play to your strength. You can't try and do everything because then you'll spread yourself too thin. And it looks like it's working, but it's not a done deal for sure. But there are signs, like this OECD report from this morning, that shows that clearly the world is noticing what we're doing, and we're attracting a lot of foreign investment here in Canada.
So in a context where, you know, in recent history, there's been some investments in places where folks might argue, this is actually just deepening the problem. Do you think we're moving in a direction now where we're striking the right balance between investing in solutions versus investing in the problem? And maybe I'll add a little bit of perspective from the Sustainable Finance Forum that many of us attended here at the Shaw Center last week. What are the tools that we can be using to continue driving that kind of move toward a decarbonized economy? So I'm talking about green taxonomy and disclosure and those kinds of tools. But I'm also talking about just transition, so the tools that we're using to work with workers and communities.
Do you want to talk about just transition?
Yeah, I would say, and it was the subject of a lot of the conversation at the forum that Ryan organized last week, which was a great series of conversations, that we do need to move forward on disclosure, and those kinds of things are important to provide the playing field and the guidelines. But certainly moving forward on what we now call sustainable jobs is...
I said the dreaded term, I'm sorry.
Canadian politics, to anyone who's not from around here.
And it's interesting because, when you think about that whole conversation, it is about ensuring that there is a future for Canadians and Canadian families who live in every province and territory. It will never, never, never be acceptable for a federal government in this country to say we don't care about one region or another. And I say that as somebody who grew up in Saskatchewan and worked for a former distinguished premier of Saskatchewan. It is important that we are thoughtful about how we actually address the challenges for all parts of Canada. And so the Sustainable Jobs Action Plan and now the Sustainable Jobs Bill, which is in Parliament, at committee, being filibustered, is about how do we create the kind of economy that is actually going to provide that kind of certainty for families, that not only they will have jobs, but their kids will have good jobs going forward. And how do we actually ensure that where there are adjustments in the economy that happen, that we are there to provide the appropriate supports to help people to ensure that they can transition. I would tell you that I think that the adjustment part of it, we sometimes get lost in that. And I'm not saying that there won't be. Certainly there has been with coal workers. But my view is the kind of things that we are going to need to do from an economic perspective going forward, whether that's doubling the size of the electricity grid, which is not just generation, it's transmission, building new hydrogen facilities, building offshore wind, building new electric vehicle manufacturing, retrofitting all of the various buildings that exist in Canada. 70% of the buildings that exist in Canada today will still be standing in 2050. All will have to be retrofitted in some way. It's going to drive the demand for enormous numbers of skilled workers. And I think the challenge we are going to face is we're going to be short skilled labor, not that we're going to have a whole bunch of people who are displaced that actually are not going to have anything to do. But that is what the action plan and the bill are about. The bill is about establishing a number of things, but it's actually a lot like the Net Zero Accountability Act, where it establishes a partnership council that includes labor, includes industry, includes Indigenous leaders, and it will include youth to ensure that we are actually having thoughtful conversations and that will help to inform government policy.
Because we can either prepare this transition or it'll be imposed upon us. And I think as a responsible government, we're of the view that we should prepare it. Whether it's job, whether it's how different transition will affect different parts of the country. And obviously, there's always resistance to change. It's human nature. But when we look at the transformation that are happening on the electricity sector in Alberta, for example, the previous NDP government had made a commitment to be out of coal by 2030. Alberta will be out of coal-generated electricity by the end of this year, 7 years earlier than their commitment. So sometimes our fear of change will stop us from seeing what the opportunities are. But they're there. They're there certainly around the world, and in the United States, we're seeing what's happening in many other parts of the world. But in Canada, there are many opportunities that are creating good-paying jobs, that are creating economic development and helping tackle climate change. And I think sometimes these are a little bit lost in the political debate.
Mm-hmm. So let me just reflect a few things that I heard there. First, I heard about the importance of thinking through how different parts of the country, different groups of Canadians, different communities across the country can be a part of this transition. And as a Nova Scotian who grew up in Toronto because of failure to plan for the transition out of the cod fishery, I really appreciate this reflection that we need to either plan for the transition or it will be imposed upon us. Also really hearing that bringing folks along and making sure that there are policies in place to develop those industrial strategies, those economic strategies of the future, and the Net Zero Advisory Body, of course, has put forward a number of recommendations in that regard, is also about addressing the kind of social and political elements of climate action. So let's dig into that a little bit. Affordability is the name of the game these days, the word on everyone's lips. Destination Zero is part of a new Affordability Action Council that's just launched. And an attitude that we're taking in that council is to say, actually many climate actions are inherently more affordable already. However, some of our climate policy making hasn't necessarily been working to bake those positive social benefits into climate policies so far. And I think we're now getting to a place where we're hearing loud and clear, we need to be more conscientious of doing that. So let's have a little bit of a conversation about how Canadians are brought into this picture, how we address the real lived realities of folks at home, and make sure that this transition is actually making our lives better, not just achieving incremental emissions reductions. Do you want to start, Minister?
Yeah, obviously the social and political dynamics have changed a lot since we put in place carbon pricing in 2019, and it's been more difficult recently, more so in Atlantic Canada than in the rest of the country, but certainly not just in Atlantic Canada. It's a combination of things. It's certainly the perception that some of our climate measures are affecting the affordability issue and have become a pocketbook issue for Canadians. The reality is, the Governor of the Bank of Canada said that carbon pricing contributes to 0.15% to inflation in Canada. So it's marginal, but the opposition, one of the opposition party has latched on to this, and it has, very effectively in a series of, easy to understand sound bites, created a political division on this where there wasn't a whole lot. Like we did the 2019 election on carbon pricing. We did a 2021 election on carbon pricing. I mean, there were other issues, but certainly carbon pricing was at the heart of it. Looks like the next federal election will also be a lot about carbon pricing. I think we clearly need to do a better job as a government to communicate many of those co-benefits of fighting climate change, including affordability, including health benefit and other social benefits of what we're trying to do. And we haven't necessarily been doing such a good job at this, and we clearly need to up our game on this.
Any thoughts from you, Mr. Wilkinson?
Well, I mean, clearly affordability is top of mind for Canadians these days, although I would say it's top of mind for people who live in virtually every advanced economy. And governments around the world are struggling with a number of these issues in the aftermath of COVID and the supply chain disruptions and everything else. It's not something that's unique to Canada. I think President Biden is having some of those challenges as well. But certainly all of our European colleagues, that's not to dismiss the issue. It's just to say this is a global phenomenon. At the end of the day, the bulk of affordability issues that come into play in the context of climate change do relate to how people heat their homes, how people transport themselves, and then associated issues around supply chains that actually may have an impact on affordability. We have to think about how we develop solutions, engage with people in a manner that actually helps them to address affordability and to take climate action. It's not always simple. The heat pump thing is actually a good example of that. The problem is the upfront capital costs. But over the long term, particularly for those on heating oil, but also in many cases for those on natural gas, it's actually more affordable in the long term. And it actually makes your life better. Like in British Columbia, all of our houses were built before the impacts of climate change, when it never got to 30 degrees in BC. A heat pump gives you air conditioning. None of the houses in BC have air conditioning, like none, I can tell you personally. They don't have air conditioning. And at 32 degrees in British Columbia, it's pretty unbearable in your house. The same thing is true with electric vehicles. We have to find ways to make them more affordable. Part of the subsidies that we offer to help buy down the costs is about that, because at the end of the day, it's a better driving experience and it's cheaper. So it will be more affordable. And I think you have to try to figure out how you get to the point where people can see the affordability benefits. Sometimes that it requires making investments to help people to get to the point where they actually can see those benefits. Sometimes it's actually going to involve us having to find ways to better mobilize private capital to help people to get there. Like in the building space, the government's never going to have enough money to do all of the retrofits for everybody in the building space itself. We are going to have to find mechanisms through which we can actually create models, business models, that will help people to realize the benefits associated with implementing some of the things that can be done, but for which there is a barrier. And so we have to be thoughtful about affordability. If we pose climate action as being against affordability, we probably will not win this argument.
And Jonathan gave a number of good examples of measures that are being deployed which will help people with affordability, whether it's transportation, whether it's home heating, whether it's home energy retrofits. And speaking of building, I probably should give a shout out to Pomerleau, who's joined the Net Zero group. Welcome. I have a special connection with Pomerleau, full disclosure. They were the contractor that built the Maison du Développement Durable, a project at Secrétaire, where I used to work with, piloted. First LEED Platinum, commercial LEED Platinum building in Quebec some years ago. So welcome amongst the group. And we need more of those type of companies who will help us, certainly in the building sector, meet those challenges.
Mm-hmm. All right, I do want to actually get to what are our next steps then, and what are the roles of these various actors in taking us in the next steps forward. But first, let me just ask this. In your comments, you said, these challenges that we're facing here in Canada around the implementation phase of climate action, and this kind of false dichotomy between affordability and climate action that's being brought up. I mean, for the record, there is no affordability without a livable climate, but do you think, however, that's happening all around the world? Definitely the case. But do you think there's something different about the ways in which these conversations get polarized in Canada?
I don't think it's much different than the way they get polarized in the US or in Europe or in many other countries. I mean, I have these type of conversations with some of my peers from all around the world. We have a WhatsApp chat group that's 30, 35 of us. Officials hate this. A bunch of ministers talking to each other, unfiltered, unsupervised. Never know what could happen. But it's not. I mean, in the EU, we're seeing it in many different. People are angry right now. People are challenged. In terms of affordability, and coming out of COVID, they thought things would be better. They're not, and people are angry, and they're directing this anger largely at their leaders, at their governments. Even here in Canada, we went from a bunch. If you look at the polling, for example, we had a bunch of premiers who were rock stars during COVID. I mean, François Legault had near North Korean scores in terms of his polls. It was incredible. The man walked on water, and now, it's not looking super good. And it's true of most of our provincial premiers, as it is true of the federal government right now. So I think there's a lot of this that's baked in, and that frankly has nothing to do with climate, but it is something we have to be able to respond to and compose with as government.
I think the one addition, I agree with all of that, but I think the one dimension in Canada which probably is additive to that is we do have 4 provinces, and 3 in particular, that are the number one part of their economy is oil and gas. And for many folks who live there, and often for their governments, they see this whole transition as a potential threat to the economics, the economic prosperity that they have enjoyed. And that's the conversation that we actually need to take head on, which is there are enormous opportunities, including decarbonizing the oil and gas sector itself, that are much better addressed if we can find pathways to work together rather than opposed. But the natural reaction for human beings is to be a bit concerned about a change that is unknown and that is a change that will affect fundamentally some of the things that happen in your economy. And so we have to find ways to have better conversations with the provinces. We recently set up a working group with Alberta to focus on some very challenging issues that they have concerns about, like clean electricity regulation. And I will tell you that I know the public discourse is a bit different, but at that table where the officials are working, it's actually been a very productive exercise. And I think it's been good for both sides of that conversation. I would love to have the same thing with my where I grew up in Saskatchewan. They've told us basically to pound sand. So at some point, I would like to be able to engage that conversation more effectively. But I will tell you that we need to continue to try, because that is a different piece in Canada relative to certainly our European friends.
Mm-hmm. And also helpful to hear that you guys are in your WhatsApp chats working through this together. Okay, so looking forward, what is it that we have to be doing in order to close that gap to our 2030 goals, be on track to 2050, and make sure that we're bringing Canadians along with us? And I might ask that you give me each give me your top 2 next steps looking forward of what we need to be doing.
I mean, definitely methane. So we have already regulations to reduce methane emissions by at least 40% in the oil and gas sector by 2025. We will likely get there before that. We will be presenting new regulations to get to at least 75% methane reduction, as the Prime Minister announced in New York. And the work we're doing, notably with the Americans, but as well as many other countries on methane. Like if we collectively make a concerted effort to virtually eliminate methane emissions, whether it's from the oil and gas sector or landfills and a few other applications, we can shave off almost 1 degree Celsius of warming towards 2100. That's massive, and it's largely a technology. Like it's one of those less complicated things that we can do. It's largely about technology. So methane, most definitely, and the other one is obviously the oil and gas cap. Like we can't get to our 2030 targets without the oil and gas cap.
Thank you, Minister.
Modest approval in the room. Clearly, I need to work on my communications on that.
People are just unsure whether they can clap, but I think that was a very warranted applause.
Let me take the sort of economic side of the equation, which is, and it goes back to what we were talking about before, which is this is now, in my mind, a lot about implementation. So for us, the 2 key tools that I think will enable a lot of investment that's been just sitting on the sidelines waiting are the completion of the investment tax credits so that people actually know what they have access to. They were intended to be a competitive response to the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. Those tax credits in the United States have existed and are available now for over a year. We need to get that finished so that companies can actually make investment decisions based on those. The second are carbon contracts for difference, which we have largely housed in the Canada Growth Fund. The Canada Growth Fund is now up and running, made its first investment in Calgary just a couple weeks ago. It is a very impressive group of folks, and I look forward to seeing them being able to move that contracts for difference conversation moving forward. And I actually think that we will see some pretty big moves from an economic perspective going forward.
Okay, and I'll add one thing that I've heard both of you say, which is that we also need everyone to be working together. So we need the provinces and territories to be doing what they can be doing, Indigenous communities to be doing what they can be doing, and civil society and Canadians to also be contributing their share.
Can I add one more thing? Actually, you said 2, but I'm going to add 3. We also have been talking a long time about economic reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We've talked about services, we've talked about governance a lot, but the economic side of the equation is as important as those. And so one of the things that we have been working on very hard within the government is thinking about financial tools that can enable Indigenous communities to be direct participants in projects moving forward. to be part of this conversation, to see long-term economic benefits flowing back to their communities for projects that take place on their traditional territories. That is a matter of social justice, but it is also a matter of better aligning interests to allow the transition to move forward. And I am hopeful that we will have some more to say about that in the near term.
Excellent.
And since you gave Jonathan a third one, I'll take the third one.
I got to be fair.
Moving forward, for a number of the things we need to do in the transition, critical minerals, for example, but a lot of new energy development, those will be done on Indigenous lands. And so there's obviously the very important aspect of economic reconciliation. And on our side at Environment and Climate Change Canada, we are working to incorporate Indigenous communities, Indigenous nations in the evaluation of the impact assessment of these projects on their lands. We've just completed recently two evaluations, one in Ontario, one in Quebec, for critical minerals, where Indigenous communities were integrated into the assessment process. They wrote part of the impact assessment of these projects. One community in the Quebec side of James Bay even did a referendum to determine whether or not, after they'd looked at the impact assessment to which they'd participated, they did a referendum to determine whether or not they wanted to go ahead with the project. The referendum was positive. So as an investor, you see that they were part of the impact assessment. They fully understand what the pros and cons are of the project. They did a referendum, so you reduce the risk and you increase participation and decision-making powers of Indigenous people in the process.
Proving my long-held belief that some of the most important contributions come when you go rogue, so thanks for those additional points. Okay, I'm gonna close us off with a question. So it was suggested to me that I end our conversation by asking what gives you hope. I have to admit that I have a little bit of an internal eye roll when people ask me what gives me hope, because the reality is that I often do my work even when I'm not feeling very hopeful. But my commitment to continuing to do this work and the community that I do this work with is what keeps me going. So I want to ask each of you, what keeps you going in this work? You've both been at it for a very long time in various roles. We face the myriad challenges, both personal, I'm sure, and political and in the kind of larger society. What is it that keeps you going in this work?
I think we're both fathers, and we often talk about, and some of our kids, not all of our kids, are quite involved and active in the sector and talk to us often. So obviously, I think I can speak on our behalf to say that as parents, you want to ensure that your kids and eventually grandkids will have a not only livable but thriving society and world to live in, and it's also the privilege and pleasure of being able to work with people like Jonathan around the cabinet table who are as committed as I am. Like sometimes there was a time where the environment minister was this sole person, in its corner in cabinet trying to push or drag everyone. And it's not that anymore. Like I'm never, we're never alone on these things. There's so much support now. It doesn't mean that it's not challenging and that we don't have strong, robust discussions, because you can agree on what needs to be done, but how do you do it? What's the best way? But that's the conversations we have. We never have conversation about, do we need to do this? We have good, strong conversation about how do we do it?
So I would probably echo a lot of what Stephen said. I mean, he and I both got into politics because of concerns around climate change. We came from different backgrounds. I was in clean tech and Stephen was scaling the CN Tower, which I have a fear of heights, so I would never do that with him. So, but we both got in largely because of that concern, in part motivated by our kids. I would say what makes me optimistic is two things. The first is, if you look at, and I've referenced it a couple of times in the conversation, but the recent World Energy Outlook, it actually tells you that this is happening, and it's actually moving more and more quickly. It's something that many of us in this room have said was going to happen, that we would start to see this accelerate, and there would be an economic driver that would actually make it accelerate more quickly. But that report shows that it's actually happening now. So I think people people can talk about, there's still coal plants being built in China, but if you actually read in aggregate the data that's in that report, it should give you hope. And the other thing is, similar to what Stephen said about our kids, my youngest daughter is a student at the University of Toronto. She will be off to COP with the youth delegation. She's leading from Canada and will be haranguing Stephen throughout the COP. But the passion that you see on the part of young people about actually doing something to try to actually save the world in which they will live is a motivator, certainly for me, and I know it is for Stephen. So.
Thank you so much. Christiana Figueres, one of the architects of the Paris Agreement, refers to this as stubborn optimism. So I appreciate sharing the stage with a couple of other stubborn optimists. Thanks for the great conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine.
That later. Bon. Alors, je vous remercie, messieurs et Kat, pour cette vraiment très passionnante et authentique conversation. Donc, c'était vraiment un plaisir de vous avoir aujourd'hui et on apprécie votre leadership. Avant de passer à l'orateur suivant et au panel, nous allons préparer le terrain et vous laisser prendre une photo avec une autre question de sondage qui devrait s'afficher sur notre écran. Donc, je vous invite à participer en utilisant les codes QR qui sont disponibles un peu partout dans la salle. Donc, la question est la suivante. Pensez-vous que le Canada est sur la bonne voie pour atteindre ses cibles de réduction d'émissions dans le secteur des bâtiments? Donc, nous connaîtrons les résultats au cours du prochain panel. En attendant, j'aimerais inviter notre prochain invité qui est prêt. Monsieur Philippe Adam, président directeur général de Pomerleau, l'une des principales entreprises de construction au Canada dans le domaine des bâtiments durables, des infrastructures et de l'énergie renouvelable. Donc, nous sommes heureux d'accueillir Philippe pour qu'il nous fasse part de ses perspectives de changement et de croissance dans le secteur. Après l'intervention de Philippe, Kate Harlan, chef de projet de recherche atténuation, Institut climatique du Canada, nous rejoindra sur scène pour le prochain volet, Verdir les immeubles du Canada. Monsieur Adam, je vous laisse céder la parole.
Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Merci de ton accueil chaleureux, Sarah. Je suis vraiment très heureux que Pomerleau s'associe à l'Institut climatique du Canada. Je tiens également à saluer les ministres Wilkinson et Guilbeault pour leur excellent panel. So I'm the new CEO of Pomerleau, a leading Canadian builder. But I'm also a father of 2 young children, and I'm deeply concerned about the world they'll grow up in. Okay, they're only 7 and 2 years old, so they're not involved yet in the climate change challenge, like Minister and Guilbeault, Wilkinson's daughters. But yes, it's still a concern to me, and I also feel very privileged to be part of a company that wants to create a better future for our communities. Pomerleau is more than a builder. We are into net zero energy buildings, EV battery plants, wind and solar energy projects, public transit projects, and sustainable and social housing. At Pomerleau, we believe we're part of the climate change solution and that we can make a difference. C'est maintenant clair pour tout le monde que les changements climatiques sont la plus grande menace de notre époque. Comme leader canadien de la construction, nous avons une responsabilité et un rôle à jouer. Nous travaillons avec tous les leaders de la chaîne de valeur de l'industrie de la construction, sur nos fournisseurs de matériaux et de services, nos clients, nos partenaires, les gouvernements, pour élaborer l'expertise et les méthodes qui vont permettre de livrer des projets de plus en plus durables pour des générations à venir. That's why at Pomerleau we're committed and we have specific decarbonization projects. By the end of this decade, we'll reduce our Scope 1 and 2 emission by 40%. We'll convert our fleet of vehicle by 2025 to 75% electric. That represents 500 electric vehicles. And since 2020, we've doubled our green building portfolio. It's 63 buildings that are certified sustainable. And we also signed on to the federal government net zero challenge so that we take action today towards 2050. Nous avons récemment travaillé sur des projets de construction durable vraiment intéressants, comme à Montréal, le projet de REM, un projet automatisé de train électrique de 67 km, qui est d'ailleurs un des projets les moins chers en Amérique de ce genre dans les dernières années. We're also in the final stage of deconstructing Montreal Champlain Bridge, where we've recycled close to 300 tons of concrete, steel, and asphalt. In Toronto, we built the country's largest industrial facility for Canada Post to meet national design standard and zero carbon building. And we partner with the private sector to build several new electric battery manufacturing facilities in Quebec, the three big ones and more to come. I would also like to say that more and more of our projects are being done in collaboration with Indigenous communities. We still have ways to go and much to learn, but it is a positive transformation for everyone. It's a fact, demand for electricity will continue to increase drastically. Canada will need more clean energy solutions, and Pomerleau is playing a major role in the country. We've built 50% of the wind and solar farms across the country, represents 75 projects, and represents 7,500 megawatts, and it's enough energy to power over 1 million homes annually. We bring experience and capacity to the table as we are a key player in the development of renewable energy across Canada. And for the first time, we're bringing a renewable construction expertise south of the border, targeting key U.S. states. Very exciting at Pomerleau. In terms of housing, we're already building new supply in a sustainable way. Some example, this fall, 750 University of Toronto students moving to one of the largest passive house residences in the country. Here in Ottawa, we're working with Ottawa Community Housing to finish building project Mikinak, the newest affordable housing development that will have a zero carbon footprint. Meanwhile, with our subsidiary ITC, we're building the world's tallest passive house in Vancouver, as well as 4 new social housing in the downtown east side. So there's a lot of announcement around social housing, but Pomerleau is building them, and ITC is now poised to do the same in Toronto. And that's why we're so pleased that our newest board member, the Honorable Lisa Raitt, is also co-leading a task force on on housing and climate change, nonetheless. None of what we do is possible without capital from public and private sectors, and this is why we've created Pomerleau Capital to invest alongside our client and partners in the projects we are building. In conclusion, embracing renewable energy sources, incorporating smart building designs, and new materials are avenues we're exploring to lead the construction industry in a sustainable era. Together, we can build not just structure and buildings, but a legacy of environmental stewardship that will benefit generations to come. Thank you for your time and enjoying the rest of this very important conference. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, thank you. Great. Hello, everyone. Just while the panel gets seated, I think we've got a tricky panel here, not just because we're talking about a complicated topic of buildings, not only the infrastructure above ground, but also the infrastructure below ground, which supplies them. But we also had to follow the ministers, and we're before lunch. So let's try and keep the time. And I'm going to introduce my fellow panelists here today. So first of all, to my left, we have Monica Gattinger. She's the director in the Institute of Science and Society and Policy at the University of Ottawa. We have James Jenkins, who's the Executive Director of Indigenous Clean Energy. And we have Regan Bond, who is the Partner and Principal for Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors. Sadly, we couldn't be joined today by Brian Flanagan. I just want to say one word on behalf of the Building Decarbonisation Alliance, which he represents. So on April the 17th and 18th next year, they have an event here in Ottawa at the National Arts Centre, so on this exact topic. So just a small plug for that. It's a topic we've been thinking about deeply over the past year at the Institute, both in terms of the building heat and the future of the gas network, but also working with Indigenous Clean Energy on a healthy homes project as well. So please feel free to ask questions throughout the session on Slido, but also in the breaks as well if you're here in person, and also to contact us or the team at the Canadian Climate Institute after the event. So I'm going to hand over to each of our panelists just to give us a quick introductory remarks, 3 minutes each. So without further ado, I'm going to start with Monica, who's just to my left, to take us away. So thanks, Monica.
Great. Thank you so much, Kate, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. So, it's common these days for people to say reducing emissions is a complex and difficult task. And I think that leaves us into a situation where we're not always feeling hopeful. When it comes to buildings, though, I think this really does apply. But I am hopeful, and I will get to that as we go through the discussion today. Because, on the one hand, reducing and decarbonizing energy use in buildings is simple, right? This is predominantly about how to decarbonize heat. We mostly have the technology and approaches to do this. Cold weather heat pumps, district energy systems, hybrid heating, especially if you're using renewable natural gas, and the like. But on the other hand, there are a lot of things that need to come together in order to make this happen. So let's start with, inside the building, including its walls. So at the building itself. So for existing buildings, we're talking about investments in building envelope, investments in new equipment, and we need to make sure that we're timing that in a way that aligns with the regular turnover of equipment replacements, which of course is challenging when we've got such an urgent climate imperative in front of us. And there are also labor and supply chain challenges that we're going to have to navigate as we move through that process. When it comes to new buildings, in some respects you could say, well, this is easier, right? Just build it right the first time. But even there are a number of challenges that I want to get into that actually, as you mentioned, Kate, at the outset, really get to what's happening outside of the building. So when it comes to outside of the building, kind of beyond the building, sometimes when we talk about building decarbonization, and I'm so glad that the panel is a little bit more open on this front, we often talk about buildings in isolation from the broader energy delivery systems of which they are a part. So you can just sort of flick a switch from one source of energy to another source of energy, and the energy is going to be there. And maybe yes, maybe no. We know electrification is going to be a key pathway for building decarbonization. So switching from oil, propane, gas, here in Canada, mostly gas, when it comes to heating, to electricity for heating, will increase electricity demand substantially. And is going to be doing that at the same time, we just heard in the EV panel earlier today, it's going to be doing it at the same time as electricity demand is also increasing because we're electrifying other parts of the economy. It's also going to be done at a time when we know it takes a long time to design, permit, construct new energy projects. So there's a really big, I think of it as kind of a big, hairy question of pacing here. And if we don't get it right, we could really struggle to deliver reliable, affordable electricity, which is going to be absolutely crucial for both customer and investor confidence in emissions reductions. So this relates to the other big piece outside of the building, which you alluded to in your opening remarks, which is the future of the natural gas delivery system. Very big, hairy questions there. Some folks will say natural gas doesn't have a role, so let's just ban it, get it out of buildings entirely. But I think in light of that pacing challenge, that may be easier said than done. So anyways, all of this to say, when we talk about building decarbonization, it's not only about what's happening inside the building, but also the capabilities of our energy delivery systems to support the transformation in buildings that we're looking for. And I'm looking forward to discussing how we can make that happen.
Thank you very much, Monica. Maybe James, you can take us away with some more further comments.
Sure, thank you, Kate. It's great to see everybody here, and I want to echo your comments, Kate. At Indigenous Clean Energy, we really value our partnership with Canadian Climate Institute, and in particular the work that we're doing on sustainable housing in Indigenous communities. So I may draw back to that particular topic as we talk about this, and that's not just by chance that we're looking at Indigenous housing. We do see that as a major area of opportunity, an area that we feel has been neglected so far. So to set the stage a little bit, Indigenous communities and businesses are now major players when it comes to Canada's electricity landscape, and that's thanks in part to partnerships with the federal government, alignment with Indigenous values, and interest in entering the electricity generation sector as clean energy has become a more prominent part of the mix. So today, the number of projects that make up the Canadian landscape in electricity generation that have some form of economic participation by Indigenous communities is over 20%. Collectively, Indigenous communities and businesses are the third largest asset holders of clean energy projects in Canada. And that success has been in part thanks to identifying the need to build support around Indigenous leadership in communities, and we've seen quite a bit of success. And that is really the core of the work we do at Indigenous Clean Energy. Now the challenge will be ramping up those efforts as we see the need to increase electricity, like you said, Monica, to meet those net zero targets. And we really can't ignore buildings. We can't ignore the demand side of the equation. So it's the reality to meet these targets. We're likely going to have to double generation over the next 15 years, possibly triple it if we don't see significant progress in the building sector. And so that really is a place where we need to turn our eyes to today. And so we see Indigenous housing, and I'll speak to it a bit more, I think, in some of the other questions, as being an area where we can talk about where some opportunities exist to really move the needle when it comes to this. But we do want to nod towards the success we've seen in bringing Indigenous participation, which has helped bring these projects to market. Some of the challenges we saw before this era of reconciliation had to do with differences of opinions on the ground. So we want to sustain that momentum when it comes to generation, but we'd like to see that same kind of effort take place on the demand side moving forward.
Thank you very much, James. Great. And lastly to Reagan.
Thanks, Kate, and that's a great segue into what I think my opening remarks. So great to be here. At Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors, our mission is to accelerate the clean energy transition, and so buildings are a core part of that. And really our work breaks down in the building space of relevance today into analysis and strategy. So just to give a little concept of where we're coming from and the experience we bring, the analysis side can look from everything from costing retrofits, working with CCI on heat pump analysis, to the Canada Green Building Council on commercial deep energy retrofits, or helping utilities understand when heating electrification will happen, how fast will it happen, and what will those impacts look like on the grid. And of course, analysis is great, but action is better, in my view. And so our other part of our business is strategy, and that's really all about the policies, plans, and programs to harness that potential. And that's the area I work in. And I'm really glad today, so far, the conversation, I've heard a lot about the implementation side, so really less debate about if, should, but how. And so that's certainly music to my ears, and so I'm excited to get into that. And so what that looks like for us is we have the pleasure of helping utilities and government clients and corporates all across North America with things like utility distributed energy resource strategies, or helping municipal governments consider things like the building performance standards and other regulatory mechanisms. So lots of great stuff going on. The 4 points that I'm going to try to weave into my comments today are really 4 things. So first and foremost, energy efficiency and demand management. I have not heard a lot about it today so far, and so I will continue to push it. It's my personal background and bias as well, but I think it has an incredibly important role to play in the energy transition. Second is our overall approach to market transformation, how we're transforming our buildings and the way we move and operate. I contend that we need to shift the way we're viewing market transformation from a carrots and sticks approach to what I call a stakes and support, and I can elaborate on that later. The third thing is those carrots, or those programs and the incentives and rebates that we've been offering and are very important. I believe we need to shift the way those are done in some important ways to help amplify the climate action. And then last but certainly not least, and I have heard this mentioned a few times, is we really need to take an integrated, holistic view to these issues, which is hard because it's a lot easier to live in silos. But we have to make sure that buildings aren't considered in silos. We shouldn't be talking about heating electrification without talking about transportation electrification at the building as well. We shouldn't be talking about, as Monica mentioned, the building itself without talking about the electricity system. And we shouldn't be talking about just affordability of energy without talking about clean, reliable, safe, and secure. So those are hopefully we'll all come back to.
And I think that final segue into a more holistic thinking, I think this panel perfectly encompasses that. I think bringing in, it's not just about the building, it's also about the communities and the people that live within those communities, and the utility and business models and perpetuate the systems that we have today in terms of delivering the energy to those homes. So we actually asked a question to you on Slido just before the panel started about whether you think that Canada's on track to meet its emissions in the building sector. And I think we just put up a slide which just shows you some of our results from 440 looking at the emissions from this. So hopefully we'll be able to put that chart up for you. But I think it won't be a surprise to many of you in this room that we found that that while some other sectors are reducing their emissions, the building sector is one of those sectors which hasn't reduced its emissions since 2005. So this is the results from the Slido. And I can confirm that you're, at least from an emissions trajectory from 2005 to 2022, that we'll see the chart, that those emissions unfortunately have risen over that period. So I'm going to ask our panel now basically a very similar question to the one you were asked on Slido, is what do you think how much do you think the announced policies that we have today are sufficient to get us back on track, given the emissions have been rising since 2005? And if we're not on track, what can we do about it? So I'll start with Reagan as you finish, and then we'll come back to the others for some more input.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the answer is clear that what we have done so far is not enough. We are on track, we are making progress, but we need to do more. And so specifically, I look at it at three things. So we need acceleration, we need amplification of programs, but not duplication, and then we need integration. And so, acceleration, we need to do more quicker. I think the policy announcements are on track to get us there if implemented in a timely way. So that's the big challenge. On the amplification, this is where it's talking a little bit about the what we don't need is more programs entering the market and operating distinct from each other. We have a lot of existing infrastructure, and here's where I'll make a plug for utilities and utility-regulated energy efficiency programs, which have been in existence for decades across Canada in most jurisdictions. And North American-wide, this is a $10 billion a year industry of ratepayer, electricity and natural gas rate-funded programs. There is infrastructure, incredible infrastructure that exists today working with homes and businesses to get them to change their behavior. Yes, 20 years ago we were flogging CFLs and getting them to change light bulbs, but that infrastructure is there, and that program design and delivery expertise and the surrounding supports are there. And so we need to amplify that, not duplicate it. And then lastly, I mean, it really is on the integration. So it is not just about putting more money in the system, but if we want to change those existing infrastructure and programs to shift them from a purely energy focus to a climate focus, there's some important regulatory and sort of in the weeds evaluation and sort of things that need to be adjusted to make that work, which I'm happy to discuss over cocktails. But yeah, so I think that would be my take.
Yeah. That's great. I think we're going to come in full circle back to some of these system-level change questions. So perhaps, James, do you have anything to add, or Monica, anything to bring into what do we need to do now to get back on track?
Well, I would agree, Reagan, that the emphasis so far has been on these grants and subsidy programs, and they have been fairly disconnected from each other. And I have some past experience as both a municipal clerk and a First Nation band manager, and trying to bring these programs to bring efficiency into communities in both of those contexts. And it does require a significant amount of capacity. And I think we can see the successful municipalities usually do have that capacity. When you get into a situation like a smaller municipality or a First Nation, sometimes that capacity really isn't there, and the constellation and choices for subsidizing retrofits or new sustainable buildings can be a barrier, and it's difficult to see that at a high level. The challenges are far more complex in a First Nation. Sometimes those same recreational buildings, supporting infrastructure for public buildings, had no revenue outside of sometimes business revenue or other grants, so coordinating funding for that is a challenge. I think some of the work we're doing at Indigenous Clean Energy in terms of supporting the leaders in that space is very critical. I think the grant-based model for generation has created a network of leaders in that space, and that's going to be very important to do the work that we need to do moving forward. But I completely agree, streamlining the supports and moving away from a purely carrot approach will be critical to see the kind of change we need to see.
Maybe the one quick thing I would add to the excellent points that have been made would be, it's hard to be optimistic for 2030. It's, I think, a lot easier to be optimistic for 2050. And, I was listening to the sessions this morning, the number of times people said, we need to figure out, we need to figure out, we need to figure out. We do need to figure out a number of elements at that system level, and I'm on for those drinks to talk about them later today. But my sense is, all jurisdictions across the country here in Canada, but also internationally, are grappling with this. They are figuring out how to make this work. That is likely to take a few years to kind of get settled, right? But as that foundation is put in place, then we can see a lot more rapid transformation. So I think, we need to figure a few things out, and as we're doing that, we'll start to see more acceleration along the lines of what Reagan was pointing to.
I guess in listening to you talk, I think about maybe we can turn this disaggregation into an opportunity as well, like for bottom-up change as well. We know we have disaggregation in terms of policy, but also leadership as well, and sometimes some system-level change can come from the bottom up too. So yeah, I think that's great. I think we'd like to ask a question to you all over Slido, and also just a reminder, we're going to take some audience questions at the very end. Hopefully we have time. So I just want to ask a question over Slido, which is really around, we've heard a little bit about the need to electrify buildings and building heat in particular, particularly as we go towards net zero. And we just want to ask you a question. Basically, heat pumps have been in the news a lot over the past couple of weeks. But if you could see, say you could buy a billboard and increase heat pump adoption, what would it say, given that while we need heat pumps, we don't see the rate of adoption that we need today, and there's still some learning about a new technology that needs to be taken into account. So that question's on Slido. It asks you, there's 4 options there, so please put your responses in and we'll show in that response to that question later. But I'd also like to turn to our panel to ask, what do you think is the most meaningful barrier that you see today about wide-scale electrification of building heat, and how might we overcome that?
Starting with me?
Starting with you, Monica.
Yeah, I guess, just one barrier.
You can have more.
Okay. I guess I sort of see it as almost like a series or a sequence of barriers, all of which I'm actually quite optimistic that can be overcome, but we do need to think about, kind of break the problem down, right, into its component parts and then work on each of them. I think there's certainly, a lot of challenges at the customer level, and a lot of this is about education. So I love this question here, like, what would you say if you were to talk to people about heat pumps? So there's a lot of learning that we're going to see at that customer level, a lot of, greater familiarity, comfort with technologies, with new ways of thinking about energy services. That I think is going to come, and I think governments can play a really important role there, not only with programs, but also with messaging and making information available. I think, getting to the next step, and it was raised in the last panel with the ministers around labor and supply chain. Right, so if there's a whole host of retrofits, heat pumps, take your pick. That, again, is something that governments, I think, can play a very strong role in helping to plan for. I have a lot of faith in markets. Markets are going to figure this out, right, in terms of demand, but accelerating addressing that barrier is certainly something that governments can play a strong role at. And then the other piece is that system piece that we've been alluding to. There, again, lots of work to be done, a lot of we need to figure out, but I'm actually quite optimistic because we see some of the key players who need to come to the table on this stuff coming together. You see system operators coming together with natural gas distribution companies, with local electricity distribution companies, recognizing that we really need to think about how do we do integrated planning for the future.
Yeah, we need to start thinking about the energy system, not the electricity system and the gas system separately, and the consequences of that for our communities. Exactly. Okay, who else would like to jump in and?
Well, I think a major barrier is early adoption, and we see that in Indigenous communities. For example, biofuels are now widely adopted in remote communities as a heat source for buildings, whereas some of the newer technologies, I think until there is enough adoption, there is some hesitation there. So it's thinking about how we jumped, and I get asked that question all the time, is there interest in Indigenous communities in a certain technology, heat pumps, for example. Once we pass through that early adoption phase, we'll be in a much better place, and we need to stress the importance of that. And so, I guess, yeah, go ahead.
Reagan, do you have anything to add?
Sure, maybe I'll just add, and what doesn't keep me up at night is necessarily the energy system, the grid impacts. I do think there is a lot of willing folks at the table now, and it's an active discussion, and I think the utilities, maybe not fully on top of it now, will be soon. What does keep me more concerned about is, along with what Monica was saying, on the labor side. And specifically, it's an interesting question because I personally flip-flop back and forth and do we want to educate, particularly homeowners, when I think about residential, do we really want them to know all that much about heat pumps? Do we really want them to know all about, at the end of the day, most people make that decision based on an emergency replacement and based on advice from their contractor. And so I really worry about engaging the contractor, the supply chain, and having that transformation. And I know I just saw Martin Limas is here from the HRI, and he's putting valiant efforts to push that. But that's really where I think transforming that industry and the folks working in it is really, I think, the largest challenge right now.
So, Monica, I wanted to touch on something you said. I do think solving the problems in the commercial sector and in the industrial sector look more challenging today than the residential sector, because we already have a mix of heat sources. Mm-hmm. We're already talking about adoption. And I think, to your point, these are things we need to figure out. Fuel sources in some industrial sectors, mm-hmm. It'd be nice to have a roadmap right now, but we don't. And maybe the optimistic way of looking at that is let's focus on some of the possibilities in housing, for example, and some of the areas where we have a solution over the next 5 years, and continue to build that roadmap for the future.
Yeah, and if I could just super quickly add on that, there hasn't been a whole lot of talk. I'm sure there will be this afternoon in the carbon pricing panel around, recent decisions and discussions. But one of the things that I think is very interesting is the announced pilot for heat pumps in Atlantic Canada. That would, if done well, again, it all comes down to implementation, but if done well, would be a really wonderful opportunity to see to learn at an accelerated pace what are some of the issues that we need to be solving for now so that implementation will go successfully along the lines of many of the barriers that we've been raising today.
Yeah, and that's really interesting, particularly as we see some of the higher rates of uptake in Atlantic Canada, where what happens once you get to the next level of heat pump uptake. That brings us perfectly to the results of the Slido. So the top billboard was about heat pumps saving money. So this is a great segue into the work we've done for the Canadian Climate Institute, which showed that over the lifetimes, heat pumps are actually, with the current rebates, some of the most cost-effective options for many households across the country already. So we looked at that for 2023 with Danske as well. So I think that was a great choice. Well done. Well done, audience. But let's move on also, because we've talked already about upfront barriers being a particular, upfront costs being a particular barrier for low-income households. But I just want to explore that a little bit more. How do we ensure that lower-income households, in particular, and renters get to enjoy clean and efficient heating and cooling? Because we've seen the consequences of that not occurring, and sadly, in many of our provinces under heat wave conditions.
So I think I'll jump in that first. So I think it is, energy poverty and energy burden is a really challenging issue, something I've been working on personally and professionally for over 20 years, and I wish I wasn't still working on it, because I wish we had cracked it. But I guess first and foremost, you're going to be saying efficiency. So there's a lot of talk about heat pumps, which is a form of efficiency, absolutely. But my nightmare scenario is that we have a bunch of lower-income Canadians in really drafty, inefficient homes that have a heat pump that is just heating the outside, and their bills don't go down, and they're no more comfortable. So we absolutely need building efficiency. That is the foundation of any energy burden addressing policy mix. So we need energy efficiency to have homes that are not just enabling clean electricity, but also comfort, reduce electricity bills, and have lots of other side benefits to that. So that's the first and foremost. And then the other thing is, again, to this integrated systems, and this is what makes it super challenging. It's not just about electricity affordability or even energy affordability, but it's affordability writ large. And so when you really start getting into this space, and what we don't need is another program. We need threads to help bring all this web of programs that exist out there already in the affordability space together. It's really hard to talk to homes about just their electricity bills when they also have food insecurity and housing insecurity. And so it makes it way more complicated, but we have to have that systems approach, which is not just an energy sector issue. And then the last thing I'd say, which is even extra challenging, is we have to make sure to not just focus on low-income homeowners and not forget renters. And that's a whole other kind of segment and different policy interventions, but a really important market that we cannot forget.
Yeah. And also, sometimes those energy efficiency measures you mentioned benefit the system, but they may not be cost effective for the household. So there's something there about making that loophole and making sure that those who install the energy efficiency measures can help the system too. So that brings us neatly into some of our questions at the end. I think we have 2 more questions, and then we'll go to some of the panel questions. So just reflecting back on your first comments, I think, James, about the unique challenges Indigenous communities face, particularly in terms of adequate and affordable and clean energy and housing, and how we can empower the communities themselves as well to transition in a way that aligns with their priorities and not with priorities from the outside. So perhaps you can just provide us some reflections on that.
Great question. And I do think the largest challenge in general is energy efficiency when it comes to Indigenous homes. So we've been collecting data, been working with Canadian Climate Institute, and in general in Canada, about 6% of homes are in need of major repairs. For Indigenous communities, it's more than 1 out of 5, and when you look at remote communities and on-reserve communities, it's close to 50%, and these are conservative estimates. Likely the reality is even more dire. So having worked in my own community and having worked with other communities, I've seen firsthand homes that have other challenges that come to the homeowner and come to the community beyond energy efficiency when they're not built sustainably. And that includes mold, health outcomes, and other things that we're drawing more attention to. Why hasn't there been the same amount of attention in non-Indigenous counterparts? I think part of it has to do with the provincial, federal jurisdictional questions that the ministers alluded to from time to time. It is a reality. So the costs of the health impacts are fully borne by the provinces and territories in most cases. So that is a difference from the same kind of scenarios happening outside of Indigenous communities. So some of the challenges are these diversity of programs, the capacity of delivering them. We are pushing for a larger model that can bring capital and can set the stage for major investments in both retrofits and new sustainable housing. It will be a large amount of investment that's required, but due to energy savings and other savings, we do think that there's a business case for moving forward on this. The disadvantage of Indigenous communities being somewhat fragmented in terms of service delivery and governance can be an opportunity. The large federal role that when it comes to Indigenous housing could be a way to coordinate this kind of model. And it could be a model that could be used in the rest of the sector, not in Indigenous communities, but given how many houses, we're talking probably 250,000 needing major repairs, it's an opportunity to look at a larger system approach.
I think that leads us perfectly into the last question that we have for our panel today. So we have this huge job, right, to decarbonize the buildings and the space heating in particular. And we've talked about the major implications for the energy system and the systems change that we need. So when we think about a system scale, what do we think of smart policies really look like for moving us forward from where we are today? So Monica, you can start us off, and we'll go to the rest of the panel.
I guess I think about it in terms of place-based, energy place-based decisions. Energy looks different across the country. Not only, provincially, but if you drop down to the level of individual communities, and even at the level of individual neighborhoods. And so I think, that as we're increasing demands on the system, electricity demand on the system, we need to think about the capabilities of that system to actually meet that demand. And the answer to that is going to be different across the country. And this is where, certainly in some circumstances, likely in the short term, in most places, the role of the natural gas delivery system is actually going to be very important, very strategic, right? That it enables you to make sure that you are pacing as that demand is coming up, as supply is coming up, that those two things are meeting. And if they're not meeting, there will be situations where we've got billions of dollars of infrastructure in the ground, gas infrastructure, we have, millions of kilometers of gas distribution infrastructure in the ground that can actually be used in an extremely strategic way to ensure that we're actually pacing things in a way that maintains reliability, that maintains affordability. But longer term, the answers are really going to be at that community level. I love what James was just saying about communities, and that I think there's a whole movement around community energy planning. Organizations like Quest are doing phenomenal work in this space, and kind of linking up what a community sees as its energy future, ensuring that is being done in a way that is also linking up with local distribution companies on the gas and the power side, ensuring that our regulatory frameworks then are supporting that kind of work, that system operators, I'm looking over at system operators here, that system operators are involved as well in ensuring that we've got reliability of the system on an ongoing basis. It's making sure that we've got that policy loop coming from the local level, provincial, federal as well.
That's a great segue. So maybe James Reagan, why don't we continue?
Well, I think talking about the building sector does drive home that we do need to start turning our minds to microgrids, smart grids, and other ways to think about the distribution of energy. And we see that in some municipalities that are capturing heat from water and wastewater, and some of the remote communities using forestry residue and other products to heat buildings. And we certainly haven't been operating in that kind of mindset, and it will be a large adjustment for us. But I think more than anything, when we look at how we heat buildings, how we start to move into the commercial and industrial spaces, we'll have to start looking at these community-based approaches. And so far, we have a large amount of capacity through community energy planning that's been taking place with quite a bit of attention from the provinces and the federal government. Now we turn our heads to how do we create these systems that work in local systems when that's the most appropriate solution.
Right. So maybe I'll return to one of the things I teased in my opening remarks, which is our approach to market transformation. So I think when I think about buildings and from a system perspective, we're trying to change fundamentally how our buildings are constructed, how they're operated, the people inside them, the systems around them. Traditionally, market transformation approach, again, somewhat from an energy efficiency lens, the theory has been, R&D, sort of innovation, test new technologies, then you go up your S-curve with incentives and sort of carrots and bribe the market to get them to like it, and then they come in at the back end with codes and standards and sort of lock it in so that you don't backtrack. And it's been that carrots and codes and standards and regulations have been were almost the threat of, we're going to try to get you to want to do this, but if not, it's going to come in later. And honestly, I think what I say now, at the beginning I said we have to move from carrots and sticks to stakes and support. So I see codes and standards as not a stick anymore, but we have to put a stake in the ground and say this is where we need to be on an outcome basis to get to net zero. And then what we need that is compliance support and programs to support that transition. Not to bribe people, but to support all of the different facets of industry and society to make that transition. But I think it's, I really do think we're seeing there is just not the time to get there on a purely voluntary approach anymore. We have to put those stakes in the ground, and then we have to provide the supports to move the industry and everyone, homes, businesses, and all the like towards that.
I think that's a perfect segue into our audience questions. So I've just looked at our most popular questions or kind of group of questions, and they're really about navigating this challenge about building decarbonisation while also addressing the question of affordability and the crisis that we have with regards to housing. So perhaps we can just reflect on that as a panel.
So another one of those we need to figure out, right? I don't think it's going to be easy, and a lot of the work that we've done at Positive Energy, we use this way of thinking about, sort of people and what people want, and they wear different hats, right? So when we do a ton of public opinion polling, when people wear their hat as a citizen, they want climate action, right? They're very ambitious on climate. When they put on their hat as a consumer, affordability and reliability of energy starts to come, closer to the top. And when they put on their hat as a community member, sometimes they see things differently as well in terms of what kind of community do I want to live in? Am I comfortable with different kinds of energy infrastructure? And I think the key on these, really challenging questions is how do we develop policy that will actually align? People can wear all three of those hats at the same time, and it points in the right direction in terms of emissions reductions, reliability, affordability, and the kinds of communities that we want to live in and we want to see.
There was a comment when the ministers were sitting here about more investment coming into Canada, and that's true. And just one of the reasons for that is the reconciliation agenda and a real commitment to that we don't see in other developing countries. So there is an opportunity to try to draw investment for some of these solutions in order to help the lives of people on the ground. And I think that's what we're pushing for more than anything. At the end of the day, it will be more feasible to try to mobilize that kind of capital to see the savings in the long term and try to avoid as much as we can to put that onus on the homeowner who's already struggling. And that's just a reality. So trying to keep our focus on those long-term solutions while keeping local flexibility intact.
Yeah, maybe I would just add, I think we did hear a few times today that I think the previously, dichotomy of affordability or climate is starting to go away. And so I'm really pleased to see that, whether it was on electric vehicles or on heat pumps, we're seeing that there is a lot of evidence to suggest that those two things, in fact, will go hand in hand. That said, I think, and often when we do these analyses and you're looking at averages, I think we want to make sure our policy mix has wraparound or protective supports for those in the lower income and other, not the average. And so those that may be in those inefficient homes with limited income, that they may not necessarily have the affordability benefits that the average would. So as long as we make sure to have some of those sort of safeguards in place, I think the big picture, though, I think that they're more aligned than they are not.
Yeah. That's a great piece. So we have another audience question, which talks about the transition and about new gas hookups in new buildings. So we've seen other countries banning new gas hookups. So what about that in a Canadian context, particularly with regards to new construction?
Yeah. I think, again, it comes down to a place-based analysis, right? We are seeing, a number of jurisdictions in the United States, there are now bans on bans. We are seeing, even here in Canada, situations where electricity system providers say, wait a minute, I can't provide all of the energy that's going to be needed. So it's really coming down to, I think, the capabilities of that energy delivery system, whether on the gas side or on the electricity side, really at a community by community level. And so that it's planning. Right? It's coming down to planning, ensuring that the decisions that we're making will actually be giving us the results and the outcomes that we want. And in many instances, yes, that will work. In other instances, I think a really careful analysis might suggest that in the short term, that could actually put a lot of stress on other parts of the system that it's not quite got the capabilities for yet.
Yeah, it's expanding those planning horizons out so that we're looking out to 2050
well,
as well.
And breaking down some of those silos, right? So you say, okay, fine, you want to do a gas ban, but that might mean the pacing a little bit slower in another part of the system to enable the delivery system to support that.
Right. Okay, we have one more question here, which is about retrofitting existing buildings and the cost that will incur. So we heard earlier that Minister Gubo noticed that there's not enough government money to retrofit the buildings we need. So what about finance tools? What can we do to address that without just relying solely on government money and government subsidy? Yeah. I think you alluded to that already, James.
I think given the Indigenous partnerships that are already in place in clean energy, energy efficiency, it's a no-brainer to try to mobilize the capital that's sitting at our doorstep saying we want to be part of this economic reconciliation that Canada's talking about. How can we be part of it? So I think there's the ability to channel some of that capital, and that's happening on a small scale already. There are already some smaller capital funds like Raven Capital that are making larger building projects possible by mobilizing that kind of capital. So I think it's a matter of scaling it up and ensuring that federal and other government programs are compatible with that approach.
Great. So maybe if I can just, a couple of thoughts. I think there is a lot of financing mechanisms available in Canada now. We've seen a lot over the past few years. And I think there's a bit of an important distinction between, again, residential and non-residential buildings here. So certainly we've seen, I think you've seen a really rapid growth and some success with the Canada Infrastructure Bank and also some of the FCM programs. And so we are seeing that help. Again, on the individual homeowner basis, we have several jurisdictions have PACE financing, finance your property tax bills, but they have frankly seen really small uptake. And so I guess my experience and my bias here is that what we don't want to do is always think that it's all about the economics and that financial barriers are not the only barrier, particularly to homeowners making those deep energy retrofits. So financing is just one of many things that we need to tackle.
Okay, so we've got 4 seconds left before lunch. So I'm just going to recap a couple of things we heard. I think we heard we have the tools we need to decarbonize building heat from a technology perspective, but we have a lot of work to do at a systems level to think about how that works, how that's sequenced, and what the impacts are along the way. We also heard a lot about regionality and the need for place-based considerations. I think that's come through in our work as well at the Institute. So we're over time by a couple of seconds. Thank you very much. I'll hand you all over to lunch. Thanks for all your time. So thanks, everyone. Thanks very much for the excellent panel.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, panelists. That was a fantastic conversation and some really thought-provoking responses there. So where I'm from, we would normally make you dance for your lunch. But the organizers here didn't want to do that, so we are about to break for lunch. For those of you that are online, we're aiming to be back around 1 o'clock. For those of you that are here, you'll see that lunch is being served to the right. We'd like you to plan to being back in your seats by 1 o'clock. 2 reminders. If you're as excited about the conversations that are going on as I am, make sure you're tweeting those out at #NetZero2023. And also just reminder that we will have bilingual panels this afternoon. So if you're like me and need a headset, make sure you stop by the registration desk for those. Other than that, we'll take a formal lunch break. And for those online, we look forward to seeing you back in a few minutes. Thanks. Before we get started, I just want to acknowledge the fantastic team that's provided the food and beverages and the great service. Thank you, guys. I'm not sure which service person is up at the front, but they keep stealing my tea. Sarah's watching it for me now. Okay. So I want to just remind you to please share out your experience of the conference with your networks and tag the Canadian Climate Institute and the Net Zero Advisory Body. And before we give the floor to our next speakers, we'd like to share some remarks from Crispin Oliver, Executive Director, Presidential Climate Commission of South Africa, and the Honourable David Eby, Premier of British Columbia. Both of them were unable to join us in person, but wanted to show their support for this important work. Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Crispin Oliver. I'm the Executive Director for the Presidential Climate Commission in South Africa. And it's an absolute pleasure to make some remarks to this policy conference that's organized by the Climate Institute and the Net Zero Advisory Body. We collaborate closely through the International Climate Councils network, so we're part of this broad network of developed and developing country climate councils. And I've really enjoyed working with Rick Smith and the team over the years of our existence. So let me just say at the outset, I mean, we're living in a very frightening period where the anticipated changes in global temperature are now happening faster and more frequently than any of our models had shown. And we're seeing that cascade through in terms of extreme weather events. Like you in South Africa, we are facing very hot temperatures. We're seeing catastrophic impacts on water security and food security. We've had devastating flooding on the East Coast and long, dry, extremely hot spells in the western parts of our country. And, you know, as is being found in this global stocktake that is underway at the moment and which will be discussed at COP28, global adaptation efforts are fragmented and they're simply not at the scale that's needed to respond to the challenge. We're also seeing some other very important lessons come out of the stocktake. So we're way off our mitigation targets. And both the ambition and the level of implementation of our nationally determined contributions is not up to the mark. We're also seeing from that stocktake that the resources that the world needs to mobilize, particularly to support developing countries and those that are least capable to cope with this change, aren't being mobilized at the scale and levels that we need to see going forward. So, this just underlines the crucial importance of your discussions at this conference. We have to get our global economy to net zero by the middle of the century. And that's going to take a monumental effort by all stakeholders. So, clearly state parties have a major role to play. But as the stocktake points out, non-state parties, businesses, labor organizations, non-governmental organizations, communities, all have vitally important roles to play. So we need a collective effort. We need institutions like yours that are engaging broadly with society and with the different stakeholders and marshalling the effort that we need to get to net zero by mid-century. So good luck with your discussions and solidarity from South Africa as you go forward. Thank you.
Hi, Premier David Eby here. I'm sending you this greeting from the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be joining you virtually and for all the work you're doing to tackle climate change. As you all know, many innovative ideas come from conferences like this, and we need those ideas now more than ever. Here in BC, we're recovering from our worst wildfire season on record. Over 2.8 million hectares of land burned. That's more land than is usually burned in the entire country in a year. In BC, tens of thousands of people were evacuated. Hundreds lost their homes, and 6 firefighters tragically lost their lives. It was a stark reminder that we need to act now, and that's exactly what we're doing. BC is leading Canada with our Clean BC Climate Action Plan, and many of our measures relate to your discussions today. We're implementing our new climate preparedness and adaptation strategy, which includes several actions to help people and communities prepare for, respond to, and recover from climate events. We've eliminated inefficient oil and gas subsidies, and we're capping emissions. We're making it easier for people to buy zero-emission vehicles, and we're making it more affordable for businesses to do deep energy retrofits of large rental and commercial buildings. We're fast-tracking investment in clean energy and technology while creating good, sustainable jobs. And we're doing it all in partnership with Indigenous people. We know there's much more work to do, and I look forward to hearing about the ideas that come out of the conference, because we can, and we must, learn from each other. Thank you.
Donc, poursuivons notre programme de l'après-midi. J'aimerais inviter M. Franck Marchetti, ministre conseiller ambassade de France au Canada, à venir me rejoindre sur scène. Bonjour.
Bonjour à tous. Merci beaucoup de votre invitation. Je suis très heureux de représenter l'ambassade de France à cette conférence très importante qui est dédiée à l'atteinte de la neutralité carbone d'ici 2050. Un objectif qui doit nous mobiliser tous à 100%. Et je crois que les deux intervenants avant moi d'Afrique du Sud et de British Columbia ont bien montré à quel point c'était un enjeu à la fois majeur et collectif. Voilà. Je suis très honoré aussi de recevoir notre compatriote à Ottawa, donc Madame Corinne Lequeret, que j'introduirai dans quelques instants. Et en fait, je voudrais juste ici rappeler pendant quelques minutes au nom du gouvernement français, rappeler que la France prend vraiment toute sa part aussi dans cet engagement et dans cet enjeu planétaire. Notre action, elle s'inscrit d'abord dans le cadre d'objectifs européens climatiques qui sont très ambitieux. Hein. Donc l'objectif, c'est de réduire de 55% les émissions de gaz à effet de serre d'ici 2030 par rapport à 1990. Donc je crois que la France, on est à peu près déjà à 20% ou un peu plus, donc on a presque fait la moitié du chemin. Donc la tendance en France, elle est bonne, mais le président Macron a décidé d'accélérer le mouvement et et il a annoncé le doublement du rythme de réduction des émissions en France. Alors ça passe par beaucoup de choses, d'une part la décarbonisation de nos usages, mais aussi par la baisse de notre consommation énergétique, ce qui signifie plus de sobriété énergétique, plus d'efficacité énergétique. Et aujourd'hui en France, tout ceci est piloté à très haut niveau, au niveau de la Première ministre française, Elisabeth Borne, puisqu'elle s'est vue confier par le président une mission de planification écologique, donc elle pilote directement, et donc c'est elle qui mène les travaux sur ces deux volets, décarbonation, consommation. Alors je voudrais juste donner quelques exemples. Donc sur la décarbonation, la France est en train de développer sa 3e stratégie bas carbone, avec de nouveaux objectifs, nouvelles mesures qui doivent être mises dans différents secteurs. Et donc on a adopté récemment 2 lois fondamentales au Parlement au printemps dernier pour accélérer les projets sur les énergies renouvelables, mais aussi construire de nouvelles centrales nucléaires. Parce que, comme vous le savez, la France, c'est aussi notre contribution à la réduction des gaz à effet de serre. En France, une grande partie de notre mix énergie provient de l'énergie nucléaire. En termes de sobriété énergétique, la France a adopté il y a 1 an, dans le contexte aussi de l'invasion de l'Ukraine par la Russie et donc des conséquences sur les pénuries d'énergie en Europe. Donc on a adopté un plan de sobriété énergétique très ambitieux qui a permis de réduire nos consommations de 12%. L'hiver dernier, il y avait de grosses inquiétudes en France l'hiver dernier avec la guerre en Ukraine, etc. Et on a pu réduire notre consommation de 12%. Et en juin dernier, on a lancé l'acte 2 de ce plan de sobriété pour vraiment ancrer ce sujet dans la durée et dans nos objectifs climat. Autre point aussi, en France, et je pense aussi au Canada, la transition énergétique ne va pas sans souveraineté énergétique, industrielle et alimentaire. Et donc en France, on a mis en place ce qu'on appelle le fonds vert, donc 2 milliards d'euros pour accélérer la transition sur l'ensemble du territoire français, en s'adaptant aussi à chaque spécificité de nos territoires. On a aussi depuis longtemps développé l'adaptation sur le sol français. Aujourd'hui, on est en train de développer une nouvelle stratégie avec un objectif en visant plus 4 degrés Celsius sur l'adaptation. Donc pareil, on déploie cette stratégie sur l'ensemble du territoire, y compris en Outre-mer, overseas. Et aussi, je voudrais préciser notre effort à l'international, parce qu'il est aussi très significatif. En 2022, la France, donc dans le cadre de l'aide au développement, des financements à l'international, la France a fourni 7,6 milliards d'euros de financement climat, dont 2,6 milliards pour l'adaptation. C'est 25% de plus que l'objectif qu'avait fixé le président Macron fin 2020. Et ces financements à l'étranger donc, alimentent des projets majeurs, très concrets, comme notamment les partenariats pour une transition énergétique juste, donc les fameux Just Energy Transition Partnerships qu'on développe entre les pays du G7 et certains grands pays du Sud, dont l'Afrique du Sud qui est intervenue tout à l'heure, mais aussi le Vietnam, l'Indonésie. Et dans toutes ces politiques, le Haut Conseil pour le climat en France, qui est une instance neutre, indépendante, qui n'est pas le porte-parole du gouvernement français, mais qui joue un rôle de conseil auprès du gouvernement français, qui éclaire le gouvernement à travers des évaluations de nos politiques publiques. Et donc c'est dans ce contexte que nous sommes très honorés de recevoir Madame Corinne Lequéré, qui est présidente de ce Haut Conseil pour le climat. Donc Madame Corinne Lequéré est à la fois professeure en sciences du changement climatique à l'université d'East-Anglia, où elle dirige un groupe de recherche sur les émissions et puits de carbone. Elle est membre de l'Académie des sciences du Royaume-Uni. Elle siège également au sein du Climate Change Committee, une instance britannique qui est l'équivalent du Haut Conseil pour le climat. Elle a dirigé le centre Tyndall sur les changements climatiques. Elle est aussi auditrice de 3 rapports de synthèse du groupe intergouvernemental sur l'évolution du climat, donc le GIEC. Voilà. Et puis, Madame Le Quéré connaît aussi très très bien la commune québécoise de l'autre côté de la rivière. Voilà, donc donc j'imagine qu'elle est toujours ravie de pouvoir revenir au Canada. Donc, elle a eu l'occasion de rencontrer déjà les autorités canadiennes, les parlementaires, les experts, notamment lors d'une réunion qu'on a organisée à l'ambassade il y a 2 jours. Donc, elle a eu aussi des entretiens bilatéraux avec les ministres. Donc, je crois que vous étiez aussi à une conférence à Montréal hier. Voilà. Donc, Madame Le Quéré va prononcer son allocution et elle va s'entretenir ensuite avec Monsieur Éric Pierre Champagne du journal La Presse, qui a été nommé, si je comprends bien, avant-hier, président du conseil d'administration de la Fédération professionnelle des journalistes du Québec. Félicitations. Voilà. Donc, bienvenue à Madame Le Quéré. Je vous laisse la parole.
Merci, Monsieur Marchetti, et merci à l'Institut climatique canadien et au NZAB de m'avoir invité. En fait, c'est la première fois cette semaine que je suis invitée à partager mon expérience des politiques publiques climatiques au Canada. Donc, mon expérience qui est basée sur mon travail effectué surtout en France, mais aussi au Royaume-Uni et en Europe en général. Je m'adresse à vous, du coup, en tant que climatologue, mais aussi en tant que praticienne de ce travail de conseillère au sein des gouvernements. Donc, comme M. Marchetti le disait, je préside ce Haut Conseil pour le climat qui a pour mission principale d'évaluer la stratégie du gouvernement français en matière de climat. Mes propos aujourd'hui sont basés en grande partie sur le dernier rapport annuel du Haut Conseil pour le climat qui s'intitule « Acter l'urgence et engager les moyens », 2 messages qui s'appliquent en fait en France, mais aussi au Canada et de partout à travers le monde. Donc, j'ai 4 messages que je voudrais faire aujourd'hui. Si je peux avoir, merci déjà, merci. Donc, j'ai 4 messages aujourd'hui. Le premier, c'est que les impacts du changement climatique, on en a parlé beaucoup ce matin, en fait, ils ne sont pas seulement là, mais ils dépassent les capacités de prévention et de gestion de crise. L'année 2022, qui a été analysée par le Haut Conseil pour le climat en France, a été emblématique de l'intensification du changement climatique. C'était une année qui a eu 2,9 degrés de température moyenne par rapport à l'ère pré-industrielle. Donc, on peut déjà ancrer ça avec la trajectoire climatique. 3 vagues de chaleur, un déficit de précipitations sur la France métropolitaine et des précipitations intenses et inondations en Outre-mer. Et tous ces événements s'inscrivent dans une trajectoire de réchauffement climatique due aux activités humaines. Pourquoi est-on encore surpris aujourd'hui de voir ces événements alors qu'ils sont pourtant projetés par les climatologues? Ce sont des événements qui vont devenir de plus en plus intenses et de plus en plus fréquents. Les événements climatiques et météorologiques de l'année 2022 ont eu des impacts graves sur les personnes, sur les activités économiques, sur les infrastructures et sur les écosystèmes. Vous voyez quelques exemples ici à l'écran. Il y a des communes qui ont manqué d'eau. Il y a des milliers de communes qui ont dû faire des demandes de catastrophes naturelles parce que les sécheresses ont engendré des fissures dans les bâtiments craquent. Ça a coûté 2,9 milliards pour les assurances seulement pour ce problème. Il y a eu bien sûr des feux de forêt comme au Canada l'été dernier. Il y a eu des morts, plus de 2800 personnes décédées. Il y a eu une perte de la production agricole. Il y a eu une diminution de la production hydroélectrique. Clairement, l'adaptation en mode réactif qui prévaut aujourd'hui de par le monde ne suffit plus. L'adaptation doit changer d'échelle, elle doit devenir préventive, anticipatrice et transformatrice. Le réchauffement est amplifié en France par rapport à la moyenne mondiale. C'est aussi le cas du Canada. Et le gouvernement français est en train de mettre une trajectoire en place. Elle n'a pas encore tous ses attributs et on va pouvoir suivre l'action de la France au niveau de l'adaptation. Mais aujourd'hui, je vais vous parler bien sûr de la baisse en émissions, qui est plus que jamais essentielle pour contenir l'intensification des risques graves qui touchent tous les pays, y compris bien sûr les pays les plus riches comme la France et le Canada. Ça m'amène à mon deuxième message, que les émissions de gaz à effet de serre sont déjà à la baisse ou au ralenti dans beaucoup de pays. Maintenant, on est dans une position où les baisses doivent s'accentuer, accélérer, entraîner tous les secteurs émetteurs. Au moins 18 pays réussissent depuis plus d'une décennie à réduire leurs émissions de gaz à effet de serre, ce qui inclut la France, les États-Unis, le Japon, l'Afrique du Sud, pas encore le Canada, mais j'espère qu'on pourra ajouter le Canada à cette liste très, très bientôt. Comme M. Marchetti disait, la France a sa stratégie qui est inclue dans la stratégie nationale bas carbone, mais elle a commencé à mettre ces stratégies en place en 2004, qui se sont renforcées à chaque année. La stratégie actuelle, elle est révisée toutes les 5 ans. Elle inclut une trajectoire indicative que vous voyez en rouge. Elle inclut aussi des budgets carbone tous les 5 ans qui donnent une visibilité importante aux acteurs et aux investisseurs. Et les objectifs pour 2030 ont été revisés par l'Union européenne en 2021 et seront déclinés dans la nouvelle stratégie nationale bas carbone qui est en cours. Ces efforts payent pour la France. La France, elle est dans une trajectoire descendante des émissions avec une baisse de 25% des émissions depuis 1990, donc juste en dessous de la moyenne européenne. Une baisse a aussi eu lieu en 2022 et malgré le fait qu'il y a eu des gros problèmes, plusieurs problèmes récemment, la crise de la COVID, malgré le fait qu'il y a une inflation très, très importante, les prix de l'énergie ont augmenté, l'invasion de l'Ukraine par la Russie qui a causé des tensions vraiment importantes en Europe et en France. Malgré tous ces événements, la France réussit à chaque fois à aligner ses réponses aux crises classiques qui occurrent, qui arrivent, aligner ses réponses aux besoins d'investir suivant une trajectoire vers la neutralité carbone. La cohérence de la politique publique, elle est centrale, elle est vraiment importante et elle doit toucher complètement l'économie. Et c'est en train de se passer de plus en plus en France. Et c'est en partie pour ça qu'on voit cette trajectoire vraiment se déployer sur le long terme. Bien sûr, ce n'est pas parfait. Bien sûr, la France doit faire beaucoup de travail, comme M. Marchetti le disait, doubler son rythme de baisse en émissions. Mais on voit, et le message que je porte aujourd'hui, c'est que quand les politiques sont en place, qu'elles sont stables, qu'elles sont claires pour tous les acteurs, elles marchent. Maintenant, le troisième message que je veux porter aujourd'hui, c'est que les stratégies se construisent autour de l'action climatique. C'est les politiques économiques maintenant qui émergent de par le monde et qui doivent en fait porter l'action climatique. Dans ce rôle d'évaluateur, le Haut Conseil pour le climat a développé une méthode d'évaluation permettant de voir en pratique plus finement quel est l'avancement de l'action climatique en matière de climat en France. Le volet stratégique, comme vous le voyez ici, est le mieux développé avec de nombreux documents et plans d'action publiés qui identifient les acteurs, identifient les jalons On a vu avec le rapport du commissaire à l'environnement et au développement durable cette semaine que c'était une des recommandations de ce rapport de mettre des jalons, de mettre des niveaux d'ambition sur chacune des politiques. C'est extrêmement important pour pouvoir justement piloter l'action politique en réponse au réchauffement climatique de la manière la plus opérationnelle possible. Donc, pour revenir à l'expérience de la France a mis en place un secrétariat général de la planification écologique en 2021 qui est placé directement sous la première ministre et qui doit jouer un rôle mobilisateur, particulièrement dans les arbitrages interministériels qui sont souvent difficiles à gagner du point de vue de l'environnement. Les documents stratégiques sont souvent bien cadrés, mais ils doivent aussi être suivis dans le temps. Et encore, le parallèle avec le Canada est vraiment très clair, où on doit avoir un suivi très, très fin de l'action climatique au niveau sectoriel, au niveau des acteurs, au niveau des financements. Maintenant, le volet critique qui émerge actuellement de par le monde est celui de la politique économique qui doit accompagner les actions. Une politique économique d'ampleur est nécessaire afin de déclencher l'accélération nécessaire. Une particularité de la France, c'est qu'elle établit chaque année un budget vert. Donc, en parallèle du budget du gouvernement, le budget financier du gouvernement publié chaque année, la France publie quels sont les financements qui vont à la transition bas carbone et quels sont les financements qui nuisent à la transition bas carbone. Et ceci permet ou devrait permettre au gouvernement de faire évoluer son budget chaque année pour retirer les subventions qui nuisent à la transition et faire remonter le niveau des subventions qui l'appuient. Pour les financements aussi, autre point important, le gouvernement français a commissionné un rapport sur les implications macroéconomiques de la transition. Et ce rapport a conclu qu'un soutien public supplémentaire est nécessaire de l'ordre de 30 milliards d'euros par année d'ici 2030, tout secteur confondu, donc soit la moitié des financements totaux. Et le gouvernement a accepté ces chiffres. Et le fait d'accepter ces chiffres veut dire que, du coup, la planification pour ce financement, d'où vient le financement, qui paye, comment est-ce qu'on rééquilibre entre les différents, entre les ménages, entre les entreprises et à l'intérieur de tout ça, qui va bénéficier et qui va devoir payer, doit maintenant être planifié de manière opérationnelle. C'est vraiment central. Le gouvernement français a annoncé cette année 10 milliards supplémentaires. Ce financement doit absolument augmenter suivant une trajectoire. Et on attend du coup un suivi, on fera un suivi très très fin de ce financement, mais au moins on voit que ça commence à être internalisé non seulement au niveau là, du coup du ministère de l'Environnement et des Ressources, mais aussi au niveau du ministère des Finances. Les freins et leviers de la transition, très importants, compétences, infrastructures, organisation des marchés sont nombreux. Ils sont reconnus ici aussi au Canada, on l'a vu ce matin. Ils doivent être maintenant mis en œuvre, mis en place de manière absolument systématique et opérationnelle. Dernier point, sur les politiques climatiques, elles pèsent davantage sur les ménages modestes, malgré le fait que les gouvernements reconnaissent souvent ce poids et font des efforts pour compenser les effets régressifs. Et maintenant, ceci s'explique en fait pas simplement au niveau du financement ou des coûts, mais en particulier par une offre inadéquate. On l'a entendu ce matin avec la discussion sur les véhicules électriques. Les offres aux consommateurs sont des offres de véhicules souvent lourds, souvent gros, souvent luxueux, et les producteurs sont peu amenés à faire une offre qui soit abordable pour les ménages. Et c'est vraiment du coup de la responsabilité du gouvernement d'inciter, d'encourager les producteurs à produire des produits qui rendent la transition vers la neutralité carbone accessible à tous. Dernier message que j'ai à faire aujourd'hui avant la discussion, c'est que le leadership international est du coup à mobiliser, remobiliser, sur la base des avancées récentes qui ont été faites afin d'atteindre les objectifs globaux. On l'a entendu de l'interlocution de la personne de l'Afrique du Sud, qu'au niveau mondial, on n'est pas non plus sur la bonne trajectoire. Vous voyez les émissions mondiales ici à gauche, bien qu'on voit que les politiques globales commencent à faire infléchir les émissions. Nous avions, dans les années 2010, une augmentation très, très rapide des émissions. Maintenant, ces émissions augmentent toujours, mais beaucoup plus lentement. Et ceci a été attribué aux plus de 3000 politiques climatiques et énergétiques qui existent à travers le monde. Donc, clairement, il y a des avancées sur lesquelles on peut s'appuyer et on peut apprendre, mais nous avons encore énormément de travail à faire. Pour revenir à l'Europe, très, très rapidement, l'Europe, elle a fait des avancées récemment avec son instrument privilégié, le Fit for 55, qui a explicité comment l'Union européenne compte atteindre ses objectifs et faire évoluer son cadre réglementaire et financier. Elle a aussi un système d'échange de quotas carbone et un mécanisme d'ajustement carbone aux frontières pour appuyer les industries en même temps qu'elle les protège. Et le Repower Europe, c'est l'instrument de politique publique qui a été mis en place suite à l'invasion de l'Ukraine par la Russie pour, encore une fois, remobiliser et réactiver, accélérer la transition et la sortie des énergies fossiles. On voit bien en Europe et en France une articulation importante entre le niveau européen qui établit les objectifs et les États membres qui les mettent en œuvre. Ce sont les États membres qui décident de l'articulation ou de l'implémentation de la distribution des objectifs nationaux au sein du pays. Et les objectifs qui sont établis au sein de l'Union européenne sont faits après négociation entre pays. J'ai entendu beaucoup le blocage fédéral, provincial cette semaine comme étant un frein à justement l'accélération des actions en France. Il y a un exemple ici au niveau européen où il y a une articulation qui demande beaucoup d'énergie, mais qui réussit en fait à faire avancer les émissions à la fois dans l'ensemble de l'Europe, mais aussi au sein des pays membres en augmentant les objectifs, mais en les appuyant de la même façon. En guise de conclusion, je voudrais constater que, comme je suis climatologue depuis plusieurs décennies maintenant, que je vois bien que le vent a tourné, que la réalité du monde de demain est une réalité qui va vers la neutralité carbone, que les évolutions technologiques et de marché qui vont avec ont été bien comprises, en tout cas en Europe et en France où j'opère, et que les politiques climatiques ne sont plus des politiques climatiques, mais ce sont des politiques publiques qui sont faites pour soutenir l'ensemble de la population. Le besoin maintenant, c'est un besoin quotidien, un besoin opérationnel où toutes les décisions, tous les achats, tous les investissements, les infrastructures doivent être alignés avec un monde neutre en carbone et aussi, très important, soutenir les choix des entreprises et des ménages dans la même direction. Je vous remercie.
Est-ce que c'est branché? Bon, parfait. J'allais demander si j'étais branché, mais je m'en rends compte que ça l'est. Bonjour, Mme Lequéry. C'est un immense plaisir de vous rencontrer. Vous venez de parler de la situation en Europe. On a l'impression que l'Europe et la France ont une certaine longueur d'avance sur le Canada et l'Amérique du Nord par rapport à la question des changements climatiques. Comment vous expliquez cela?
Donc, ça fait effectivement longtemps que l'Europe et la France ont commencé à agir sur les changements climatiques. En partie, il y a une conscience climatique très importante en France et en Europe. Il y a eu une mobilisation très, très tôt des efforts et les gouvernements se sont rendus compte assez tôt des opportunités et du fait que, de toute façon, on était obligé d'agir et que ceux qui allaient agir très, très tôt seraient les économies qui seront bien positionnées pour le monde de demain. Donc, je pense que ça a été une reconnaissance très, très rapide. Il y a eu à la fois cette reconnaissance globale, mais aussi beaucoup d'accords entre les partis politiques pour justement mettre les lois climat qui ont guidé les efforts en place relativement tôt. Et le fait d'avoir un accord entre partis sur certaines, pas vraiment comment les gouvernements allaient répondre au changement climatique, mais le besoin de répondre de telle sorte que les politiques climatiques ont eu la chance de transitionner dans une direction sans trop d'arrêt à chaque fois qu'il y a un changement de gouvernement.
Est-ce qu'à votre avis, notamment une des raisons qui expliquait peut-être cela, c'est qu'en Europe, notamment, on vit peut-être les changements climatiques de façon plus, comment dire, c'est beaucoup plus concret là, depuis plusieurs années. Là. On le sait, je n'ai pas besoin de toutes les nommer, mais en Espagne, en France, au Portugal, en Grèce, année après année, il y a toutes sortes d'épisodes qui se reproduisent. Donc, est-ce que ça aussi, c'est une chose qui a amené les politiciens et la population à être plus sensibles à ces questions-là?
Oui, clairement, plus la population voit de leurs propres yeux les impacts du changement climatique, plus ils deviennent sensibilisés et prêts à agir. Par contre, il y a eu tout un travail qui a été fait en partie par les médias pour essayer de relier, parce que ce n'est pas donné qu'il y a un événement climatique qui arrive et que les gens comprennent qu'en fait, cet événement il a été rendu plus intense ou plus probable par le changement climatique. Et donc, il y a eu tout un travail qui a été fait pour clarifier les connaissances scientifiques, y compris par les journalistes, pour relier dans leurs rapports ou dans leurs produits les événements quotidiens extrêmes, en particulier climatiques, aux actions humaines.
Est-ce que vous trouvez, bon, évidemment, moi je représente un média, est-ce que vous trouvez que les médias en Europe, en France, font un bon travail sur la question des changements climatiques pour informer la population?
Oui, surtout, bien sûr, les journalistes scientifiques. Il y a eu aussi, peut-être que je rebondis sur la question, pour parler de formation. Il y a eu du travail de formation qui a été fait dans les pays européens pour former tous les acteurs politiques à tous les niveaux, en particulier les acteurs publics, donc simplement des cours, des briefings sur le climat, mais aussi au niveau des journalistes, on a eu conscience de changements de politique éditoriale, par exemple, de formation des journalistes sur le climat, de telle sorte qu'on voit une connaissance climatique qui commence à pénétrer la société. Et ce besoin de connaissance, de formation est pervasif, il est dans l'ensemble de la société. Et on doit effectivement faire augmenter le niveau de connaissance de l'ensemble de la population parce que ce sont des décisions quotidiennes que les entreprises, que les ménages doivent faire, soit pour des achats, soit pour des choix, qui doivent être informés par leur compréhension plus large du rôle que ces décisions prennent dans la réponse au changement climatique.
Vous êtes la présidente du Haut Conseil pour le climat en France. Au Québec, notamment, on a quelque chose qui ressemble à ça, c'est le comité consultatif pour les changements climatiques. Bon, il y a eu quelques tensions à ce comité-là récemment, il y a eu des démissions et tout ça, donc on entend parfois des scientifiques parler de leur frustration, là, parce qu'ils ont l'impression que, oui, on les entend, mais on les écoute peut-être pas toujours. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous vivez comme scientifique, parfois en conseillant le gouvernement, mais qui n'écouterait peut-être pas toujours vos recommandations?
Bien sûr, en tant que scientifique, on voudrait toujours que les actions aillent plus vite parce que vraiment, les impacts du changement climatique sont très, très présents et très, très dangereux. Maintenant, la place des scientifiques dans la décision publique, elle est hyper cruciale. La place des évidences, pas seulement des scientifiques, mais le besoin de baser les décisions politiques sur des faits, sur des données, sur les dernières mesures, elle est absolument cruciale. Je ne peux pas vous dire s'il y a une place plus présente en Europe qu'au Canada, mais je peux vous dire qu'il y a eu une place dans les dernières années, de plus en plus une voix scientifique au sein des gouvernements. On a demandé souvent des rapports, des expertises orales ou publiques par rapport aux choix qui ont dû être faits. Et je pense que ça a été effectivement bénéfique dans les trajectoires et les décisions qui ont été prises.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler un peu, ce que j'ai compris, c'est que notamment, c'est inscrit dans la loi. Là. Le gouvernement doit répondre dans un délai là, prévu par la loi aux recommandations qui est fait par le Haut Conseil. Donc, ça force quand même le gouvernement à prendre position ou à se positionner par rapport à vos recommandations. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'il est tenu de les accepter, mais il doit donner une réponse.
Exactement. Donc, le Haut Conseil pour le climat est inscrit dans la loi et on fait un rapport annuel. Et au sein du rapport, on fait une centaine de recommandations. Et le gouvernement, dans la loi, doit répondre à ce rapport chaque année, 6 mois après le rapport. Et du coup, à toutes les recommandations, le gouvernement dit on est d'accord, on n'est pas d'accord, on a fait la plupart du temps, oui, on est d'accord, on a fait ceci, cela, souvent pas suffisamment, mais souvent beaucoup des éléments sont repris. Ce qu'on voit, c'est que ce cycle de rapport-réponse est très, très bénéfique pour faire accélérer l'action, même si les recommandations ne sont pas reprises tout de suite, à force de les répéter, en fait, éventuellement, elles commencent à pénétrer l'action. Il y a le rapport du commissaire à l'environnement et au développement durable qui a été publié cette semaine. Très, très bon rapport avec beaucoup de recommandations du Canada, qui a été publié cette semaine. Beaucoup de recommandations, des recommandations opérationnelles, beaucoup de recommandations qui sont en parallèle de celles qu'on a pu faire pour la France. Et je pense que ce rapport doit revivre chaque année. Et c'est le genre d'éléments opérationnels central où le gouvernement doit vraiment faire un suivi et j'espère que ça pourra faire en fait boule de neige avec les politiques climatiques canadiennes.
Avez-vous l'impression qu'en Europe, la communauté scientifique occupe une place plus importante sur la place publique que ce qu'on peut voir en Amérique du Nord?
Les scientifiques ont quand même pas mal de place en Europe, effectivement, sur la place publique. Les scientifiques sont de plus en plus sollicités, mais je pense que c'est le cas aussi au Canada, où les scientifiques sont de plus en plus sollicités. Maintenant, on vit pas dans un monde isolé. On vit dans un monde qui bouge beaucoup au niveau numérique, au niveau de l'information. Il y a beaucoup d'informations qui est de moins bonne qualité ou qui circulent, les fake news en particulier, où il y a la possibilité de faire diffuser de l'information pas utile très, très rapidement. Et ça, ce n'est pas un problème simplement pour le climat, hein, c'est un problème beaucoup plus large, mais ça rend l'action de communiquer la science, de protéger la population, vraiment difficile quand on peut aussi facilement manipuler l'information. Et donc, je pense qu'il y a un gros travail à faire pour que la voix des scientifiques, la voix des organisations qui s'expriment sur le climat de manière la plus neutre possible puisse être bien perçue comme telle et non pas noyée dans un environnement qui somme toute, souvent n'aide pas à la décision.
Vous avez parlé de fake news, de fausses nouvelles. On le voit notamment sur X, anciennement Twitter. Il y a beaucoup de scientifiques qui ont quitté cette plateforme-là dans la dernière année. Évidemment, on peut les comprendre. Là, ils faisaient face à un flot de haine, parfois même des menaces de mort. Je constate que vous êtes toujours sur cette plateforme-là. Je pense notamment aussi à Valérie Masson-Delmotte de la France aussi, qui fait des tweets absolument très instructifs. En quoi, vous trouvez ça utile de pouvoir communiquer au public vos connaissances scientifiques?
Merci. Effectivement, la communication par médias sociaux, elle est fondamentale, elle est cruciale. Ces plateformes nous permettent de nous exprimer directement. La communication publique, c'est un animal intéressant. C'est pas comme la communication scientifique où on publie dans des journaux spécialisés et une fois qu'on a publié notre article, c'est bon, c'est fini. La communication, c'est quelque chose qui doit se répéter. Les gens doivent entendre de plusieurs voix différentes à plusieurs moments de leur vie, à des moments où ils ont des choix importants à faire, avec des voix qui viennent d'en haut, des voix qui viennent de père, les enfants, les grands-parents. Et du coup, la communication, c'est vraiment une histoire de volume. Et du coup, les scientifiques ont un rôle à jouer, mais pas que. Je pense que tous les acteurs qui s'intéressent au climat ont un rôle à jouer parce que justement, c'est la caisse de résonance, c'est l'écho, c'est la quantité de messages qui se renforcent les uns les autres, qui font en sorte que les gens finalement découvrent d'eux-mêmes. Hein, c'est comme à l'école, hein, quand on essaie de comprendre la science, c'est vraiment, il faut s'approprier les faits. Il faut comprendre que quand on voit des précipitations très, très intenses avec des inondations, que ça va dans une trajectoire climatique, il faut l'entendre, il faut le découvrir pour pouvoir se l'approprier, pour pouvoir ensuite agir. Donc, il faut vraiment laisser le temps, l'espace, mais aussi l'opportunité à l'ensemble de la population de faire sa propre découverte pour pouvoir emmener tout le monde avec nous.
Est-ce que vous avez l'impression que les scientifiques ont amélioré leurs aptitudes de communication au fil du temps? Parce que vous avez parlé tout à l'heure, on publie une recherche et voilà, c'est fait, c'est terminé. Ouais. Tandis que là, dans la sphère publique, on peut pas, parce que le niveau de compréhension des gens n'est pas au même niveau, donc on ne peut pas se contenter de dire « allez lire mon étude et voilà, tout est là. »
Absolument.
Est-ce que vous avez l'impression qu'il y a eu un chemin de fait dans la communauté scientifique?
Définitivement. Il y a eu des gros efforts de formation des scientifiques, de formation en communication publique des scientifiques. Donc, tous les scientifiques qui ont publié avec le GIEC, hein, l'IPCC, l'IPCC qui publie tous les 7 ans ces gros rapports au sein des Nations unies sur le climat, tous ces scientifiques sont formés pour la communication du climat. Et ces formations sont très, très importantes. Comme je le disais tout à l'heure, ces formations, ce genre de formation, pas en communication cette fois-ci, mais sur les sciences du climat, elles doivent en fait pénétrer toute la société.
Et donc, en fait, parce qu'on en avait discuté un peu plus tôt ensemble, je vous avais posé la question, ça fait plus de 30 ans que les scientifiques nous préviennent, nous disent, les changements climatiques sont là, les conséquences vont être importantes, et on commence peut-être à vraiment les prendre au sérieux. Si c'était à refaire, qu'est-ce qui devrait être fait différemment, selon vous, dans la façon dont les scientifiques ont communiqué cette information-là?
Bien, déjà, ça aurait pu arriver beaucoup plus vite, l'aspect de communication. Je pense que les rapports scientifiques sont encore trop techniques, trop avancés pour l'ensemble de la population. Les rapports du Haut Conseil pour le climat, pour donner un exemple et revenir à ma zone de confort,
oui,
là,
tout à fait.
On a un rapport annuel qu'on publie, mais on fait une version grand public. Okay. Et donc, la version grand public, je vous invite à la consulter sur notre site Web, qui est une version animée du rapport qui sort en fait 3 mois plus tard, qui nous permet de revisiter nos messages. Mais récemment, j'ai eu la chance d'aller au Parlement français justement pour présenter ce rapport. Et je suis arrivée avec 3 piles, les recommandations du rapport du Haut Conseil pour le climat, le résumé exécutif et la version grand public. Et bien sûr, à la fin, la version grand public, elle était complètement partie et il nous restait les 2 autres piles. Donc, c'est normal que les gens veulent avoir des messages rapides, compréhensibles, vite. Et je pense qu'au niveau des climatologues, bien sûr, on aurait pu faire le travail mieux, mais je pense qu'il n'y a pas d'autres sciences où les scientifiques se mobilisent tous les 7 ans de la façon dont ça a été fait au niveau de la réponse au changement climatique. Donc, je pense qu'il y a un travail très, très important à faire là, qui a été fait, et que maintenant, un travail tout aussi important et même, bien sûr, plus important est à faire au niveau des acteurs de l'ensemble de la population pour pouvoir décliner ces actions climatiques à grande échelle.
Dans un mois environ, ça va être la COP 28. Donc, c'est un événement important dans l'année. Cette année, particulièrement, là, cette COP se tient dans un pays de pétrolier. On a entendu toutes sortes de critiques sur la présidence de la COP. Moi, comme journaliste, ce que j'entends d'une COP à l'autre venant de la population, c'est ça sert à rien, les COP, puis c'est juste du blablabla, pour paraphraser Greta Thunberg, et ça sert à rien. Vous, comment vous vous situez par rapport à ce discours-là?
Les COP, à mon avis, sont absolument fondamentales, que l'accord de Paris a été mobilisateur, qu'il continue à évoluer et à vivre. Par contre, l'action climatique, elle vient du recours des pays. Et donc, les pays qui s'engagent au sein de l'accord de Paris, comme la France, comme le Canada, doivent maintenant faire tout ce qui est en leur pouvoir pour effectivement atteindre ces objectifs. Et c'est là où on a un effort de mobilisation incroyable à faire et les pays doivent se mobiliser au sein des COP, mais ensuite prendre absolument au sérieux leurs engagements pour pouvoir avoir un processus international crédible.
Donc, vous y croyez, les COP sont utiles, sont importantes, il faut les maintenir.
Absolument, les COP sont fondamentales, il faut absolument les maintenir. Maintenant, il ne faut pas attendre de la COP de répondre au changement climatique, il faut que la réponse revienne vers nous.
J'aurais une dernière question. En fait, il y a une partie d'anecdote dans cette question-là. En fait, à l'automne, en septembre, il y a eu un événement organisé par des climato-sceptiques à Montréal. Il y a un professeur de climatologie de l'UQAM, Philippe Gachon, qui a accepté de participer à cet événement-là pour apporter un contrepoids au discours qui allait être tenu. Évidemment, plusieurs membres de la communauté scientifique l'ont traité de fou, l'ont dit qu'elle allait perdre son temps et tout ça. Et il m'a raconté qu'au début de l'événement, les organisateurs avaient fait un sondage, 66 des gens dans la salle, il y avait des gens aussi qui suivaient sur Facebook, il y était 300 dans la salle, 2000 sur Facebook. Donc, 66 croyaient au changement climatique et du fait qu'ils sont causés par les activités humaines. Et il y a eu ce débat-là qui a duré pendant 5 heures où ce scientifique-là s'est fait insulter, était acheté par les compagnies, les gouvernements, tout ça. Bon, il a tenu son bout, il a présenté les faits, tout ça. Et à la fin du 5 heures, un autre sondage a été fait et 77 des gens croyaient au changement climatique et du fait qu'elles sont causées par les activités humaines. En fait, j'ai envie de vous poser la question, est-ce que vous croyez justement qu'il faut, avec ces gens-là, ou en fait, pas tant peut-être le noyau dur, mais les gens dans la salle, la population qui se pose des questions, est-ce qu'il faut maintenir ce dialogue-là ou dire, vous êtes climato-sceptique, on ne vous parle pas?
Bien, déjà, pauvre gars, 5 heures de débat, il a quand même gagné 12 je pense.
Bien, quand même, c'est énorme.
C'est pas mal. Il faut s'engager dans les débats. Bien sûr, les débats d'aujourd'hui, c'est les débats sur l'action. Ce n'est pas les débats sur la science. Je pense que les débats sur la science, on a tourné la page. Je pense que maintenant, c'est démontré par le GIEC que ce sont les émissions de gaz à effet de serre des activités humaines qui causent le changement climatique. Il faut faire bouger le débat sur comment on répond, qui, quoi, et de manière opérationnelle. Et je pense en fait qu'il faut dépassionner le débat sur les changements climatiques et il faut l'opérationnaliser. Il faut le rendre dans la vie quotidienne sur les décisions, à la fois les petites décisions, mais aussi les trajectoires d'ensemble pour que la politique économique soit alignée. Et il faut arrêter de faire d'un enjeu presque philosophique, presque religieux, limite religieux, les changements climatiques, et en faire un enjeu qui soit un enjeu de transition vers un monde qui est nécessaire et qui sera bien sûr meilleur si on le compare à celui où on ne fait rien et les événements climatiques deviennent de plus en plus incontrôlables.
Dernière question, êtes-vous dans le camp des optimistes, des pessimistes? Comment vous voyez l'avenir?
Je me fais poser cette question toujours et en fait, j'y pense même pas en tant que climatologue. Ça va être un problème qui sera avec moi toute ma vie et je fais mon travail et voilà. Et bien sûr, la situation avance. Je voudrais qu'elle avance beaucoup plus vite. Je voudrais qu'on accélère beaucoup plus rapidement les actions. Mais je vois les actions bouger. Je vois à grande échelle les pays, les gros pays se mobiliser et se positionner pour l'économie de demain. Et donc, le monde a complètement changé. Et ça, c'est des facteurs à célébrer.
Je vous remercie.
Merci.
Merci.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Champagne, and for also Madame Lequery for sharing with us those European and France perspectives. That was great. Also, thank you to the translators. That was a great experience for me. As you're translating me, feel free to make me sound smarter. I appreciate that. It's almost time for our next panel, which is exploring Canada's future electricity systems. Sashi Gibson, Research Director of Mitigation at the Canadian Climate Institute, will moderate this panel. But before we get into that discussion, we'd like to share some remarks from Jonathan Prince, who's the CEO of TEC. He was hoping to be with us in person, but at the last minute was unable to come. Let's blame airline not to be named. Something happened, but he's got remarks for us.
Merci et bonjour. My name is Jonathan Price, President and CEO of TEC. The discussions you're having about getting to net zero have always been important, but now they are urgent. We all share the same goal, to decarbonize the economy and address global warming. The question is how. We won't find those answers in silos, but by bringing together leaders from government, industry, Indigenous groups, research institutions, and more, just like today. For my part, I can share my perspective on the role mining can and should play in reaching net zero. Our focus at TEC is on increasing the supply of copper, the most needed critical mineral to reach net zero. The fact is, without more copper, the world cannot meet its carbon reduction goals, because at every step of the way, the net zero economy needs copper. Every megawatt of solar power needs 5 tons of copper. Offshore wind farms need almost 10 tons per megawatt. And electric vehicles require 4 times more copper than gas. Altogether, it means copper demand will likely double in the next 30 years. But today, it can take decades to bring new copper mines online. So we are working with governments at different levels and jurisdictions to find ways to reduce those timelines. At TEC, we are also focused on producing more copper with a lower carbon footprint. And that's because we have committed to be fully net zero across our operations by 2050, with a strategy to achieve net zero Scope 2 emissions by 2025. And we're making progress. Our new copper mine in northern Chile, Quebrada Blanca, will be powered by 100% renewable power by 2025. And we're partnering with Caterpillar to develop zero emissions large haul trucks at our mines. And these are just 2 of the innovations we're working on. But quite often, each new solution brings another challenge. For example, even if we could replace our diesel haul truck fleet with electric trucks tomorrow, we don't have access to enough clean power to charge them. At least not yet. We have had productive conversations with our utility, BC Hydro, and the British Columbia government. And I'm optimistic we can solve this. While this is our challenge, I bring it up because it's not unique. Reaching net zero will take more and more collaboration across private and public sectors. And while there are challenges, there are also new opportunities in the circular economy, such as recycling end-of-life EV batteries. We hope to partner with the federal and BC governments to advance plans to develop one of North America's largest EV battery recycling plants in our trail operations. And that brings me back to this conference and all of you, because we can only reach net zero by reaching across different sectors. This is essential work, so thank you. I look forward to the many positive outcomes the day will bring.
Okay, welcome to our 3rd panel of the day, and we're here to talk about policies for a bigger, cleaner, smarter electricity system. And we at least have the biggest panel of the day with us here today. So I'll introduce first Laura Arnold, Vice President of External Affairs, Sustainability and Market Policy, joining us from TransAlta. Mark Jackard, Chair and CEO of the BC Utilities Commission. Francis Bradley, President and CEO of Electricity Canada. And Mo Kabara, Vice President of the Transition Accelerator. And I think we have a lot of folks to talk here today, so Laura, I might just invite you to kick us off.
Perfect.
With some early remarks.
Thank you. So I'm Laura Arnold, Vice President of External Affairs, Sustainability and Market Policy with TransAlta. So we are a publicly traded electricity generator based in Calgary, but we operate across 5 Canadian provinces in the United States as well as Western Australia, which I always think for us as a company gives us a lot of insight into the challenges and opportunities we're seeing in various jurisdictions across our fleet on how things are being done well, how things could be done better, and some of the opportunities that we should consider really here in Canada, here in Alberta, where we're based, to really think about the net zero transition. So for us as a company, that does really ground us as we think about the net zero transition, how it's happening in all of the markets we operate. And for us as a company, this journey on the transition to a cleaner electricity grid for us, for our own generation, really has started back in the early 2000s as we started investing in renewables. We owned one of the first industrial scale wind farm in Canada that was in Alberta. It's already hit its end of life and been retired. We also, since 2015, have reduced our GHG emissions by 68% as a company, which is a huge amount with our transition off coal that we've completed in Canada and will complete by 2025 in the US. So this is a journey that is really important to us as we think about how do we continue through it and what's the next stage of this transition and how do we do it in the best manner possible to maintain affordability, reliability as we move towards a cleaner grid so that we really enable our economy to be strong, prices to be affordable for consumers, and how do we really do that together?
Thank you. Mark, do you want to pick up from there?
Sure, thank you. I'm a professor at Simon Fraser University, but I'm on leave as chair of the BC Utilities Commission. And I think I want to make 3 points as our opening. One is to talk about the policy options. So we're focused on electricity. We have a federal policy right now. And think about what those options are because we're having big debates about carbon pricing yet again. And want to just make the very basic point that often people confuse that you have to have some of this and you have to have some of that. It's actually not true. You can do it entirely with carbon pricing. You can do it entirely with regulations. You can do a lot of it with subsidies, but they'd have to be humongous, and maybe the Americans are going to try to do that. And so happy to talk. I think there's a lot of good things to say about the federal clean electricity regulation, although I have quibbles with it as well, and maybe we'll get into those in discussion. The second thing is that we've been doing this for a while, and sometimes I notice that we're in these discussions, and maybe it's just because I've been in this for 3 decades. I'm the one saying, well, wait a minute. What about what jurisdiction X did when? And the 2 that I would mention, I had many, and so I've boiled it down to 2 because I've been intimately involved with both of them. In 2007, I helped design for the government of British Columbia a clean electricity regulation. Before that, the policy had been that if you were going to build new electricity generation in British Columbia, 10% of it had to be zero emission. 90% could be coal, natural gas. And so we brought in a policy in 2007 that flipped it, 90-10. And we were told the lights would go out, that we needed BC Hydro had to cancel a coal plant in the northeast, another coal plant in the center, a natural gas plant it was going to build on Vancouver Island, and then a natural gas plant, and these were large, right in the Vancouver area, an older gas plant. And so we did this, and prices went up a little bit slowly. I was helping Albertan utilities at the time who opted to build coal. They didn't need to. We probably had more price increase than them, although they had price increases related to deregulation in electricity. And now we're doing another task force that I might talk about later, and Dave Eby referred to that. And then I would also talk about Denmark, that went, and I was involved somewhat in that, from 1995 at near 100% fossil fuels to generate electricity to near zero in 2020. And did electricity prices go up in part because of that? They did. And so the point I'm trying to make is, and so then ask us about affordability. We hear this a lot. It's a big thing right now. I'm sorry, it was a big thing 30 years ago. It's the thing that stops us from acting on climate. So I ask you, if those prices in Denmark are 2.5 times the average in Canada, and likewise their gasoline prices and so on, is energy affordable in Denmark? Or did they instead say, actually, most people can afford higher prices to save the planet, and we'll put in policies that help the people who can't afford it? We won't just treat everyone the same. Rich people, everyone, sees no increase to help pay for getting to zero emissions. So that's sort of the point I'll end with, because the next time a politician or anyone says to you, we need to stay on this catastrophic path to help low-income people, ask them if they have considered other things they could have done to help low-income people and still save the planet. It's not that difficult. Thanks.
Thanks for those stories, Mark. Yeah, Francis, go ahead.
Bon, moi, ça fait presque aussi longtemps. Je suis dans l'industrie depuis, mon Dieu, trois douzaines d'années, franchement. Ça fait que I've been in the sector as long as Mark has, and so bring some perspectives as a result of that as well. So I'm with Electricity Canada. Je suis le PDG d'Électricité Canada, qui était connu sous le nom de l'Association canadienne de l'électricité anciennement. But our members are the companies that generate, transmit, and distribute electricity right across the country. And so when looking at the net zero challenge, and we heard this earlier today, and everybody in this room has a pretty good idea of what that challenge is. We're going to see demand will increase. It'll double, between now out to 2050, at least perhaps more. Our view is that, the way that we're going to be able to meet that significant increase in demand is going to be an all-of-the-above approach. The future will be, more hydro, it will be nuclear, there will be carbon capture, there will be more renewables. We will need more transmission, we'll need to be more interconnected, and we're going to have storage solutions, and we're going to have energy efficiency to be able to match all of that. But just in terms of a couple of very quick perspectives on what does doubling something mean. You can look at it two ways, and some people look at it and say it's an enormous, how can you double something? And it's an enormous challenge. But there's also, the other side of that coin is try and double something in 27 years means you actually have to grow at 3% a year. That's all. But you have to do it every single year. We have to be consistent in terms of making sure that we're building. And there are some enormous challenges to be able to actually get things built right now. Not least of which, frankly, are the cumbersome permitting processes that we operate under. It just takes a long time to get anything built. Major hydroelectric projects can take decades. Transmission, any linear infrastructure is just incredibly difficult. And so we need to figure out how we're going to get things built, and we need to be able to do this far more efficiently. In terms of clean electricity regulations, and we'll talk about that, but that, I think, goes to a fundamental challenge that we have, and that is ensuring that we have effective collaboration between all levels of government to be able to address this very significant challenge. And absent that, we will not have a durable policy. It needs to be a consensus policy for it to be a durable policy, and that's what we're going to need to be able to meet the challenges of the future, a durable consensus policy.
Great. That's a good segue to you there, Mo.
Thanks, Sachi. Hi, everyone. My name is Mo Kabar. I'm Vice President of Transition Accelerator. As our name implies, we work to help accelerate the transition towards a prosperous net zero economy by 2050. And as we're kind of hearing throughout the day, it's very clear that electrification is going to be the backbone of this transition. Electricity right now is around 20% of the energy in Canada, but it's expected to grow quite significantly to meet much more of our end use needs for energy, including transportation, buildings, industry. So I think to kind of take a step back and kind of similar to what Mark kind of referred to earlier, looking back at some of the things that we've accomplished, I think on the electricity sector, goes back to that hope word that we saw in the word cloud earlier today. I think for me, having been working in this space for over a decade, and I was in Nova Scotia early on in my career, and the conversation around a coal phase-out was happening at the time by some groups trying to push for Nova Scotia to get off coal. This was like 2010, 11, 12. And it was not even a conversation. Like, you couldn't really have the conversation. And then it advanced and it became 2040. And even though that was sort of seen as a sort of a pie in the sky conversation. And now we actually have a very credible, concrete plan by the Nova Scotia government, adopted by the utility, to get to 2030 off coal for Nova Scotia, go from 10 megatons to 1. And I think that's a huge success in this space in terms of decarbonizing electricity in the province. So I think in terms of how the electricity sector is doing, in terms of why we're all here today, we're looking at the progress of all the sectors and how much how on track we are. Irrespective of the clean electricity regulation, I think the electricity sector has made a really great progress over the last few years, specifically phasing out coal and moving towards more renewables that we're seeing across the country. So really, but I think one of the things that we need to understand is that we have a challenge to clean up the grid, which is already more than 80% non-emitting. So we're number 2 of the G7 countries in terms of our grid intensity for emissions. But the challenge is really also, as we're hearing throughout the day from the buildings and transportation, is that we have to grow this grid at the same time, and we have to manage it in a better way to try to avoid as much as possible big investments that are unnecessary. So we have to do it in a smart way. So the smarter aspect of this conversation. And I think that we're seeing the federal, provincial, and also the industry sort of dynamics playing out here in this big challenge. And it's, so part of one of our initiatives at Transition Accelerator is called Electrifying Canada, which is really focused about creating an ongoing process for collaboration, coordination, and partnerships at the provincial level. So we've hosted a number of provincial tables across the whole country to try to understand really what are the key barriers, what are the key next steps. There are multiple issues, including labor, supply chain constraints, the regulatory mandates in specific provinces. So I think what we need to do and what we're trying to do with our initiative is to create a parallel process with key stakeholders to really put forward, what are the actions that can be taken by various stakeholders from across the country, and really make sure that this is a multi-year initiative that has consistency, as Francis mentioned, because doubling, when you look at it on a yearly basis, is not that big, but that means you have to have a roadmap, you have to have a process. And if that process is highly politicized, there's risk there. So what we're trying to do is create a parallel process with stakeholders on the ground that can provide some longevity for this transition for the electricity sector.
Awesome. Thanks, Mo. The Haligonian, I appreciate the Nova Scotia example, throwing that in there. I appreciate that. We're going to get into some of the things that folks raised in a little bit more detail. But before that, there's a question on your Slido. Looking at this policy space in a bit more. So the question there is, what's the key to building bigger, cleaner, smarter electricity systems? Is it federal action? So Mark mentioned, for example, the Canadian electricity regulations, and of course there's others. Provincial action, falling prices of renewables and storage, utilities stepping up to the challenge, or industry and investor demand for clean electricity. So you'll find that on your Slido. And folks, we'll return to the results of that in a few minutes. I also want to remind you that you can submit questions too through that app and vote up or down the other questions that folks have submitted, and we'll try to get to some of those towards the end of the panel here. So Mark, you mentioned Clean electricity regulations, so let's get into that sort of off the top. If we can see the 440 graph of where our progress is to date. We know from the Canadian Climate Institute calculations that the electricity sector has made a lot of progress towards reducing its emissions, and also that promised policy needs to be implemented to get the sector on track to meet the 2030 climate targets. The line graph, if you can find it, folks. So let's start with that. Of what do you want to see from those clean electricity regulations and investment tax credits in order to really make progress, to promise that progress for the electricity sector? And maybe Mark, since you mentioned it, do you want to start off there?
Yeah, well, if you say our electricity sector in Canada made great progress, I mean, it's really what the Ontario government did in 2004 to 14. That's a huge one. Mm-hmm. And then the Alberta government, so I've already mentioned British Columbia, other governments making sure they didn't build new fossil fuel, but then the Alberta government committing to phasing out coal, and then a federal policy coming along with that. But really, Alberta did that at its own initiative. Mm-hmm. And like those two things. So I just want to point out, when I see things on a survey about the cost of renewables falling and everything, these would all be wonderful, and they are falling. But you have to think about renewables as their ability to provide reliable electricity. So for me, it's never the cost of wind or solar. It's the cost of reliable electricity that has wind and solar. So anyway, there's just lots of policies. The policies can be an individual government that has control over the industry, like Ontario owning its utility at the time, or BC Hydro. It's a government directive. That's a lot easier than when you have privately owned utilities. Government's got to enact a different kind of policy, and the policy can be carbon pricing through something like which will be talked about later, our industrial pricing system, or the Alberta version of that. That's important. But it can also be regulations like the one we did in British Columbia that literally say, this has got to be the emission characteristics of these facilities in the future. And that's what our Canadian energy regulation is all about. It's regulating on the basis of facilities. I would have loved to have seen more flexibility in it, trading among facilities and so on, even trading between areas, but that means it would have been stricter as well. Some people have said it's not regionally sensitive, and I would dispute that. If you were to and I was involved in some early discussions, if you were to put that policy in federally, British Columbia could have had the policy reach full implementation by 2025, as could Quebec, as probably Manitoba. So really the reason it says 2035, 12 years out, is to help realize that it takes longer and can cost more in jurisdictions like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Francis, do you want to respond too?
Sure, I mean, the critical point that Mark made there, and that is, I mean, just to back up a little bit, we heard earlier today and that our electricity system today is 84% non-emitting. And that's great, that's wonderful news, but it is not spread evenly across the country. So, to your point, clean electricity regulation, it would certainly be easier in British Columbia and in Quebec, for example, but we do not have an even endowment of resources across the country, and so this is a regulation that hits certain jurisdictions more impactfully than others, certainly. So we've put comments in on the clean electricity regulations on behalf of our members that go to the requirement for flexibility, and there's a number of other areas that we want to address. But there's a fundamental concern that I have here, and that is, and I said we need a durable policy. We also need a policy environment that will incent or will not disincent investments. And so, we need to be able to have an environment that encourages investments. And so, we need CERs that are responsive enough to the needs of electricity providers, that it gives the confidence that it is worth investing in, because honestly, no amount of investment tax credits, will help build a grid if there's that threat of criminal liability for non-compliance and a concern about the ability to actually meet that non-compliance based upon how they're written.
Maybe I'll jump in on this as well. And I think, it goes back to the foundation. Mark, you talked about affordability. And I do think affordability and reliability go hand in hand as we think about this transition, as we think about the CERs. And I think part of it is actually being honest about and understanding what those challenges are for each jurisdiction across the country so that we can actually work to address them. And I think that's one of the pieces that the more work needs to be done over the coming period as we look at the CERs, is to really understand what are the cost implications in different jurisdictions across the country, what are the reliability risks that are coming out through the frame that has currently been put out in CG1, and then how are we going to address that? Is that through, when we look at the very stringent draft that has come out, what does that actually mean for different jurisdictions? What does it mean for Alberta, for Saskatchewan, for New Brunswick? We have to actually really unpack that and understand it, because if we don't, and if we simply just look at it from a national view of what the cost implications of the regulation is, we're missing the opportunity to actually address it. And if we don't address it, I think from our perspective as a publicly traded company, that creates instability. It creates political instability and community instability as we actually risk starting to realize some of those challenges without really actually doing the work in advance to understand how we're going to address them. And so I think it's an important piece of work that has to happen over the coming period.
Well, is there anything you want to throw in from what you're hearing too across the country?
Yeah, I think one thing that I would say, one is this is not a zero emission grid, right? So we're not at zero emission, we're at net zero, right? So inherently there's flexibility there in terms of how we're defining that even in the current draft regulations. So I think there needs to be an honest conversation around what are those knobs that we could be moving? How do they actually impact the goal? Because everybody can maybe disagree about what the objective is, but we can understand that the objective here is that we don't want unabated natural gas, unabated fossil fuel production going on forever. Because our goal eventually is a right-sized, clean, net zero grid by 2050 that can meet that demand that is going to come from electrifying transport, electrifying buildings. That's our objective here. Now, how do we actually design this policy to accomplish that? And I think there needs to be, rigorous thought put into, are we actually creating unintended consequences with some of the specific provisions? And if so, what are they? What's the incremental benefits from an emissions perspective? Because I give the example, Nova Scotia going from 10 megatons to 1 by 2030. I think that's a great progress. It does not meet the draft regulations. So what is that actually like? So this is the honest conversation that I think we need to have. Not to say that we can't design a policy that actually is regulation in its essence, as kind of Mark said. You can have different tools, but I think we just need to make sure that that is not creating unintended consequences that leads us away from the path of a net zero 2050 future that we're all striving for.
Can I just push back a bit?
While you push back, and while you're doing that, I'm going to ask them to try to compile the Slido results so we can look at them. So you take your moment, and then we'll move on.
All right. Well, just to differ a little bit on consensus, I don't think you'll always get consensus in doing the right thing on the planet. And I think if we look in Canada, the Kyoto Agreement, the federal government came back and said, we better get a consensus. And you and I have been around long enough to know, I was very involved in that. My group did the modeling for all of the consensus process. And you couldn't get a consensus. You could only get a consensus on doing Rick Mercer commercials. The rest of it, we could not get a consensus. Likewise, when this current Liberal government came in 2015, they tried to get a pan-Canadian framework as a consensus. And when it started to get into detailed policies that actually cause emissions, then the consensus fell apart. Carbon pricing, regulations of various kinds. So I think my point will be, and this sort of reminds me why I brought up Denmark as an example, because I was very involved when people said, this is unfair and is enormously expensive and will affect reliability. But This policy actually gives 12 years. It in fact says that I think 4 new natural gas plants built in Alberta, which are 25% of generation, I heard this from Andrew Leach and Blake Schaefer, won't have to put a carbon capture device on them until 2044. That's a long time into the future, if I've understood that correctly. So what Denmark did is it said, let's get going. We've got some predictability because the policy says, here's where you're going. Mm-hmm. They started to do intertie connections with Norway and other systems, just as Alberta could do with British Columbia or Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. They did energy storage. They did some carbon capture and storage. They did, they had all of these biomass, wind, but with energy storage. They've been doing all of those things, and they had the time to do it. Now, to me, that's, given where things are now, costs of wind and solar, and linking that up with storage, it's hard for me to see any of the independent modelers that I've worked with that this is an onerous policy against certain regions. But that's how the analysis that I've seen.
Yeah, no, it's helpful.
Now,
I'm going to cut you off just for a moment because I just want to draw a little bit of attention.
No, there's no time for him.
I'll throw it back to you in a minute there, Francis. Just noticing when folks are responding to this poll that, this is electricity policy was one of those sticky bits that the ministers were talking about this morning of one of the things that makes it hard is that it's provincial jurisdiction and also federal responsibility. And so, when we're talking about electric federalism in this context, there is a lot of complexity there, and in some ways we're seeing that of provincial action, very important, federal action, very important. What that looks like in real life can get a little complex. But Francis, I'm interested in your thoughts on a bit of a different element of this, that we've talked, you were talking about what it means to double our electricity grid, our capacity, et cetera. And so, one of the things that comes up in the context of doubling the grid is that it involves building a lot of stuff. And a lot of what that means when we're building a lot of stuff is that, it's going to sit on or across traditional territories, Indigenous lands. And so, how can we make it so that policy supports Indigenous nations, communities, meaningfully participating in, leading, benefiting from that transition?
Yep, terrific question and really important, and I'll get to it in a moment.
Not letting me on, guys. Say it.
Fair enough.
No, just to Mark's point, the one thing that I would want to emphasize is I hope my comments didn't make it sound as though our organization opposes clean electricity regulations. We do not. Let's be very clear. This is Canada Gazette 1. The purpose of this process is for us to provide comment so that we can arrive at a durable regulation, right? And so, yes, we and many others have commented on the regulation so that we get it right, so that it can be a durable regulation into the future. So it isn't opposition. In fact, it's very constructive input that we and all of our members are putting into this process. Now, coming back to your point.
Thank you for that.
Coming back to your point, which I think is absolutely critical. First Nations Major Project Coalition, they held their annual general meeting here this week, and so I've heard. Nilo Edwards say on a number of occasions that the energy transition is not going to happen unless it's done in partnership with Indigenous communities. And we're seeing incredible innovation taking place in this space, certainly in our sector. I mean, Hydro One I would take as an example, who've now announced their 50-50 equity partnerships going forward. So any project over a certain threshold, every project in the future will be done on a 50-50 equity basis with Indigenous communities. That raises the bar, certainly, not just in our sector. I think that raises the bar for infrastructure generally, for Indigenous engagement, Indigenous participation, Indigenous ownership. I see the clock ticking down. It says we have 9 minutes left. I can give you 9 examples, and I'll take up the 9 minutes. But I mean, Laura, as an example, certainly. I mean, her company is one of the leaders in this space as well. But we see incredible leadership in this space. But it's born of a recognition that this is the only way that we're going to be able to achieve the changes that we believe believe are going to be necessary. We'll only be doing it if we're doing it in partnership with Indigenous Canadians.
I think maybe just to pick up on that, I think it's a space though that needs a lot more work and support.
Yep.
Because I think for us as a company working with Indigenous communities, we need support. There needs to be support for communities to build capacity, for communities to build that expertise, to be partners in these projects. And there are fantastic examples of communities in the country that have built that expertise and are beyond us in their capabilities. There's other communities that need support for capacity building, and we need to do that as a country. And I think that's where government has a role there. The other piece is in equity participation, and how are we actually supporting the financing that's required behind equity participation? And there's good work starting to happen in that space, but we're not there yet. Where there really isn't, when we think about it from an electricity example, Alberta stood up the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. Great organization, requires you to have a contract behind the project to qualify for investment. We have a merchant market when it comes to electricity. So Indigenous communities participating in the electricity sector and merchant projects can't actually qualify for that program. So as we think about some of these programs and policies being developed, there's a lot more work to do, and that work needs to be done hand in hand with communities to understand their needs, the gaps that exist, and how are we actually going to fill them and move beyond saying this is a great idea and we should do it to actually doing it.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's good. And I want to make sure we have some space for audience questions, but because it came up a few times, let's make sure we dive in a little bit more on this affordability question. So I'm going to ask for the affordability graph that 440 has put together as well here. So, when we know that affordability is very top of mind right now for governments and for voters, the Institute has done some analysis on this, and others like the IEA have found that on average, the clean electricity transition is going to save households money on their energy bills. But how can we ensure that the transition, that we put the policies in place so that this clean electricity transition can happen in a way that, considers existing inequalities that are at play and also can really deliver on affordability? So I know lots of folks are going to have stuff to say on this. Mo, maybe let's start with you.
Sure. I think one thing that I've been struggling with is we're using this term affordability to mean a lot of different things within it. So there's energy poverty, I think, is a problem. Our people, like you just said, are actually experiencing energy poverty today already in Canada, disproportionately in certain regions. There are things associated with just general, the politicization of energy prices over the last few decades. And kind of like Mark was saying, there's relatively to other countries, we have sort of a baseline, and we have to understand what that baseline is and how willing are we to deviate from it in the future. There's things like affordability of capital costs for equipment that may give you more an affordable lifetime cost, right? So you can have a total cost of ownership that is positive for vehicles, electric vehicle, but there's an affordability issue of the upfront costs. So I think we're lumping everything into this one term, and this is where I feel like we need to unpack that, understand what is the impact on the lowest income households, how are those things how is this transition going to impact them, how do we make sure that they're insulated from the consequences of that, and then things like the upfront costs, how do we make sure that there are maybe financing programs that can, amortize the cost so that it's not necessarily just an upfront payment. So we need to just talk about it with a bit more nuance, as opposed to just like a one term that is also, kind of inflamed right now because of the political climate, right?
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Does anyone else want to add that? Yeah, sure.
So I think maybe just to jump in on that, I think what you said is exactly true, and it's about unpacking all of it. It's unpacking, one of the pieces I would say with the analysis is we actually do need to look at it not just from a national view. We need to look at it at a provincial view as well, a provincial and territorial view. We need to truly understand what the costs we're talking about are, and then where they're being realized, so that we can actually come up with the solutions. Because I think that's the important piece. We all want this transition to occur. We all want it to occur in a smooth way. Instability or a boomerang coming back the other direction isn't actually what any of us want. So how do we create sustainable policies that actually get us there? And we have to actually do the analysis to truly understand those jurisdictional and different affordability questions so that we can address them.
Great. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Just two quick points on this. The first one is, I mean, I like Mo when you talk about unpacking it and looking at, for example, looking at the people who are at the bottom of the sort of economic pyramid, because often I think we confuse the issue of poverty with the issue of affordability, and we need to address poverty as a poverty issue, and divorce it from the conversation about the affordability of electricity. And then the second point is that there was kind of a recognition really in the federal budget this past spring that the move to a cleaner energy future is a public good, and therefore should not all of the costs be borne by the ratepayer, but this is as defined kind of in economic terms as a public good, and therefore public funds, and that's what we saw in the federal budget. I mean, we saw 1 in every 8 new dollars in spending is going to clean energy. So we kind of got a recognition of that from the Government of Canada, that something needs to be done from the standpoint of blunting the impact of achieving this major public policy objective that we've got on the individual customers.
Mark, do you have anything to add there? Or?
No, I agree very much with that. And in fact, the figure that you showed, I could have given you a different figure if I took the poorest people and their cost of capital, so I'd use a different discount rate in there, and then but Mo said all of that, and the others added to it. Yeah.
Let's try to get one audience question in here at least, if you can choose us a good one, Dave.
Well, there was a good one there. Oh, well.
That is a good one. Okay. So the question is, how does the federal government collaborate with provinces that have no interest in doing so? Does anyone want to take that?
That's not the one that I thought was a good question. I had a different one. I don't like that one.
I can go to the next one if no one wants to take that bait.
The way the federal government always does. I mean, the federal government has a limited number of levers, right? There's moral suasion can only take you so far. It's the federal spending power.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Do you have any other advice?
Well, I think working bottom up with, there's a lot of interested and cooperative industry players in those provinces that are actually wanting to work on this issue. So trying to maybe develop a more bottom up approach as well as to complement the top down approach that has been taken with federal provincial relationships.
Also, I mean, I tend to defend the federal government, whether it was Stephen Harper or in relations with the provinces, but the federal government always has to be really careful. So the whole thing on impact assessment, there was a lot of people I knew who were good lawyers who thought that would run into trouble. And people call me up to ask for advice. I can't do it anymore. Of course, I won't answer the phone. I'm chair of a commission. But on when they're developing policy. And one of the things that I kept saying with the federal government, the clean electricity regulation, just focus on greenhouse gas emissions. That's where the courts have said you've got some authority. Don't focus on things that are clearly provincial, and you'll put the policy at risk, so it won't give us the long-term certainty. Of course, people will challenge you in the courts. So really, the courts have been fairly clear now, and we've done. Stephen Harper did coal plant regs in electricity, but he focused on emissions. And so the federal government can help this process by doing everything it can to be clear that it's staying within its constitutional domain. And I think in greenhouse gas emissions, they're pretty secure now.
And maybe just to wrap us up, as the Albertan / from Saskatchewan on the panel.
Thanks for taking this.
I think though, at the end of the day, I think there's more willingness to work together than maybe comes out in the media. Alberta and the federal government have a working group that is continuing to move forward, working together on areas of mutual interest. And I think those types of processes are happening. So I do think there is more willingness, whether it's at a government-to-government level, an industry to either level of government, there is more happening, and I don't think the situation is quite as bad as it appears in the media many days. And I think you're exactly right, Mark. It's about what are the roles and responsibilities of each level of government, and how do we move this forward together. Because at the end of the day, that's the transition we all want to see occur in a smooth, stable manner.
Well said. Yeah.
Thanks for that ending on a hopeful note there, Laura. Great. Thanks so much, folks, for your time and your expertise today. That's awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you. That was fun.
Merci. Merci à vous tous pour cette discussion vraiment intéressante qui est un beau complément au rapport qui tenait le même nom que le panel, c'est-à-dire des politiques pour un réseau électrique plus grand, plus propre, plus intelligent, que je vous invite tous à aller lire en ligne si ce n'est pas encore fait. Donc, maintenant, j'aimerais inviter à venir me rejoindre sur la scène Mme Catherine Cobden, qui est présidente et directrice générale de l'Association canadienne des producteurs d'acier. Après votre intervention, Mme Cobden, Dale Bugin, vice-président exécutif de l'Institut climatique du Canada, ainsi que les intervenants du panel suivant pourront nous rejoindre sur scène pour discuter du prochain sujet, améliorer le système de tarification fondé sur le rendement.
Good afternoon, everyone. And once again, I really appreciate the opportunity to address you. I am Catherine Cobden, the President and CEO of the Canadian Steel Producers Association. And I'm also, where are all my fellow board members? I'm also a very proud director of the Canadian Climate Institute. And as you can tell by the quality of the exchange today, there's a lot of reason to be proud to be contributing to this organization's direction. All right, so my task is to introduce the next panel. And the panel title is not there. It is going to be on the output-based pricing system, which of course I'll get into. It is not the thing that has been taking up all the oxygen, if you will, over the last couple of weeks. In fact, this panel will be talking about the other side of the carbon pricing regime, which is, of course, the industrial side of our carbon pricing regime. So I think it's indisputable that there is incredible momentum towards net zero in this country. Of course, net zero is the law of the land, but it's also really taking hold in key sectors of our economy. Our work is clearly an imperative for the planet, but as has been said countless times already today, I really have lost track, it's also an economic imperative. Canadian steel producers and many other sectors are committed to doing our part in this journey, which will continue to be difficult for us, but we need to do it. Steel will be a green building block for the net zero economy, so we need to have the green credentials that go with that. The federal OBPS, output-based pricing system, plays a very important role in our transition, either directly or as a backstop via an existing provincial regulatory regime. It is designed to incentivize and reduce emissions while simultaneously safeguarding the international competitiveness of industry through the recognition of trade exposure within the regulatory frame. So, how's it going so far? I think so far, as currently constructed, our sector would argue that the OBPS has been working. Under the system as it stands today, you will have seen the steel industry has so far commenced over $3 billion worth of projects to remove 6 million tons of CO2 by 2030. And I'm quite pleased to report that the operations of one of those projects, Algoma, will start commissioning their new operation as early as the end of next year. However, the regulatory path forward is not without its challenges and not without its areas of debate. First, let's talk about that trade recognition. For those that consider the recognition of trade and competitiveness as a free pass in the regulation, or an unnecessary component of the regulation, I would like to counter with a few facts from our sector. Canadian steel, as it exists today, before we do any further transformation, is already amongst the very greenest in the world. We can be proud of it. However, we are unable to compete in our marketplace today against some of the world's highest carbon-containing steel. This challenge is inhibiting and will inhibit further Canada's ability to construct everything from EVs, wind towers, solar panels, hydrogen systems, buildings, and much, much more from greener materials. Our exposure to carbon pricing is a contributing factor to the unlevel playing field. And over time, of course, with the growing carbon price, its contribution to the unlevel playing field will grow. The erosion of trade considerations within the output-based pricing system will lead to further competitiveness challenges at a very time when the industry is taking those first critical steps. And they're not baby steps. I mean, 6 million tons of CO2. So this will be a game of jeopardy should we reduce those protections. And frankly, the indisputable outcome will be carbon leakage. The planet will not gain. Okay, that's concern number one. Concern number two is uncertainty. And this is a big one, and we've been discussing it already through several conversations today. As things stand, there is presently no visibility or certainty of what the post-2030 carbon pricing or regulatory regime, or frankly, policy regime will look like. And of course, we've also talked about political uncertainty that we face related to the OBPS. Thirdly, is the question of the range of potential policies, or that, toolkit, if you will, the suite of policies that will be in place. Some of those are absolutely existential to us. If we don't have them in place, we won't be able to get the job done. So important discussions are expected, not even begun, or in some cases underway, such as reciprocal procurement, border measures, contracts for differences. But to date, they're not concluded. So I hope that gives you a few, at least, areas that are heavily on the minds of heavy industry for the panel to kind of dive into. I do hope they take some of these challenging questions on, and I do recognize that this is not straightforward and up for many more conversations. But I do look forward to what they have to say, and will want to thank, frankly, the CCI for once again facilitating what I will call those necessary discussions that we just simply must have in order to reach our ambitious goals. If we can't talk to one another and work through these things, we'll never get there. So again, I'd like to thank CCI and NZAB for the opportunity to open this panel, and I'll now turn it to Dale, who can take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Afternoon, folks. So you're now here for the geekiest of all the panels today on output-based carbon pricing. That's right, I like the cheers. So let me introduce my panel here. I'm Dale Bugin. I'm the Executive Vice President at the Climate Institute. I have Sarah Petrovan, the Vice President of Sustainability at the Cement Association. I have Michael Bernstein, the Executive Director at Clean Prosperity, as well as a member of NZAB. And I have Caroline Brouet, who is the Executive Director at Climate Action Network Canada. So a very impressive panel. We're here to talk about OBPS, as they call it. To save my panelists a little bit of pain, let me set this up and explain to you bluntly what the hell OBPS is, so that we have a bit of sense to start at the same place. So as Catherine said, this is the carbon pricing system for heavy emitters, for large industry, and especially for industry that is competing in international markets. So I won't go too deep into the weeds, but the basics are this, that there is an emissions intensity threshold for sectors. Firms that do better than that emissions intensity threshold, that they improve their performance such that they are low emitters, can generate credits. They can sell those credits to others in the system. Those that are above the threshold can buy additional credits from their peers on the market, or they can pay that carbon price for the emissions that exceed the threshold. So the gist of all of that is incentive to reduce emissions, because you can always reduce emissions and have one extra credit to sell, but lower costs, and as a result, a better ability to compete in international markets. Maybe we can show the first figure as well, because the final piece of this puzzle is that this isn't one system across the country, this is multiple systems. Provinces are increasingly moving towards implementing their own OBPS systems. And that means there's some variation across the country, even though the common framework and the common system applies in all of them. Okay, so now put on your wonk hats, and I'm going to give you the first poll question. We're not going to come to the results later, but this will set the stage. So I want you to take your best forecast as to what the price of credits will be in 2030 for OBPS systems in Canada. And we know that the price that government will charge for you above the threshold will rise to $170 per ton by 2030. But we also know there's some dynamics in that market that we will come to. So pull out your Slidos and take your best shot at where you think that price will be. You're now all futures traders today. Okay, we'll come back to that in a little bit. But in the meantime, let's get going. So Sarah, I want to start with you. I want to pick up the lead that Catherine gave us. Part of this is about leveling the playing field internationally while maintaining those incentives to reduce emissions. That's your sector too. You guys are an emissions-intensive, trade-exposed sector, competing in markets. Is OBPS working in protecting competitiveness for you?
Yes. Yep. It's a good system. We like it. It recognizes industries that are emissions intensive and trade exposed and treats them accordingly. It's a system that enables us to reduce our emissions and consider performance improvements over time. It's a good system.
Okay, Michael, how about for you? You have written about not just protecting competitiveness of the heavy emitters, but also about firms that are competing for capital to reduce emissions and increasingly competing in an environment that is more complicated because of the US Inflation Reduction Act. From that lens, is OBPS working?
It's not working as well as it should be. And the key reason is really what's referenced in the slide is uncertainty around what the future value of those credits are going to be. In order to unlock decarbonization investments, large-scale, hundreds of millions of dollars, billion-dollar projects, one of the major drivers of those decisions is going to be the value of credits. And this is a particularly acute challenge in the face of the Inflation Reduction Act that we've heard mentioned a number of times today already. They are pouring staggering amounts of money at a variety of decarbonization technologies. And it is going to be very difficult for Canada to match that dollar for dollar. We heard the two ministers talk about that earlier today. But the credits involved in industrial pricing systems can be Canada's at least partial answer to that. It's almost a secret ingredient that we have in order to be competitive in a particular set of sectors. And to illustrate that, let me give you a quick example. Take blue hydrogen, for example. The US Inflation Reduction Act is offering $1.10 Canadian per kilogram of blue hydrogen produced. Now, Canada has said part of our answer to this is the investment tax credits. But when you do the math, you realize those investment tax credits are worth under 10 cents a kilogram. So you're asking investors to take hundreds of millions of dollars of losses by locating in Alberta versus Texas, let's just say. But where we can fill in the gap is with those credits. Because if the credits are actually trading at a value near the headline price, that's about 85 cents, give or take, per kilogram. Now, combined with the investment tax credits, you've closed that gap. and you're allowing Canada to compete and to win perhaps on other factors, clean electricity, lower energy prices, et cetera. So if we want to be in the ballpark and compete with the US, and we're acknowledging that we can't do this on a dollar-for-dollar basis, I think it's critical that we create certainty in the credit value markets, and that will actually free up the fiscal capacity to potentially address other technologies that aren't governed by OBPS. So in short, I think certainty is critical here, and of course there's policy tools like contracts for difference that I'm sure we'll talk about later.
We will get
Hold
to
on,
that
hold on.
But I'll save that for
I know
for
you're
later on.
excited about CCFDs, Michael.
That's true.
Not as excited as I am.
I know.
I
See,
beg
look,
to differ.
this is going to be
We'll
a hard
see.
to manage
Yeah, we'll
panel.
see.
They're just too
I'll
into
compete.
this. Okay, Caro, let's go to the third leg of the stool, because this isn't just about competitiveness. This is also about emissions reductions from some of the biggest sources of emissions, these emissions-intensive heavy industry. What do you think on that front? Is this policy tool working? Can it work? What's your reaction there about how OBPS fits into our environmental strategy?
Je pense que c'est la bonne question à poser, en fait. C'est quoi l'objectif d'un outil politique? Et dans le cas des systèmes de prix, ce que Michael nous disait juste maintenant, on cherche l'efficience, c'est-à-dire c'est quoi la façon la moins chère, finalement, de réduire une tonne de gaz à effet de serre. Mais on peut avoir d'autres objectifs de politique publique, puis je pense en particulier après l'été d'impact climatique dévastateur qu'on vient de vivre, c'est important de remettre à l'avant-plan ces objectifs-là. Puis les objectifs que, selon nous, au Réseau Action Climat, on devrait considérer, c'est d'abord et avant tout l'efficacité. Est-ce qu'une mesure réussit à réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre? Je pense que quand je regarde l'expansion continue des émissions du secteur pétrolier et gazier, bien entendu, au niveau des processus, on a parlé du ciment, de l'acier, agriculture également, peut-être que le système de prix basé sur le rendement est efficace, mais cet éléphant dans la pièce qui est le secteur des pétroliers et gaziers, je pense, au niveau de l'efficacité, on peut repasser. Et dans un second temps, un objectif important à considérer aussi, c'est celui de l'équité. Je pense qu'on a beaucoup entendu parler au cours des 2 dernières semaines de l'impact de la crise du coût de la vie sur les Canadiennes et Canadiens. Je regardais des données en 2020 qui disaient qu'en moyenne, le prix d'une tonne de gaz à effet de serre à la pompe pour les consommateurs tristes canadiens était de 30 $, alors que Suncor, qui, je le rappelle, génère autant d'émissions annuelles que la Tunisie, paie en moyenne, pour la même année, en 2020, 2,10 $ la tonne. Donc, au niveau de l'équité, également, je ne pense pas nécessairement que ce système de prix atteint l'objectif non plus.
Thank you. Okay, so let's open it up to all three of you, because in a way, all of what you're talking about, to some extent, circles around those emissions intensity thresholds. How much support you're giving to firms, how much you're charging them for how much of their emissions. Balancing those three priorities is the art there. So react to that. Are we at the right level of emissions intensities? Are we at the right level of stringency, as they say, in these OBPS systems?
It's a...
Yeah, I'll go to you first, Sarah.
So it's always a careful dance, right? And let's remember, like, the objective is to reduce our emissions over time. And so everybody recognizes that stringency has to occur, that the benchmarks have to come down. But at the same time, we have to remember, particularly in my sector, as is true in other sectors, we are competing against jurisdictions that are operating not under a carbon price. And so if you displace cement produced in Canada with cement produced in another jurisdiction, let's remember, we're not reducing emissions, we're just offshoring them. And so it is a fine balance between tightening the benchmarks in line with solutions that are actually available, that can be deployed, and what those are different in different provinces in the country. And then at the same time, making sure that the market is also ready for what you can produce, because obviously we produce the end product, which is concrete. It's technologically possible to produce a net zero concrete today, but based on code standards, specifications, et cetera, you're not allowed to use it in a construction project, of which you could see a couple of them when you look out the window. And so it's important that you look at carbon pricing in the suite of industrial decarbonization as a set of policy tools that need to get us to a certain point, but that you have to design that carbon pricing to not create perversion in the marketplace that takes away your economic competitiveness and creates job loss and offshores your emissions.
So Sarah, you didn't answer the question. Should the thresholds go down? Should they be tightened?
I have no problem with tightening thresholds. Of course they should be tightened, but they also have to be tightened in line with reality, and other policies need to move forward as we ratchet the carbon price down.
Michael, what do you think?
Yeah, look, I think we need to do three things. I think we need to tighten benchmarks, absolutely, as a general statement. I think we need to be looking sector by sector for areas where there may need to be a relaxation of that tightening rate, and Sarah's kind of referring to that. And I think we also need to be thinking about complementary policy that protects competitiveness, things like border carbon adjustments, right? So to unpack that just a little bit, I mean, the reason why I think we need to be raising or tightening, let's say, the benchmarks in general is because right now we actually have a system that is not consistent with the emissions reductions goals that have been set out by the federal government. So if you look at a system like Alberta's, which is the largest industrial pricing system in the country by far, 55% of our emissions, or industrial emissions rather, what you see there is that the rules by 2030 are going to place about 45, maybe 50 megatons at most under a so-called compliance obligation, meaning they have to pay a carbon price or buy credits. Well, if you then ask the question, how many emissions reductions do those facilities actually have to undertake by 2030 in order to do their fair share of our ERP, our 2030 emissions goal, it's about 70 megatons. So how can we have a system that's only charging a carbon price on about 50 or south of 50 megatons when we're expecting 70 megatons of reductions? If we want to fully leverage this system, which is the most cost-effective approach to getting those reductions, we ought to be tightening the system. And now that does not mean, as I see Sarah getting excited here, that we can't look at specific circumstances by sector and look at other accommodations for sectors that are particularly acutely affected. But I think the number of sectors that fall on that list is smaller than one might expect at first. And of course, another answer to that over time, hopefully sooner than later, is addressing the competitiveness challenge through a border carbon adjustment. And that's some work that actually, Dale, you and I are involved in as part of this Carbon Competitiveness Commission. But that's essentially what I think we need to do here.
Hot pursuit from Sarah before I go to Carol.
So just my question on that is that, but that's only true if you're expecting the carbon price to do all of the emissions reductions, right? Are we not also talking about potentially the role of complementary policies? Like, I'm not saying that you couldn't, but then you have to make the deliberate policy decision to say that we're getting those 70-ish plus megatons solely from the carbon price.
Well, I wouldn't say it would be solely from the carbon price, but I think if we're interested in low-cost policy, why wouldn't we drive as many emissions reductions as we can through industrial pricing? You know, in some cases, that is still going to need to be matched with other complementary policies, whether it's investment tax credits, maybe regulations in some cases. But my own view would be let's generate as many emissions reductions as we can from our lowest cost policy tool.
We could debate whether or not it's a low-cost
policy. Let's go to Carol. Do you agree with Michael, given that your points about fairness and costs, but also about emissions reductions?
J'étais d'accord avec Michael jusqu'à un certain point, jusqu'à ce que l'objectif de réduire les tonnes au moindre coût soit mis de l'avant, comme je le disais tantôt. Puis je pense que c'est important de revenir à la question de pourquoi c'est pas efficace. Puis, bon, plusieurs économistes sur scène, j'ai été formée comme économiste, donc je peux me permettre de faire un petit dig aux économistes. Le problème, c'est que la politique existe. Donc, même si, en théorie, on voudrait avoir un prix constant à travers l'économie, bien, les différents secteurs, finalement, et aussi de façon régionale, on voit, viennent lobbyer pour creuser, finalement, des exemptions, des allocations gratuites qui, finalement, ne reflètent plus cette question-là de la tonne la moins chère, si on prenait ça comme objectif. Par contre, sur la question des mesures complémentaires, I agree with Sarah, and I'm going to say this in English because I'm not sure how to say it in French. I was on the train this morning on my way here rereading Danny Cullenward's book, Making Climate Policy Work, which looks at carbon pricing mechanisms across the world. And what Danny and his co-author David Victor find is that often carbon markets can be called Potemkin markets, right? They are kind of a facade. They exist, but they're not doing the heavy lifting of emissions reductions. Other policies are. And so I think the question we need to ask ourselves in Canada is, across those sectors, do we have these complementary measures that are allowing to do the heavy lifting, and then the carbon pricing will kind of take care of the residual, but they won't be doing the heavy lifting, especially if we want to meet this crisis at the speed and scale that it requires.
Thank you for all of that, all your very insightful comments. Let's go to our poll and throw up the results of the Slido poll, if we could. So to me, this is really interesting, that what you're essentially seeing is a distribution of possible prices in 2030. Now imagine you're an investor. Imagine you're an investor trying to make a bet based on these carbon prices. Maybe you don't know, maybe you have a sense it's going to be between 50 and 170 likely, but it might not be, and it might be. Who knows? Lots of you, a quarter of you have said that actually there isn't an answer for none of the above. But there's lots of uncertainty here as to what that price is going to be that makes it hard to place those investment bets. So, panel, what does that mean? What does that mean for how we design OBPS? What does it mean for what else we do? How do we tackle this real significant problem that lots of you have flagged about uncertainty? And I'll take this chance to remind you to put other questions into the Slido too, please.
So
who wants in first?
Let me go first, and then Michael, we can duke it out, okay? So, I'm from industry. What do we want? Certainty. When do we want it? Now. So if you're going to take the bet on building a near or net zero capital project, right? We're not talking about couch cushion change here. We're talking about in the billions of dollars. So, the number 1.4 billion has been thrown around publicly for the Edmonton CCS project. That will be the world's first full-scale capture, maybe, if we can move fast. The US is certainly catching up, but maybe the world's first full-scale capture at a cement plant will be the world's first net zero cement without the use of offsets. So that project's $1.4 billion. And that's just on the CapEx side, right? There's the ongoing OpEx expenditure of transporting and storing carbon. And so how do you build a business case around a project like that, especially given the fact that the market is not willing to bear any sort of premium around net zero cement? Well, you sell credits. And that's just a simple math equation. To make a business case, you need a credit at a value of X. And if you can get the value of X on the market, then you have a business case and you can go ahead and you can build a net zero project. If you can't get that value on the marketplace, then you do not have a business case. And, we are all here to solve the challenge of climate change, absolutely, but business is business, and business needs to make money in order to make investments. And so, therefore, drum roll please, you need a guarantee on the value of the carbon credit. And one of the ways that you can provide that guarantee is on a fun little policy called Carbon Contracts for Difference. Take it away, Bernstein.
Thought we were going to duke it out.
We will, don't worry, and I will be right.
It's actually a tag team.
That's how that's going to go.
Carry on.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I think imagine if you were one of those industrial participants, and you tried to get financing for that project, and you said, we don't know what the credit values are going to be in 2030. And even worse than that, that financier might have the opportunity to invest in a project in the United States where there is clarity, there is certainty on what the incentives are. at least the baseline incentives. So yeah, absolutely. We think that a carbon contract for difference is an essential component of having Canada realize the full potential of its output-based pricing system and also capitalize on the economic opportunity that's in front of us. And so what's really important for us about that contract for difference is that it has to be against the credit values, as Sarah said. Because just to reinforce the point, even if you're in a world where the carbon price today was $170, if firms can purchase credits for $20, $30, $40, that $170 price is not particularly meaningful. No one is going to pay it if they have the opportunity to buy credits. So it's essential that that contract be against credit values. It's essential in our view, or let me put it differently, it's highly preferable that those contracts are offered on an off-the-shelf way. In other words, that investors understand upfront what is the value they're going to get from a contract. Because if we design these programs where industrial proponents are going to have to go through months and months of negotiation, spend money and time without clarity on what the result is going to be in the end, we're going to run into challenges. We're going to do the same thing it's going to be the same kind of characteristics we have of our existing bespoke programs. So I think what's most critical is seeing an off-the-counter, credit value-based contract for difference. There are other features we can get into, but to me, those are the most essential.
I think we're not going to get into it.
I was going to say, I don't agree with him, but
if you guys want to talk OBPS, you can do so with Sarah and Michael and me offline. Let's keep it going. Caro, I know you wanted to talk about one other question, then we'll get to the audience questions. Talk to me about interactions with other policies, because this isn't all by itself. This is one part of a broader package of policies. What's important to think about when we're thinking about how OBPS intersects or not with other policies?
Il y a toute une suite de réglementations qui sont en développement, puis je pense que pas mal tout le monde dans la salle ici les suit de très près. Quand on regarde les secteurs qui sont visés par le système de prix basé sur le rendement, comme je le disais tantôt, il y a un gros éléphant dans la pièce et ce sont les émissions du secteur pétrolier et gazier. On a entendu le ministre Guilbeault tantôt répéter qu'un cadre s'en venait sur la question du plafonnement des émissions du secteur pétrolier et gazier. Je pense que c'est très clair qu'en ce moment, sous sa forme actuelle, le système de prix basé sur le rendement est tout à fait insuffisant et inefficace à réduire les émissions de ce secteur et ça nous prend un plafond qui est rigoureux, qui est ambitieux et qui a le moins possible de flexibilité dans les mécanismes de compliance. Je m'excuse, je travaille plus en anglais qu'en français, donc c'est un peu difficile. Mais voilà, donc je pense que le plafonnement des émissions du secteur pétrolier-gazier est très important. On a parlé aussi du Inflation Reduction Act aux États-Unis, donc l'important d'avoir des politiques industrielles qui complémentent les signaux de prix qui sont envoyés par le système. Et voilà.
Anybody else want in on interactions?
Yeah, can I add maybe one or two quick points here? Certainly policy interaction comes with the risk of undermining the incentive presented by the output-based pricing systems. Because if you have, what you could end up with is an oversupply of credits in the market, which will push credit prices down and require raising stringency and tightening the rules, essentially, in order to fix that challenge. And one of the things that it makes me think of is it's not just federal policy, right? Provincial policy can do this too. There's also uncertainty about the rate of cost decline of technologies. So I think all of that points to a need to think about the way we set the rules on these output-based pricing systems differently to allow us to be more dynamic than the 5-year phases that we are currently operating under. And there's more adaptive ways in which you can have predictable rules, but to have those rules based on the actual circumstances in the market over, for example, the previous 12 months. And so I hope we start to consider that as part of the way we set the rules in these systems.
And I don't disagree with anything that my co-panelists are saying. I just maybe feel about it differently, right? Nobody loves pancaking regulations that all fight with each other to do pretty much the same thing. And I think likewise, there's also the challenge of some of these regulations having unintended consequences, right? Like potentially limiting, your emissions reductions, things that you're being driven to do by the OBPS, for example, might actually be limited or disallowed in some obscure calculation in some other regulatory policy. And so, I agree with the necessity for understanding appropriate policy interaction, but maybe for slightly different reasons.
Yeah, streamlined policy, I'm all for that. We can use the OBPS for a lot more than we currently are.
So the audience is on the same page here. They're also asking about interaction in a different way, because one of the questions here is, as the electricity sector is not trade exposed, why is it still under OBPS? And it's one of the easier sectors to decarbonize. I can take that one step further into our interaction conversation, because electricity is also covered by the Clean Electricity Regulation, and so that's an explicit area of overlap. So if anybody wants, react to the question, react to electricity and OBPS.
Est-ce que je peux réagir avant juste à l'échange entre Sarah et Michael sur la question du chevauchement des différentes politiques? Je pense que c'est important de regarder comment on réduit les émissions à court terme et à long terme. À l'Institut canadien sur le climat, vous avez fait un travail, là je m'excuse encore, je vais le dire en anglais, les safe bets et les paris qui sont plus risqués en matière d'investissement climatique. Quand on regarde la trajectoire, comment on se rend à la carboneutralité en 2050, la question, c'est pas juste la cible à la fin, mais c'est aussi le chemin qu'on prend pour s'y rendre. Et des systèmes de prix, finalement, nous disent on va graduellement réduire nos émissions, mais ça ne prend pas en considération les transformations systémiques plus grandes que notre économie, que notre société doit opérer pour atteindre l'objectif. Je pense à la sortie des énergies fossiles. Je sais que c'est un petit peu un tabou dans cette salle, surtout dans un contexte où on doit considérer la juridiction du fédéral, mais reste que on a des données qui sont sorties hier sur l'écart de production de pétrole et de gaz et ce qu'on doit faire pour limiter le réchauffement climatique à 1,5 degrés Celsius. Et force est d'admettre que le Canada n'est pas sur le bon chemin. Donc, je pense qu'il y a une réflexion qu'on doit faire en tant que société, à travers l'économie, finalement, de comment est-ce qu'on s'assure qu'on a davantage que des signaux de prix qui nous permettent de faire cette transition de façon à ce que l'économie se diversifie et bénéficie au complet.
Okay, we're almost to the end here, so I know there are other great questions from the audience, but instead, I think I want to give the panel a chance for final thoughts here to close this down. So you have 30 seconds or so each. What's the big takeaway for OBPS for Canada, and what's the number one priority for improving it moving forward? Let's go opposite order. Carol, why don't you go first?
It's not enough. We need more complementary policy.
Well, I think we need complementary policy. I would specifically point, and this may not be what you're referring to, but I would specifically point to competitiveness measures like the border carbon adjustments, like thinking about how also we're going to create more integration across provincial systems to perhaps allow trading across jurisdictions. But as you could probably predict from me, I mean, the most important policy for me is pretty obvious. I think it's without question and above all carbon contracts for difference, because I just don't see how we make the system work the way we want without that policy.
Sarah, you get the last word.
Okay. What do we want? Certainty. When do we want it? Now. So certainty of the headline carbon price trajectory past 2030, like we know right now the plan is for it to remain static, but what's going to happen? Certainty of market interaction. What is the credit price going to be? How is that going to operate within the different pricing systems in the country? Are we moving towards market fungibility where you can trade credits within different systems? That sort of certainty is what creates investment. Investment is what is going to help us decarbonize at the end.
That's a good ending. Thanks very much to my great panelists. The great conversation. I'll thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you for that panel, and Dale's almost as good at moderating as he is as research, so that's fantastic. So we've come to that time in our agenda where it is time for a real break this time. which is exciting. I know we didn't get one this morning, but I hope, and thank you for bearing with us. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Don't stray too far, because we've got some amazing panels and some amazing speakers to come. So for those online, please take the opportunity to stretch, get your Slido fingers relaxed, and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're going to get started again. Save that enthusiastic conversation for tonight's reception and come on back. Hope you had a bit of a chance to stretch and think of some more amazing questions. As we get ready to hear from our next round of panelists, another reminder, don't forget to share your experiences today on your social networks. Folks, going to invite you to come on back. I come from a very windy place, so I can be very loud. To yell around to my cousins, so there we go. Awesome, thank you. Now I'd like to invite Mandy Gulmasti, Grand Chief of Cree Nation, Ayuaishi, close, to come up and say a few words. Following the Grand Chief's speech, we'll have Sarah Miller, Research Lead of Adaptation at the Canadian Climate Institute, and the next panel of speakers who will join us on stage to discuss the implementation of the National Adaptation Strategy. They're already lined up and ready. Grand Chief?
Wajagam Tanaskumtna Jibez Wishamiak Jajidayan Otnahau, Egonistum, Wiwajem go, Ejibed Spitkigat, Jajidai Otnahau, Zwakamagno, Anishinaabe Nation, their unceded territory. Good afternoon. My name is Mandy Gulmasti. I'm the Grand Chief of the Cree Nation of USG. It's a pleasure to be here and to be welcomed and hosted in the traditional territories, the unceded traditional territories of the Anishinaabe Nation. I am pleased to be here this afternoon and speak to you about what we have experienced as the Cree Nation. This summer, I think Canadians from coast to coast experienced climate change on a very personal level. It was not only an environmental issue this year, but it was also a social and health issue. The impacts of the forest fires in the traditional territory of the Cree Nation of USG were significant. Not only did they have an impact on the Cree way of life, but they continue to have an impact on the Cree Nation. Indigenous peoples are the front line of climate change. They are able to provide that immediate feedback on what they see and endure in their territories. They are not just disproportionately impacted, but they are at the forefront of climate actions and their solutions. I'd like to share some statistics regarding the impact on our territory. 12% of the Cree traditional territory was impacted by forest fire. 4.1 million hectares. This is roughly the size of Switzerland. Wemengee, the community of Wemengee, one of the 9 communities within the boundaries of USG, experienced more than half of its traditional territory being charred, 1 million hectares. The largest of the forest fires was 1.2 million hectares. That is the size of 10 New York cities. Over 23% of protected areas were impacted, depleted, including impact on watersheds, wildlife. Areas such as the Broadback are one of our old growth forests within the Cree Nation's territory. This is also home to endangered caribou species and where flowing water was so pure that we could drink straight from the river. Over 120 species of birds that breed in USG were impacted. The vast majority were nesting at the time that forest fires occurred, many during the period that the forest fires were raging. A preliminary estimate of 20 million nesting birds within the perimeters of the fires was calculated. 60% of our trap lines, the traditional territories in which the Crees continue to hunt, fish, and trap, were affected, And for the next 20 years, we are going to live with the impacts of these forest fires. My members lost a total of 181 camps. Some of them leaving our traditional land users and telemen empty-handed and without a roof. We do have members that continue to live subsistence harvesting lifestyle to this very day. Many of them lost their camps and did not have somewhere to go when the fires went out. For us, this also meant a closure of our territory. We were not able to receive goods. For some communities, it was nearly a month that roads were closed as the fires continued to burn. In some places, there was no air access. Some communities had to fully evacuate, one of them on multiple occasions. The priorities of fighting forest fire was safety of humans. For us, we lost cultural infrastructure. There is no provision to bring it back, and we are working hard to reach a solution for our members to continue to be on the land and practice the Cree way of life. I want to ensure today in the discussions in the conference that members are aware that a part of climate action is reconciliation, reconnection to the land, waters, culture, and language of First Nations people. We need to be in partnership for these solutions to be put in place. One of the key successes for Indigenous peoples are the landskeepers, part of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative. Some of you may know them as the Guardians. Not only does this group allow for conservation to be a huge component of our work in the territory, but it allows us to also open up a conservation economy to reinforce and restore and become greater stewards of the land, a landscape that has been severely impacted and needs our care and compassion ever so much more. Exploring the implementation of an Indigenous-led carbon credit system is a priority for the Cree Nation. We seek to ensure that cultural practices of the Cree are offered as a solution towards carbon. Climate action also means respecting Indigenous rights and the groups that are undertaking many different activities in the territory. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I hope that you will reflect on the reality of the continued impacts of forest fire in the territory. Although the fires may be out, we now live with the secondary impact, windfall, the impact on wildlife, the impact on habitat. We will continue to live with those realities for a number of years. I'm pleased to be here. I would like to welcome the panel and invite Sarah Miller, the research lead at the adaptation team, the Canadian Climate Institute, as well as our speakers for the next panel. It's a pleasure to be here and to share this space with you.
Thank you so much to the Grand Chief for those welcome remarks and for talking so passionately and impactfully about the effects on your community and culture and nature. I think it really drives home what we're talking about on this panel. So thank you so much for that. I'm really happy to be moderating this panel and to have the opportunity to talk about adaptation in the midst of this conference that's really focused on getting to net zero. Really drives home, I think, the importance of ensuring that we're tackling the climate impacts that we're already locked into, even as we go full steam ahead on reducing emissions as aggressively as possible in Canada and globally. So great to be here. Just want to introduce our panelists briefly. So first we have Caroline Larive, the Director of Scientific Programming for Uranos. We also have Erin Myers, Director of Environment, Climate Change, and Emergency Management for the Métis National Council. And we have Jason Clark, National Director, Climate Change Advocacy at the Insurance Bureau of Canada. It might be a good time to stick up that graph that shows the impacts of the wildfire season that we had in 2023. So just to sort of parallel the remarks that the Grand Chief was making, 2023 sure everybody knows, was the worst wildfire season in Canadian history. The number of hectares burned far surpassed any previous years. As shown in this chart, it really requires a whole new y-axis to really capture the damage that we saw across the country. And I think on that note, I'd really like to turn it over to each of you just to spend a few minutes sort of reflecting on the impacts that you've seen either in your communities or through your organization's work, the climate impacts you've seen this year and in recent years in Canada, maybe the role of policy in playing a role in those, determining the extent of those impacts and who bears the burden, and of course the importance of adaptation. And then after that we can talk more about the national adaptation strategy and implementation of the strategy itself. Caroline, maybe let's start with you.
OK, ben merci beaucoup. Merci Sarah. Merci pour les remarques d'introduction très appréciées. Ça me fait vraiment très plaisir d'être ici cet après-midi. Peut-être quelques mots simplement pour introduire c'est quoi Ouranos. Donc, le consortium Ouranos, c'est un consortium de recherche sur la climatologie régionale et l'adaptation au changement climatique. On a été créé au Québec par le concours de plusieurs organisations qui se sont mises ensemble précisément comme une première action d'adaptation au changement climatique avec la reconnaissance que le problème est très complexe et il faut qu'on se mette ensemble finalement pour bien saisir l'ampleur du problème et puis aussi les solutions les plus optimales ou les plus pertinentes. On est une organisation privée sans but lucratif, mais on est aussi un réseau de plus de 450 experts tout au travers du monde universitaire, du gouvernement, de différentes organisations. Et on se veut à la fois un pôle d'innovation, c'est-à-dire qu'on fait de la recherche, on développe et on soutient la recherche qui est faite, qui couvre de la science du climat jusqu'à l'adaptation au changement climatique pour plusieurs secteurs et systèmes. Mais on est aussi un lieu de concertation, un endroit où on amène différents acteurs autour de la table dans un espace neutre pour pouvoir parler de changement climatique. Puis j'aime beaucoup le terme que Mme Lequéré a amené. On essaie de dépassionner finalement les enjeux et puis la discussion autour des enjeux, reconnaissant qu'on est tous pris avec un climat qui change et on va devoir faire face à un futur qui est très différent et en dehors finalement de notre expérience vécue. Peut-être ce que je voulais juste dire pour rajouter aux remarques d'introduction qui ont été faites, c'est que je pense que peut-être aussi juste pour mentionner que j'ai aussi eu le privilège de co-présider un des groupes de travail qui a alimenté le développement de la stratégie nationale d'adaptation, un des multiples mécanismes qui ont été mis en place pour consulter toute une variété d'acteurs et de gens qui doivent s'impliquer pour s'adapter au changement climatique. Mais peut-être que je dirais juste brièvement que ce que les événements de cet été nous ont peut-être montré avec beaucoup qui ont été très probants, c'est que à la fois l'étendue des impacts a été très, très important, c'est-à-dire que c'était pas simplement les communautés, c'était pas juste un problème éloigné, c'est-à-dire que les feux de forêt ont eu des impacts jusque dans le sud, finalement, du Québec, avec les enjeux de qualité de l'air, avec toute une série d'enjeux. On a vécu aussi des territoires qui ont fait face aux inondations, même qui étaient très éloignés, qui ont pu avoir des impacts sur toutes les chaînes d'approvisionnement. Donc, on sentait les effets, même si on n'était pas impacté très directement dans les communautés les plus touchées. Et peut-être que je rajouterais aussi que ça nous a aussi montré qu'il y a des conditions préalables qui ont peut-être amplifié l'ampleur et des impacts qui ont été ressentis, c'est-à-dire des choix qu'on a faits en termes d'occupation du sol, des territoires ou des zones humides, par exemple, qu'on décide de drainer ou des endroits où on décide de se développer dans des zones inondables, vont évidemment nous mettre dans des conditions plus à risque, mais aussi des vulnérabilités socio-économiques. Souvent, les populations les plus affectées sont par la même occasion les populations qui ont les moins de ressources, qui sont dans en moins bon état de santé.
Thank you so much. Just before I turn it over to you, Aaron, I also wanted to let the audience know that you also have a chance to weigh in through Slido right now, if you'd like to pull out your phones to also weigh in on the question, to what extent you agree with the statement that climate change poses a significant threat to your home, health, or well-being. So if you can all take a moment to think about that, and then we'll pull up those answers after Jason, you give your first remarks. So maybe Aaron, and then Jason.
Sure, thank you very much for having me here today. It's an honor to be able to represent the Métis National Council in this very important space. But furthermore, I just want to give great thanks and gratitude to the elder that opened us up in a good way today, and also to Grand Chief, who's here and who shared a really impactful story of the reality that's happening in your community, affecting your people. And that is a story that's affecting many people across this country. And I think what can happen within these climate dialogues, especially in a mitigation space, an adaptation space, policy space, is that we really just talk about the science, the climate science, how we're going to deal with the climate impacts, how we're going to do this, and what are the numbers, and how are we meeting those numbers, and how are we meeting our targets. But at the end of the day, we're talking about human beings and human lives and livelihoods. They're directly tied to lands and landscapes and water and species. And we don't make a lot of space for that in these dialogues. And so I'm happy here to be able to represent the Métis National Council, the Métis Nation, as one of the 3 distinct Indigenous peoples across this country, and how the climate crisis is tied directly to colonial processes and practices. I think we need to talk about that. How did we get here? And what are we going to do to move forward in a way that is including people at the center, our ecosystems at the center of the discussion? I've been in this field for a long time, working in supporting and being an ally to Indigenous peoples in this space, and what I've learned is that Indigenous peoples are the most resilient peoples on this planet. And despite being on the front lines of climate impacts, we have a lot to learn, and we have a lot to do to be able to support Indigenous knowledge within these spaces, to support advancing Indigenous knowledge systems within these spaces, and not just support, but incorporate and include and learn from, so that we can try and deal with the climate crisis. And it's a climate crisis, it's a biodiversity crisis, but I think it's a human crisis, essentially. We are so disconnected from the lands and waters that sustain our life and our life systems that we are now in this situation. And I think that's because we've stopped talking about the relationship. We've stopped talking about how me, as a person, as a woman, as a mom, am connected to the land and the waters around me. I'm connected to all of you. We're all connected to each other. And we can talk about the wildfires, and that's something that we can go on and discuss further. But I think the Premier of British Columbia mentioned it today. There was loss of life due to those wildfires. And I don't think we take enough time to recognize those lives that were lost in the front lines. Many of those wildland firefighters are Métis or First Nations. And when are we taking the time to acknowledge the impact that these things are having on the frontline workers? And where are we taking the time to talk about how these things are actually having an impact on the ground and on people? And so I just want to kind of center that while we go, as we have this discussion, that we're talking about people, we're talking about species, we're talking about the interconnectedness of it all. And we're talking about our relationship to each other, to the land and waters. And so, though I'm here representing the Métis National Council, I'm not here representing First Nations or Inuit. I'm not here even representing all Métis voices in this space, because it's very diverse. And I'm just very honored and privileged. And I'll leave it there for now and pass it over to you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. And I also would like to extend my thanks to the Grand Chief. To begin, I'd like to acknowledge that my family and I live, work, and play on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples, which allowed me and my little guy today to build a snowman. So, I'm quite fortunate to be here. Maybe I'll zoom out and talk about some of the macro pieces to build off of what the Grand Chief and what Aaron had mentioned. Fundamentally, I think Canada is becoming a riskier place to live, work, and insure. What we've seen as a result of this past year is a real concern, fundamentally, that around continued insurability of these areas that are frequently exposed to these climate-related disasters. If we look at the numbers this past year, building off of what the Grand Chief said, we had 6,569 fires. That's over, and you saw it in the graph, that's 18.5 million acres burned across virtually every region of this country. That's more than 1 billion tons of CO2 emissions released into the atmosphere, which is the equivalent of the global airline industry in one wildfire season. The cost was approximately $1.4 billion to date. And as the Grand Chief said, those costs are ongoing because those people have not returned home. And they won't for a while. And that varies in each case. We had over 155,000 people were evacuated this year. And the wildfire season was unprecedented to date, but it's unlikely to be so moving forward. And I think that's fundamentally what we're talking about here. A way to contextualize this for me is, as my little guy said, data, it smells like camping. And that's when wildfire smoke enshrouded Ottawa in June. That was the first thing he said when we walked out to take him to daycare. And really, again, every year is seemingly unprecedented. What I would note is in 2022, last year, insured losses equated to $3.4 billion is the total that's been rounded up to date. And unlike, say, the Fort McMurray fires in 2016, these actually came from a series of events all across the country. So that's fundamentally different. This year alone, we have preliminary estimates that put us likely on par to match that, if not exceed. And we're only at the tail end of hurricane season, so obviously we could still experience some hurricanes. And we're getting into the winter. So I think all of this is contributing to, at a macro level, national level, a much riskier place for us to be in as communities, as families, and as a country.
Thank you so much to all of you. Heard a lot of different things there, the role of policy, not just climate change in getting us to this place, the human impacts and the imperative to not lose sight of that when you look at graphs like the one that I put up there. And of course, the extent and the number of disasters and the fact that, like you said, this is unprecedented this year, but it isn't likely to be the future. We're going to be saying that word a lot more. One quick housekeeping piece. Oh, we have the poll results. Can we get the poll results on the screen, please? So it looks like, 74%, 3/4 of the audience agrees that climate change already poses a significant threat either to your home, your health, or your well-being. Would have been interesting to ask this poll this time last year and to see to what extent the wildfire and the smoke really drove this home for people. Thank you all for that. Would also like to say we're going to have time probably for 1 to 2 questions at the very end. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask the panelists, put those in a Slido at any point, and we'll do our best to get to them. I'd just like to turn now to talk a little bit about the National Adaptation Strategy. We've talked a lot about the impacts that we're seeing this year being unprecedented in that respect. This year was also notable because for the first time ever, Canada has a national adaptation strategy that prioritizes action at the national level to really try to tackle some of the key risks that we face. So I'd really like to hear from each of you. Caroline, maybe beginning with you, if you could talk a little bit about the process since you were involved in that. And then Jason and Aaron, I'll throw to you if you have anything to add. Really just to speak, give the audience here who might be more on the mitigation side of things, just to speak a little bit to kind of the process that we took to get to this strategy and the strengths and weaknesses at a high level.
Tout à fait, merci. Et puis, je pense qu'à la sortie après la mise en place du cadre pan-canadien d'adaptation, cadre pan-canadien sur les changements climatiques, une des actions qui était attendue, c'était justement le besoin d'avoir une stratégie nationale d'adaptation, vraiment pour aider à établir un peu les priorités, puis tenter de ramener finalement les efforts et puis les investissements, les ressources vers des buts communs, puis aider à aligner finalement les efforts qui se passaient à plusieurs niveaux de juridiction. Le processus en lui-même, en fait, est une action d'adaptation, c'est-à-dire que le fait d'amener plusieurs acteurs d'horizons très diversifiés autour de la table pour construire ensemble la stratégie, pour établir les priorités ensemble. Je crois que le processus était en lui-même partait d'une très bonne intention, c'est fait de manière quand même assez en capitalisant finalement sur les groupes qui existaient, les endroits pour échanger qui existaient. Donc, moi, je pense que c'est une étape extrêmement importante. Il fallait déjà en sortir une première stratégie pour pouvoir ensuite construire dessus. Moi, je faisais partie d'un des 5 groupes de travail qui ont alimenté le développement de la stratégie, mais il y a eu des consultations très vastes avec les provinces, avec les territoires, avec les 3 organisations autochtones, en fait, ça a été ouvert également là, à l'ensemble de la population qui pouvait commenter. Donc, je pense que le processus était vraiment intéressant et ce serait important pour la suite, en fait, de maintenir ce dialogue, en fait, un dialogue ouvert pour continuer à travailler sur l'adaptation au changement climatique. Je pense que ce sera important de ne pas perdre de vue que l'adaptation au changement climatique, c'est vraiment autant un processus qu'une finalité. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a des actions qu'on peut mettre en place, mais globalement, ce qu'on cherche à faire, c'est finalement devenir bon à s'adapter au changement climatique parce que le climat continue d'évoluer. On ne sait pas vers quel futur on se dirige, mais on sait juste que ce futur, il est en dehors de l'expérience qu'on a pu vivre. So I keep saying this to people that have heard me, but adaptation, we really need to become good at adapting. And it isn't in times of crisis that we need to figure out how to coordinate action or work together. This is something that really needs to happen on an ongoing basis so that when crisis does appear or does happen, we are equipped and tooled and have the resources to be able to cope with them. I think that's what I would start with maybe. And maybe one other element is beyond the specific actions, there were a series of guiding principles coming out of the adaptation strategy. And I think it's important to not lose sight of those guiding principles in all actions and decisions that we make. For example, respecting jurisdictions, respecting roles and responsibilities and rights, making sure that we are advancing on climate justice, that we're not creating more inequities. We don't keep putting ourselves in these dire conditions. Being proactive and really making sure that we do put forward co-benefits. This is, as we adapt, we're actually making a better place for us to live. And just making sure that we're not putting in place actions that are actually hindering or maladapting or putting other people more at risk.
Thank you so much. I heard adaptation is a process, so this shouldn't be seen as the end point that we have a strategy and now the work is done. And of course, the importance of being proactive so that we're not just reacting after disasters happen. Jason, I'm just wondering on that theme of being proactive, one other thing in the strategy that we've talked a bit about, and I know IBC has talked about, is around the piece of targets and having not only high-level goals 20, 30 years out, but also measurable targets on a much shorter timeline. Can you talk a little bit more about that? And
yeah, absolutely. So the only thing that I would reinforce is exactly that. I think that the inclusion of measurable targets and the sort of commitment to continuously assess and look at a 5-year time, time horizon, gives us, and the fact that we have a number of those actions and a number of those targets are actually well before 2030, so which is fundamentally critical to enable us to do that work on an ongoing basis. So for us, absolutely, the inclusion of targets really makes the National Adaptation Strategy, a world-class strategy. And we're now obviously at this moment of having just received it in June, and having gone through this terrible season and this very difficult year for a lot of people, gives us the real opportunity to rapidly and tangibly implement the NAS, which is an exciting point to be at, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And targets in the world of adaptation are not as straightforward as targets to reduce emissions, but they can really drive action across the different themes that we've seen in the strategy. Can you give an example of a target? I'm going to put you on the spot, but can you give an example of a target that stands out?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and we'll probably talk about this in a little bit, but one key one, certainly for us, and one that I think a lot about is the incorporation of resilience into all infrastructure programming and investments by 2024. That's a couple months out, and so, but that one is critical, right? And that, again, that's looking at a core area of federal funding that is going to be necessary if we're to better protect our communities and our households.
Mm-hmm. And another one that I might add is the goal of eliminating extreme heat deaths by 2040, which if this had been 2 years ago, we'd probably be talking a lot more about that given the heat dome. But that's another, farther out, but still a significant reach.
And there's real challenges with that. We've talked about jurisdiction here, and we won't delve too deep into this one, but that, we need to get the data right. There's a lot of work going into that that'll enable that to flow through programs at multiple jurisdictions.
Yeah. That flows nicely into the next question, which is really around next steps to implement the National Adaptation Strategy. And Aaron, I'd love to start with you. What in your mind, is key? What are you looking for to get a sense of whether the federal government is serious about not only having this strategy out there, but really implementing it effectively? And particularly, obviously this is something that needs to be done in collaboration, not only with provinces and territories, but also Indigenous governments and community level governments as well. Yeah, any reflections on next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And it's a tough one. I was part of the NAS in the development. I sat on the disaster mitigation group table. We had Métis representatives on all 5 of the tables, which is really important to ensure that we had Métis knowledge and Métis representation, Métis voice within the development of the National Adaptation Strategy. I've been in the the adaptation space for, more than 15 years of my career. And I've seen a lot of, policy come and go from government. And for a long time, adaptation was a real struggle to get on the radar. It was very, mitigation focused, which is super important. I recognize where we are today, and I'm very grateful to have this panel, to be on this panel, to talk about adaptation within this space, because adaptation and mitigation go together. They should never be siloed out. We need to reduce emissions. We need to be creative. We also need to adapt, because the climate is changing. Whether we reduce and get to 1.5 for the next 10, 20 years or not, we need to adapt. Mm-hmm. And so I'm grateful that the federal government has taken some time to create this national adaptation strategy. But the thing is, right now, it's a strategy, right? And the reality is that things are happening on the ground now, as Grand Chief mentioned, and as I mentioned earlier. And so where we need real support is in the implementation of the strategy. And it's important to recognize that, you know, there has been adaptation funding from the federal government for a number of years now. That federal funding has been, in some cases, very limited, and for the Métis Nation, not equitable at all. And so moving forward, you know, especially for the Métis Nation, like, we need to do this in a way together with Canada, but not just with Canada, but with other partners. You know, we have to think outside the box. This is a time to be creative. This is the time to not just look at policy, but look at, okay, policy and now what? You know, we don't have time to waste. You know, I'm accountable to my kids, to my community. I am representing the Métis Nation. And so how do we make sure that whatever comes out of this strategy, and it's hard because how do you measure adaptation? It's a ripple effect. Climate impact affects food security, affects health and well-being, it affects mental health, it affects emergency management planning, it affects so many parts of our lives. And so to measure adaptation is not really it's very, very difficult, because how do you say, well, here we are now, and this is where we want to get to be an adaptive community or society or person. And also adaptation is very dependent on the person themselves, right? I might be in a different place of being able to adapt than you, you know? And I think we forget that resiliency and adaptability is very individual as well. It's an individual, it's about community, it's about, you know, national, international partnerships. So, I mean, my big feeling on the national adaptation strategy is going to be about how it's implemented. And how it's implemented, recognizing Indigenous rights throughout it, recognizing that Indigenous peoples have so much to offer and have been teaching us how to adapt to a changing climate from the beginning, since we've, you know, settlers have arrived in so-called Canada. And I also think we need to be very careful that, you know, we recognize that we're in a climate crisis. We're in a biodiversity crisis. We're in a number of really, this is a tough time for all of us, to be honest. And I don't want there to be, you know, adaptation plans to get out the door or projects to get out the door that just recreate or is now seen as now green colonialism. You know, I think that's really important, that we're not going down a road where we're infringing on Indigenous people's rights in order to deal with the crisis of whether it's biodiversity or climate or whatever. Indigenous rights, Indigenous voices need to be at the table. And sometimes I feel like, you know, a lot of these policies, you know, they're great that they're there, partnerships so critical and important, but sometimes we just need to listen and get out of the way and let Indigenous peoples, especially the Métis Nation, do the excellent work that they're doing and just be there as a partner to support that work. You know, because with or without adaptation support from Canada, the Métis Nation is adapting. The Métis Nation is doing this with little to no funding. And I think that there's something to learn from that, you know. This past summer was really, really hard on the nation. The Métis Nation is the only distinct nation in Canada that gets zero support from Canada when it comes to emergency management. So when Métis citizens were being evacuated from their communities, you know, the Métis leadership and the Métis governing members were pulling money out of other sources and out of their pockets to support their citizens. And that's what community is. You're going to support your citizens no matter what. And so, but at the same time, that means that Canada's not honoring its nation-to-nation relationship because it's not stepping up to support the Métis Nation to be able to, you know, address emergency management, say, concerns. And so my hope is that out of the national adaptation strategy and out of, you know, the recommendations moving forward, is that we're not going to have piecemeal programs that are not equitable. We're not going to have, you know, proposal-based, here's a grant you have to apply to. It has to be bigger than that. It has to think, there has to be some creativity so that we're actually having an impact on the ground. So that this money is getting to community and those community members don't need to pull money out of their pockets to house their citizens in an evacuation. And it's not just about the evacuation, but it's about preparedness, it's about during, it's about recovery. You know, it's a bigger picture. And I'm really hopeful that working with our partners around the table, and working with Canada, with the provinces, working with First Nations and Inuit, that we get there together. But there needs to be space at the table, and there needs to be the opportunity to listen and just let Indigenous communities do what they need to do, because they know what they need to do. And we have a lot to learn from Indigenous communities around that.
Thank you so much. We get Jason briefly, and then to Caroline.
Just to build off what Erin said, the implementation challenge and securing the necessary investment for implementation is very real, particularly in an inflationary environment. Last week, Erin's referencing partnership. Last week, we collectively held the National Climate Adaptation Summit here in Ottawa. We brought together municipalities, Indigenous leaders, property and casualty insurers, health insurers, senior executives from the Business Council, the Chamber, a wide, heads of organizations. We were all collectively in partnership to look at how to drive rapid, tangible progress on the NAS. And there we looked at, 4 areas of federal focus. So, how do you make climate-proof housing? How do you enhance resilience of infrastructure? How do you enhance Indigenous resilience? How do you adapt to extreme heat? Looking at, and the track that we've taken in this environment is to say, what are the core areas of government funding? We know the federal government is going to fund infrastructure. We know the federal government is going to fund the nation-to-nation relationship. Maybe not adequately, but they will do it. And we know that the federal government is funding healthcare. And so what we're trying to drive through those investments is to apply a climate adaptation or a resilient lens so that we're making the right decisions both now and into the future. Sorry, Karen.
Ce que j'aimerais peut-être juste rajouter, en fait, je suis tout à fait d'accord. Et puis, il faudra toujours faire attention, parce que la situation, elle est urgente, ça ne veut pas dire qu'il faut faire des actions rapides sans réfléchir. Il faut vraiment prendre le temps de réfléchir et planifier longtemps à l'avance. Et il faut s'assurer aussi qu'il y a de la place pour échanger, partager ses connaissances, partager ses expériences. Et non seulement avoir de la place autour des tables, mais avoir les tables. Il faut que les tables existent. Donc, il faut qu'il y ait ces espaces d'échange pour permettre, en fait, à cette connaissance collective-là de nous aider à prendre des meilleures décisions dans le futur. Donc, je pense qu'un des succès ou un des éléments, ça ne sera pas seulement les actions tangibles sur le territoire, mais bien aussi des indicateurs de processus en place et peut-être la nécessité de formaliser ou institutionnaliser certaines de ces tâches. We need to make sure that these mechanisms and processes are in place and sturdy and not fragile to whatever events or political cycles might happen. We need to have things in place to make sure that we keep having this dialogue, that we keep having those spaces to share information, to listen to others, and to make well-thought-out decisions going forward.
Thank you so much. We're running a little bit short on time, so I just want to ask a final question. Briefly, I'll just give you a minute, and then try and sneak in an audience question. But I'm just wondering, sort of final thoughts on this piece on implementation. One thing that gets talked a lot about is governance around adaptation and challenges with a lack of accountability, whether that's legislated accountability mechanisms or governance mechanisms within government departments or across government departments to ensure outcomes are being met. Do you have any thoughts on, whether we need more effective governance mechanisms or accountability mechanisms for the NAS to be effective? Pitfalls, just thoughts about that whole piece as we go forward in implementation. Maybe Jason, and just 30 seconds, ideally.
Sure, absolutely. I think we could actually take a page out of the mitigation playbook. I think we've talked about the challenge of implementing 5 different systems across multiple departments, jurisdictions. A real opportunity, I think, would be to look at the example from the emissions reduction plan and mitigation, and look at placing a central coordinating lead within the Privy Council office that would do the same thing that they're currently doing on mitigation. That's a real opportunity, I think.
Thank you. Do either of you want to add any thoughts before I turn to the audience questions?
I think I'll just, it's not so much a thought specifically, so sorry, I'm going to do a little bit of a plug here.
Go for it.
But in terms of governance, I'm not going to make a comment. But I just wanted to say that the Métis National Council is leading a national climate strategy, which will be released in April. And I think that's something, and I know we have federal partners and allies that are aware of this and are supporting this, but once it comes out, I think that's a mechanism that we can help advance both adaptation and mitigation. They're intertwined to each other. And the strategy itself is the Métis Nation's government's plan to advance adaptation, resiliency, and deal with mitigation. So I just want to say that that will be coming out, and I hope that if you have any questions about it, happy to share. And this is something that's written by governing members or governing members from across the country about what their needs are. And adaptation is a big focus, mitigation is a big focus, emergency management, but so is health and well-being. Mm-hmm. Because again, as I mentioned, like, you can't have one without the other. They're all interconnected. Mm-hmm. So for us, that's going to be driving us how we move forward on trying to address climate change, adaptation, mitigation.
Thank you. Okay, we have a minute and a half left, so 30 seconds each, and I'll be fast. Wondering, one of the questions that we've got from the audience is around the experience that other countries globally have had dealing with climate impacts for decades, more than Canada has. Wondering about whether their adaptation successes and failures are being incorporated into Canada's efforts. Any thoughts on that, what we're learning internationally or what more we could be learning? And I'll just open it up to anybody who'd like to take it.
In the work that we do, we tend to always kind of begin with that, begin at looking at what others are doing, where they're at, how they've dealt with this. Really that learning, sharing, learning from others is really, really critical. From my experience and the work that I've done at different government levels, there is an openness to learning from others, and we work at trying to maintain those relationships or links with what is happening elsewhere. So definitely that is a key part of adapting, is really learning from others. So I don't have any specific examples for today, but we do begin all work with that.
Thank you. Jason.
Sure, I can give a specific example, but congratulations to Oranos for Adaptation Futures this year. It was a phenomenal global gathering. I'll use the example of the most prevalent and costly climate-related disaster in this country is flooding. And so, certainly the property and casualty insurance industry is working with the federal government on a national flood insurance program, where we've absolutely looked at what's happened in the US, what's happened in the UK, other countries around the world, to find a way to address flooding issues. There's actually 10% of homes in this country that can't access flood insurance, and we really need to be able to bridge that gap. And so that's a clear, tangible example of looking at the work that's being done internationally and looking at how we can right-size it for a Canadian approach.
Great.
I'll go quickly. I see we're pretty much out of time, but the Métis National Council is for its second year now sending a Métis delegation to COP. So that's coming up in a couple of weeks in Dubai. I will be there with amazing young, mostly Métis women and youth. And it's critical to build those relationships internationally, especially with Indigenous peoples, because the Métis Nation has a lot to share. They're doing such incredible work on the ground here in Canada. But it's also to ally with Indigenous peoples who are really dealing with significant climate issues, but also issues like being displaced from their lands to put in solar farms. Dealing with significant rights issues. And so our role there is to be allies, is to push nation states to recognize Indigenous rights and make sure that there's no policies or throughout the negotiation processes that are going to infringe on Indigenous people's rights, and that language is in the text. So it's really important internationally that, one, we are there, that we have a presence, that Indigenous peoples are pushing the dialogue, but also to be allies with other Indigenous peoples who are really, really struggling, not just from climate impacts, but from displacement due to climate mitigation strategies. You know, so I think that's another discussion that I think needs to take some time about, and like I said before, like we're not pushing green colonialism within, around the world to deal with the climate crisis. So it's really important to build those relationships internationally. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks to each of you for this panel, and I look forward to checking in a year how the implementation of the NAS has gone. So thank you. Thank you.
Merci à vous tous pour ce panel sur cette vraiment importante question des impacts réels des changements climatiques sur les humains qui forment cette nation. Donc, avant de passer à la dernière table ronde de la journée qui, ma foi, s'annonce des plus intéressantes, donc j'imagine que vous êtes tous restés et déjà excités à l'idée d'entendre cette dernière table ronde. Avant de passer à ce moment-là, je vous invite à écouter une courte vidéo de Pierre Fitzgibbon, ministre de l'Économie, de l'Innovation et de l'Énergie, ministre responsable du Développement économique régional et ministre responsable de la métropole et de la région de Montréal du gouvernement du Québec.
Bonjour tout le monde. On m'a demandé de vous parler du développement économique du Québec dans un contexte de transition énergétique. Depuis l'année dernière, le volet énergie s'est ajouté à mes mandats, vu son importance pour le développement économique. Nos ressources d'électricité renouvelables sont au cœur de la transition énergétique du Québec et de nos cibles de décarbonation. On veut réduire nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 37,5 % d'ici 2030 et atteindre la carboneutralité d'ici 2050. Au Québec, on a la chance d'avoir une électricité propre, mais on consomme encore des combustibles fossiles. Les temps ont changé au Québec, on doit s'attendre à un resserrement de l'équilibre entre l'offre et la demande. Cette énergie est précieuse et de plus en plus sollicitée. En ce sens, Hydro-Québec a demandé à mon ministère d'accepter les projets nécessitant plus de 5 MW. On a déjà annoncé l'octroi du premier bloc d'énergie en acceptant 11 projets pour une allocation totale de près de 1000 MW. Pour soutenir le développement économique et la transition énergétique du Québec, on va devoir augmenter notre offre énergétique de 150 à 200 TWh de plus d'ici 2050. On doit investir dans les installations hydroélectriques actuelles, dans l'efficacité énergétique et dans le développement de nouveaux approvisionnements. On prépare d'ailleurs un projet de loi pour faciliter et accélérer le déploiement des nouveaux approvisionnements. L'objectif est de moderniser le secteur énergétique et de le rendre plus flexible au contexte actuel. Avec tous les acteurs impliqués, on va aussi devoir bien planifier et bien cerner les critères techniques, économiques, sociaux et environnementaux dans nos choix énergétiques. La transition énergétique est bien amorcée au Québec. Ensemble, on va mettre en place les conditions nécessaires pour la réussir. Merci et bonne conférence.
Donc, j'ai maintenant le plaisir d'accueillir Dan Wicklum, qui sera notre modérateur pour cette dernière table ronde sur le plafonnement des émissions de gaz et de pétrole.
I'm going to sit here, and you guys can sit here. And Sarah's going to be on the screen. Thank you very much. My name is Dan Wicklum. I think I'm a reasonable choice, actually, to moderate this panel, because for 7 years, what I did was launch and then operate the original oil sands collaborative, where the CEOs got together very regularly and decided to collaborate to try to improve their environmental performance. So I co-chaired a CEO panel that met extremely regularly. And that organization actually evolved into the Pathways Alliance, where we have a representative from, which is Mark Cameron, one of our panelists. And then we have Chris Severinson-Baker, who is the executive director of the Pyatt Institute, which probably needs no introduction to people. And then on the screen, we have Sarah Hastings-Simon, who's a professor from the University of Calgary. So this is the oil and gas panel. This is the way it's going to run. I'm actually going to spend a very short amount of time setting some context with 4 slides that the Climate Institute put together. I would say all the panelists have been exposed to the slides, and they have de facto vetted them and say that that is appropriate slides to use to set the context. Then we're going to ask some canned questions. I'll tell you, the panel got together, and they know the questions, but we purposefully didn't discuss them. I think we're all tired, especially me, of canned conversations and canned answers. So this is sort of de facto raw interaction here. This is really what this type of event I think is about, and we need more of that. And then, of course, we're going to go to the audience. So please put your questions into Slido. We can see them on the monitor here, and we will answer some of your questions as well. So, so on the screen here, you can see two slides. The take-home message is on the left-hand figure here that the Climate Institute put together is basically the amount of emissions, absolute emissions, by sector as they appear in Canada's emissions reduction plan. So this is the latest data that we have. Should not be new to anyone in the room. So the oil and gas is sort of the largest at about 28%. Transportation, buildings, heavy industry, agriculture, electricity. Really want this panel to actually be balanced and not bashing a sector or bashing a company. So I'm just going to point out that when you have that type of economic activity in this country, it's really, really important. If the oil and gas sector was to go away tomorrow, we would have a huge economic hole to dig out of in this country. There would be remarkable cascading effects into our tax bases and our service. That's just the reality. So let's try to take a balanced approach to this. But having said that, the oil and gas sector is the largest emitting sector. And then on the right-hand side here is basically the change. It's the delta of each of those sectors over the last number of years, 2005, which is the base year for our national targets, and 2022. So we have basically a reduction of the total. Everyone knows the electricity sector is driving improvements. But then there's heavy industry, which has, think cement, think steel, think fertilizer. And then we keep going to the left, transportation, agriculture, buildings, and then oil and gas. Now, the reality is this shows that oil and gas is increasing, and it has increased the most across sectors between 2005 and 2022. But there's a deeper story to that in terms of the emissions intensity, and I'll come to that in just a moment here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is a slide that the Climate Institute put together as well. And essentially what this shows is the projection of emissions in the sector based on no emissions cap. So without a cap on oil and gas emissions, the notion is, by the Climate Institute's modeling, is the sector falls short of its 2030 targets, and then with a cap. And let's be serious, the elephant in the room is the government of Canada has messaged quite strongly that it was going to come out with a cap to regulate the amount of emissions coming out of the oil and gas sector writ large, and that is the subject of remarkable political and debate among regions and among companies and among governments at this point. But the point is that based solely on existing measures versus implementing the announced cap, that is about the two trajectories based on the company's own projections about what emissions will be like. Fair enough. Understanding this is modeled data. Okay, let's keep going here. There we go. Okay, what this is the emissions intensities of products from about 2005 to, again, to 2022. One of the things that I'll point out is that we tend to think of the oil and gas sector as this big monolith, but we call it the oil and gas sector. The reality is there's a remarkable number of products inside of that, different types of gas, different types of oil. And there's remarkable diversity and heterogeneity in terms of the types of companies. Tiny little ones, huge ones, just domestic ones, international ones. So it's very useful to pull them apart and understand what the performance is based on different metrics, like, in this case, different types of actual fossil fuels. So here's an oil one, and we're unpacking this. This is the total production. This is the total absolute emissions going up. And interesting, you can see the jumps up and down, for sure. This is the oil sands intensity. And it's actually tracked steadily downwards from 2005 to 2022. I've got some experience in this, and the reality is the companies are extremely motivated to become more and more and more efficient. One of the great cost inputs into oil sands is heating water into steam so they can melt the oil away from the sand. That's a huge energy input, so it's a huge cost. And it's huge energy input, so that's where most of the emissions come from when you actually make a barrel of oil sands. So the companies are extremely motivated to use less and less energy inputs because they save money. And the reality is over the whole course of the oil sands, like literally since its conception, they have increased their productivity by, on average, 1% to 2%. And because of that, decreased their emissions by about 1% to 2% every year. They're extremely motivated to do that, and frankly, they're really good at it. So this is the explanation, really, for this decrease in emissions, is because they have motivated to increase their productivity, and with that, they get emissions reductions. Fair enough. Where are we here? This is the natural gas, the intensity of our natural gas. This is a great positive story for Canada. We have about the cleanest natural gas in the world, and we're actually probably going to get better with some of the regulatory mechanisms that are going to come in. And this is the emissions intensity with conventional oil. So this is basically every type of oil that is not oil sands. It's a normal or conventional oil. Fair enough. Last slide. Okay, this is sort of a standard graph that people show to sort of say, where does Canada's emissions intensity stack up relative to international peers? And you can see like Denmark, Norway, Saudi Arabia on the bottom. At the top, you basically have Venezuela and Canada. Again, these data are not disputed, but this isn't the real story either. We put together this graph on the right from credible sources, and essentially shows you some of the diversity of the emissions intensity of different types of oil from very select places around the world. So if you look, this is Venezuela. Here's the Alberta oil sands. Here's the United Kingdom, sort of on average. Inside of Canada, here's sort of on average the Newfoundland offshore. And this is the emissions intensity of sort of the average Norwegian barrel. So people take a look at this and they say, wow, Alberta's oil sands has huge emissions intensity. Like, that is not good. But look, let's unpack that a little bit. The reality is this kind of oil here is not the same as that kind of oil right there. I'm going to be overly simplistic. But in some places of the world, you just punch a hole in the ground, oil comes out. Super simple. You just grab the oil and you ship it on its way in a pipeline, refine it, what have you. In the oil sands, by definition, the oil is actually compacted inside a sand matrix. You punch a hole in the ground, nothing happens. So usually, what you do then is you have to heat water into steam, use the steam to melt the oil away from the sand, and that's just a remarkable energy input, and it's therefore a remarkable emissions footprint. But the companies have no option. So this is a fundamentally different resource than this one here. But this sort of puts into context about different types of oil, but also puts into context the actual emissions performance relative to those different types of oil. So I'll leave it there for now, and we'll go back to our panel. Hopefully people feel that that's sort of a rational, somewhat balanced view of the world. And actually, we'll start with opening comments. So Sarah, we'll give you the honors remotely for about 3 minutes to give you sort of opening statement comments.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and glad that I can join you remotely for this time. I'll make 3 really brief points that I think we'll come back to more during the conversation. But one is really just the observation, as you've just presented, that the policies that we have today have been insufficient to drive the type of emissions reductions that we need. And I think that that's understandable from the perspective of the challenge of bringing investors along on emission reduction investments that are not about efficiency improvements, but are about deeper emission cuts from things like carbon capture and storage and others. And so I think there's a very clear track record of a need for additional types of policies, and I think we'll come to discuss that more. The other 2 opening points I wanted to make is, you heard already today from the panel on electrification of transportation. And I think it's important to note that while there are debates around exactly the pathway that we're going to be on when it comes to, the global picture of transportation electrification, it's very clear that we are along many metrics on a pathway that is actually compatible with net zero. The IEA has shown that, sales to date of passenger electric vehicles is one of the few areas, honestly, globally that we are actually on a net zero pathway, and that has real implications for future demand for oil, given the importance of transportation fuel within that. And the other piece that I look forward to discussing further is this question of the competitiveness of Alberta's oil in the global market and what the right comparators are. And I think that often within that discussion, we get very we tend to view it through the lens of today's mix of refineries, of demand for products from those refineries, and of the input slate that those refineries take. And so, if we fast forward to the 2030 picture and ultimately to the 2050 picture, the idea that our competitors, when it comes to cost and carbon intensity from oil, are somehow fixed as the heavy oil producers in the world, I think really sort of skips over the massive change that we're going to see in the refining sector, and the potential for refineries that are already needing to retool because of a need to produce a different slate of outputs, having the opportunity to also change the input mix that they are able to use to produce those outputs. And so when, sort of more general comment at a high level, I would put that as the perspective of we're talking about very massive changes in the global oil market. And so we need to be very careful about our sort of assumptions and where we're basically assuming that certain elements of that market will remain static today. And I think that has really very real implications for this question of what does a long-term future for Canada's oil, and in particular for the oil sands, look like when it comes to being competitive in that global market. So looking forward to the further conversation, and I'll stop there.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Remember, put your Slido questions in for the end. Mark, do you want a couple minutes? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Mark Cameron. I work with the Pathways Alliance, which represents Canada's 6 largest oil sands producers. Collectively, we operate about 95% of Canada's oil sands production. So as Dan said, the oil and gas industry in Canada is differentiated into different sectors. The oil sands is roughly speaking about half of Canada's total oil and gas production on a barrel of oil equivalent basis, about 3 million barrels a day. Then there's about 1.5 million barrels a day of conventional production, and about 10 billion cubic feet, which is about 1.5 million barrels of oil equivalent for natural gas. So that's kind of, in rough terms, what the industry's like in Canada. And we represent the vast majority of that oil sands portion. The idea, clearly, and I'm glad that Dan acknowledged that there's been great progress in reducing emissions intensity. In fact, I think over the last 12 years, emissions intensity of our marketed products is now down 25%. So that, that's a significant improvement. As Dan says, a lot of that is motivated by trying to have more efficient production, but there have been some deliberate efforts to reduce emissions intensity for their own sake. But as Sarah said, we're now talking about step changes, not simply incremental improvements, but improvements that are really pursuing not simply ways of producing the same product more efficiently, but producing the product with a far lower carbon footprint. And in the short term, carbon capture and storage for the oil sands is the most important tool in the toolbox. For the conventional sector, in conventional oil and gas production, it's really methane abatement. And so those are the two areas where there's potential for significant short-term reductions. And the industry, I think as a whole, is really committed to reducing our carbon intensity. Our 6 companies have all taken commitments to net zero by 2050 for our upstream operations. There's the question of Scope 3 emissions we can get into, but that's a separate issue. But in terms of those emissions that are contributing to Canada's global emissions, we are committed to net zero by 2050. The question is, what is the most efficient and effective path to get there? We think we can reduce our emissions by about 22 megatons by 2030. That will require a lot of cooperation by federal, provincial governments, Indigenous communities, all kinds of other actors. But we think we can do that. That's not the 42% reduction that the emissions reduction plan calls for. On the conventional side, methane emissions, those can probably come down to 75% below 2012 levels. But again, you put those two things together, you're still well short of that target. So the question is not, whether we're aiming for net zero or whether there should be a cap. The question is, what is the timeline? What is the target? How fast can we go? Reasonably economically, and
who will pay for it?
And who will pay for it?
Yeah. That's a key thing we'll get to in a second here. Chris, 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. So some of the things I want to point out, like often when I come to Ottawa, I'm talking to people about the oil and gas emissions cap, and a lot of the questions that I get are things like, is the Pathways Alliance, because usually the conversations are about the oil sands when we talk about the oil and gas emission cap, are they actually making progress and on their plan, or what is it going to take in order for us to get the big emission reductions that have been talked about? What will is it necessary to actually implement an oil and gas emissions cap to achieve that? And I'm often surprised that how often these types of questions come up. I think it's just constantly sort of reinforcing the message that we're not actually seeing any real investment in those plans yet, and we're not going to see any investment in those plans until we have both incentives, but also a clear regulatory requirement to proceed with those investments. And this is because we're talking about really significant sums of money here, and companies are primarily being directed by their shareholders and investors to return dividends to shore up the share value of the companies. That's the strategy that they are demanding of these big companies, and that's what the companies are really focused on right now. Some have even gone so far as to point out to their shareholders, we are not looking to develop wind and solar. We are focused on our core business, which is producing oil and gas and driving down the cost of production. And so we're just simply not going to see that kind of investment until we have an oil and gas emission cap. And I bring this up because just on every single trip to Ottawa, this comes up. I think it's really important to recognize that it's absolutely critical that we have those a regulation put in place. And then, when I think of it, as an Albertan, I'm very concerned about, if we don't manage to get an oil and gas emission cap in place, what's going to happen to such a significant source of revenue for the province and for jobs for people that work in the oil and gas sector, because we are going to face a decline in demand for oil and gas, because we are seeing the rest of the world starting to take action on their climate plans, and they have every motivation to do it. And if we find ourselves in a situation where there's a significant benefit to having a lower carbon barrel of oil, and that from a competitive standpoint, it's going to be too late for us to start to implement those types of projects at that point in time.
Okay, I think you just answered my next question, but maybe I'll let the other two answer. So, it's this notion of cap. Okay, so the answer is, the question is a regulatory cap on emissions reasonable or unreasonable? But again, the context here is again, I think it was fair to say the companies have tried really hard to reduce to improve their productivity, which has an associated emissions reduction. The companies basically have reduced their emissions 1% to 2% for the whole length of the oil sands existence. That pace has not changed. But I think it's also fair to say that the number of projects or the number of investments that companies have made that detract from the bottom line, that reduce emissions, except for small exceptions, basically rounds to nothing compared to the amount of investment they have put into improving their productivity, and therefore we got emissions reduction. And I think the point is that emissions reductions decreases is fairly predictable pace, and yet the problem is production increases. So the production increases have always swamped out the emissions intensity improvements. The sector's own projections are that they'll increase production by about 500,000 barrels a day next year. So we're looking actually at a market increase in absolute emissions intensity next year using the sector's own data. So the question is a regulatory cap on emissions reasonable or unreasonable? Who wants to go first?
Well, I would reframe the question. Alberta already.
I'm sure you would. But answer the question the way you framed it.
But Alberta has an emissions cap already, right? Alberta has an oil sands emissions limit of 100 megatons for the oil sands, which was accepted by not all players, but most players in the industry actually stood up on stage and accepted.
What year was that?
Sorry?
What year was that?
2015.
Yeah. So before or after the Paris Accord came out?
It was the same year.
Before.
So, but the issue is, there is an oil sands cap. That cap is not disputed because it's a reasonable limit. In fact, we could probably lower that cap quite comfortably at this point. Can we absorb a cap of a 42% reduction from 2019 levels? No, that would require shutting in 1 million or 2 million barrels per day of production. So that's really the issue. The issue is not whether there should be a cap; it's what the cap should look like.
So the cap is, of course, made up of, you mentioned, Mark, that the industry is differentiated. So, I mean, really, 22 megatons from the oil sands sector. Methane is a big source of emission, and this is one of the things that is happening, and it's happening quite quickly, and there doesn't appear to be any real significant opposition to it. The US and Canada are likely to announce new regulations that align with each other. Alberta has actually proposed a target that's even more ambitious than what the federal government has proposed. So that is a significant source of emission, especially in that sort of 2030 timeframe. Another chunk comes from electrifying the upstream oil and gas industry, and and here we really need we need a lot of electricity, and we need a clean source of electricity to do that. But I think when we're talking about the oil sands, I think what's reasonable, I think, starts to come down to more like timing. Like, we need to get on with these projects as soon as possible, because they do take a long time to develop and to do right, and to ensure that there is Indigenous communities are on board and fully supportive of these things. And so, time is ticking away, and this is where I get concerned, especially where we're sort of pushing the limit of what's sort of possible in terms of technological timing.
So I think, Mark, if I heard you right, your companies are fine with the cap. It's just, what is the cap?
Yeah, and what are the rules around it? So,
right. Yeah. Sarah, any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree that what is the cap is the whole ball game, right? If you have a cap that is far above what you ever imagine emissions will reach, then it's not very meaningful. I think I come back to is it reasonable? I mean, that's somewhat of a values-based question, right?
And
but I think that
there.
Yeah, which I think is correct, actually. But in that sort of values lens, I think that I would argue that we have not seen substantial emission reductions under the approaches that we've taken, and that the design of carbon pricing with really significant amounts of output-based allocations is clearly not driving these projects to be constructed. So I think that if we have a net zero target as a country that we really intend to meet, and part of that is being able to show progress along the way, then I think it is very reasonable to doubt what the 2040s and 2050 might bring us if we don't see progress up to 2030. Now, whether that has to be, hard cap and it has to be 2030 versus 2031, right? I think that there could be room for real discussions of, if there is serious money invested and there is steel in the ground and projects are being built out, there I tend to agree that the exact year for that is, can be flexible without perhaps losing the intention of having a cap and actually forcing these projects to be built. But at the bottom line, I think, we're hearing that CCS needs substantial support because it is an expensive and untested technology, and that's what justifies the ask for 75% of those costs to be paid by the federal government and provincial governments, I should say, governments across Canada. I think it's very reasonable to then say, well, if we don't know that it's going to work and it's going to work affordably, we need to make real progress on that up till 2030, and we need to do that through a regulatory mechanism that's going to drive investment that we're, simply not seeing to date.
Fair enough. Okay, so I think it sort of depends on what you define reasonable or unreasonable as those answers. But let's go to sort of a temporal thing. Again, so the last oil sands question, and we'll go to some methane. The oil sands companies are relying in a major way on carbon capture and storage to decarbonize. And Pathways Alliance was launched a number of years ago, but we actually have seen one engineering study. But the question is, are we running out of time to actually make the capital investments and make the system of carbon capture and storage in order for the companies to really contribute to the 2030 target and 2050? So are we getting our backs up against the wall, and do we have enough time actually to do this now, considering the progress we made in the last 3 years?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable question. I mean, Pathways has been in existence for almost 2.5 years. The work on it began before that.
2012.
COSIA started in 2012, but I mean the actual work on the pathways.
Oh no, we started in 2012 working on those pathways. No, it's over 10 years old, the project.
The question is, if we started today, yes, we can still meet that time. And in fact, there's a lot of work already underway. There is 2 test wells that have been drilled in the sequestration area, 4 others that have been tested. The whole pipeline route has been surveyed. 54% of the FEED studies have been completed. So next year we'd be looking at ordering pipe. The regulatory application will be filed with the AER. So there's actually a lot of work. The Indigenous consultation has formally started in September. The application for the pore space has gone in. So work is underway. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent. In addition to a lot more money on that on many of the other projects that you'd be familiar with from COSIA and things like the coke boiler replacement that Suncor is doing. But there's a lot of work currently underway. It's a $16.5 billion capital project.
How much, sorry?
$16.5 billion. And it has to happen within 6 years. So we have to start now.
How much free cash flow did the 6 companies send back to their shareholders last year?
They sent back less money than they sent to the federal and provincial governments in royalties and revenue.
29 billion is the answer, actually.
Yeah.
But no, yeah. So are we running out of time, Chris, or no?
I guess I'm not hearing a lot of opposition to implementing the oil and gas emissions cap, which I think is positive. We've got a Pathways Alliance who has put forward a commitment to do it, and it's the biggest source of emissions that we have in Canada. I think if we don't act on the oil and gas emissions cap, we're going to very quickly and significantly lose credibility and lose our voice in the international negotiations around climate change. Why would anybody listen to a country like Canada saying what they should do about climate change if we're not prepared to address the emissions from our largest sector, especially when we're a wealthy country with lots of resources, lots of land, and that sort of thing. And so that's also at risk. I know that there's a lot of hand-wringing about the oil and gas emission cap, and again, what I mentioned off the top, questions about whether or not it's even necessary. Like the companies, they tell us on Hockey Night in Canada that the project is well underway, or at least that's the impression that I think a lot of people come away with. But it is absolutely critical that there is a regulatory framework that requires companies to go to their investors and shareholders and say, okay, the new strategy is and to make these very large-scale investments, and we need to do it as quickly as possible.
Sarah, do you have a strong opinion on that, or we go on to another question? I'm sort of feeling to give Mark hard enough ride instead of take him out of the spotlight for a second here on methane, but up to you. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just make one observation
Sure.
on the timeline, right? And I think it's important that we put this in the broader context of how long we've been talking about this for, right? And this idea of, of course, these projects can't get built overnight. If I go back to the 2008 climate strategy, climate plan that Alberta had released that would have seen us have 50 megatons of carbon capture and storage implemented in the province by 2020. Obviously, we're kind of far off from that target. But that gives you a sense of sort of how long it's been that we've been having this conversation. And I think what's behind a lot of, in my mind, this question of, reasonableness of we've sort of tried the waiting and seeing if this was going to happen. And now it is reasonable to start putting into place some targets to ensure that we are actually making concrete progress.
Okay. Let's switch gears to methane. Not everything is oil sands, even though we all knew what we're getting into on this panel. So methane is a powerful greenhouse gas, and it's attracted global attention for priority action. How realistic is Canadian target of 75% reduction?
So we heard Minister Guilbeault talk about how important it is as a short-term climate forcer. So it's something we could actually buy time to address climate change and maybe blunt the most harmful impacts of climate change by really taking advantage of the opportunity to reduce methane emissions. So in the upstream oil and gas sector, it remains the low-hanging fruit. And as I mentioned before, there's a lot of countries. The United States is proposing to do some similar approach to regulating methane emissions. There's little opposition, including from Alberta. And And if you can produce a supply of gas that is low in upstream emissions, it is a lower carbon input into other things, right? So whether it's being used in power generation or whether it's being used in petrochemicals. And I think this is something that the Alberta government, I think, actually understands.
Mark?
Yeah,
I think our time is out, but go quick and we'll go to...
So 75% target is reasonable. The question is, do you have highly prescriptive regulations? You have to inspect pipes X times per month, or do you have more of a market-based system where you can simply prove that you reduce emissions and trade it among companies? But absolutely 75% is an achievable target.
Sarah?
I defer to my co-panelists on this one.
Sorry, I glitched there. I didn't hear that. You
Oh, I was just going to defer to.
Oh, defer. Okay, I
my
didn't get that word.
co-panelists
Okay,
on
look,
that one.
folks, we have a 1 minute warning, so that we're giving us a bit of an extension here. So, the question that was there was the question of cost. If we go back to the concept of oil sands, is how reasonable is it to ask the taxpayer to pay for the majority of decarbonizing any oil and gas company, but Mark, especially the oil sands, given the fact that they are about the most profitable sector in the history of Confederation. So, Mark.
I mean, the investment tax credit for carbon capture and storage is not an oil sands or oil and gas tax credit. It's a carbon capture and storage tax credit. It applies to cement, it applies to steel, it applies to everyone else. There is no large-scale carbon capture projects in the world that aren't being built with something in the order of 2/3 government funding. Whether you look at Norway, UK, you look at the Quest project, which I think is the most successful example in Canada so far. That's the level of support that has been necessary for these projects to go ahead in any industry. So if Canada is going to be competitive, we have 2 of our 6 companies that are multinationals are looking at projects around the world. We have 2 other companies that own U.S. assets that are benefiting from the IRA. So if we're looking to decarbonize, that's unfortunately carbon capture. It's not unproven, untested technology, but it is expensive technology.
I would agree with that last statement.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and again, it's a commitment like we've seen from companies, incentives, investment tax credit, and actual regulations are the only, that is the combination that is going to be necessary. At some point, it won't make sense to continue to provide investment tax credits for this because the technology will not be as novel and unproven, but for the time being, it definitely is needed.
I'll just point out, Canada is a world leader in this, and to the extent that it's proven globally, we can do it here. That's just a fact. One thing that Mark and I would agree on that. So yeah. And Sarah, wind it up here for us.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I've written extensively on the role of government supporting innovation. So, there is a clear role there. I think that the issue is what that role looks like, what form that support takes, and how long it's there for. There's very clearly a role for support of innovation, de-risking and proving out new technologies. We saw that in the oil sands themselves with the government taking a key role there. At the same time, the question is, when does that support get removed when technology is proven? And the current structure of the investment tax credits, doesn't really take that into account. It doesn't take into account kind of are there better ways to, manage that risk through things like carbon pricing guarantees that were discussed earlier today? Who's benefiting from that when you take it the Norway case and the, very different structure of royalties for the resource there, of course, would lead to a different, perhaps fair balance of covering that cost. But I think it's fair to say that the current structure of government support for carbon capture and storage really isn't following kind of the best practices about what we know about the form that government support for new technology should take. And so I think that, in the very short run, it's unlikely to be far from the right form, but in the longer run, concerns around, basically subsidizing part of the cost of production if producing oil with a zero carbon footprint is the entrance ticket to being part of that market. That's clearly not an appropriate role for government funds.
Folks, our panel's done. Hopefully it was informative and maybe a little bit entertaining, and I would say thanks to everyone for, frankly, a rational conversation. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for the speakers from the last panel. You didn't disappoint. It was on target. I thought it was riveting. And I don't say that lightly about these types of things. The reality is the oil and gas cap will continue to be a topic for many discussions as we move forward. So we're almost at the end of this amazing day, and what a day it has been. I think it's really a testament that throughout the day, we know that people have come and gone, but we've averaged about 1,500 participants in every session throughout today. And that shows you the interest that there is in this topic. Sarah and I both want to thank all of our speakers for taking the time to join us today and share their thoughts and insights and their pre-recorded messages.
Merci à tous. D'abord à l'Institut climatique du Canada et au groupe consultatif pour la carboneutralité pour l'organisation de cette conférence. Merci aux équipes qui ont rendu cet événement possible. C'est toujours énormément de travail. Merci aussi à tous ceux et celles qui sont venus partager leur expertise. Je pense qu'il y avait vraiment une qualité de conférencier exceptionnelle à cette conférence. Le contenu était vraiment un approfondissement de la brochure que vous avez probablement remarqué et que je vous invite à utiliser comme outil de vulgarisation dans la continuité de la conférence d'aujourd'hui. Donc, merci à toi, Tosh, pour avoir animé avec moi aujourd'hui. Et moi, je dois quitter rapidement pour attraper le dernier train dans cette ville enneigée. Et donc, je vais manquer la cérémonie de clôture, mais j'espère que vous m'en partagerez parce que ce matin, c'était vraiment inspirant. Donc, merci à tous. Je dis un au revoir collectif à chaque personne ici. Merci. Bye.
Bye. Bye, Sarah. Thanks, Sarah. So before we say goodbye and before we welcome our elder to close the event, a few pieces. First, I just want to say, from my perspective, there were some big takeaways for today. There were a lot of aha moments for a number of people. I heard people discussing on the breaks the role that provinces and territories need to start playing and how complicated and dynamic that landscape is and that's going to change. We heard the need for strong climate policies. I really personally liked the idea of a story one of the panelists mentioned today. They've heard less of if and should and a lot more of how today. And I think that's amazing. I really want to give a shout out to the amazing team that organized the event. I have the honor and privilege of emceeing events all across this country. And man, this team rocked it. They were so great to work with. Everything from the AV team to Jane, who's a ninja, like so good, to the food and the seating. It was really well done. So please join me in a big round of applause for both the Climate Institute and Net Zero's teams. Lastly, I want to do also a shout out. You heard Sarah earlier, your 440 pamphlet, you'll see them around the room. Take them home, take some for your friends, use them. It'll make you look smart. They're very well put together. Please take them. I hate to see them end up in recycling, so that is that piece there. Lastly, I'm going to ask the elder to come up and close. We opened in a good way. It's important we close in a good way. Then I have a short announcement after that, and then we'll be ready to go. Elder?
Hello, I'm back. Yeah, I enjoyed my day too as well. I was listening to a lot of the presentations. I've been involved in this climate issue since I was really a little girl. And I think it's part of being who we are as Anishinaabe and a concern over the development. And it was part of our history of also displacement. And I did work on this other project too. At one time, it was called Indigenous Women Speak on Climate Change. And again, too, as well, that's part of the marginalization. And we forget, you know, how important lodging is and Maslow's hierarchy of needs, especially with women and children, because children cost money. And so in a climate crisis, sometimes too, when you're displaced, it creates a lot of stress. The other one is also too as well, really quickly, I was asked by my community, my nation, the Algonquin Nation, to be spokesperson on this project on nuclear waste. And this was just this past August. And what their biggest concern was the proximity also to the water. And that opened up a whole discussion also too, and what happened is we got an extension on the issuing of this permit based on the lack of duty to consult. And that's tied also to with the Supreme Court rulings, but also UNDRIP and free, prior, and informed consent. So there's that part of this Indigenous or Native rights issue, and it was bringing up other issues. And it's not to also stall the project. Sometimes it's human nature to avoid conflict, but it also, sometimes that opening up that discussion takes bravery, but it also may lead to a stronger project. Or also today, we can't afford, we think that our water is so abundant, but it's not. And some of the things that's coming down the line too, as well as this deglobalization and this just-in-time, manufacturing chain, they predict that going to change too as well. And one researcher said that we may even go back to the pre-industrialization time because of the change in demographics globally. Especially an example is China, and you see that even here in Canada with the aging population. And then you have this other pressure. So everything, that's why we say everything. When we did the presentation, everything is interconnected. And you got to open that up. And it's not just, it's important to species at risk, and that was science-based, but we see also other species at risk, and that's also being out on the land. So when I was talking today with an example with the nuclear, I got a little saddened because one of the research too as well is there was a mother moose and her offspring at the site that they did, and one of the issues was also too as well that there was blood in the urine, which means that the site, it's the contamination too and the damage that we're doing. And so again, that talks to also to with the projects you undertake. Again, to what I also worked on also was the auto industry in 2004, and I see the fruition today of also limiting the carbon emissions on that. And I was working for the center with the Center for Automotive Research, CAR. And the last time I spoke to this person, I said, you know what we need to do? It also leads to innovation, is this concept of we need to begin our planning projects with the end in mind. And why I was saying that too as well is one of the big concerns is remediation with this, one of the court rulings. And an example, the oil and gas, the dynamics of that, but right now there's 450,000 wells that need to be remediated, and that's costly. So maybe is it planning ahead of time so that you make that easier as you're doing this transition? And that's where all this innovation comes from, is we need to open that up and just not maybe sweep it under the rug, because that's where really it goes back to our basic teachings, is we're here for the next 7 generations, our children's children's children, but it's not just the human nations. And I was thinking about that moose and the baby moose. So I had to go back to my office and smudge myself and talk to my coworker who's also an elder, because we see it firsthand in the connection to the animals. So on that note, I forgot my little canoe. We're going to sing you a song. I'm going to sing you a song, but you're going to sing with me. What it is one of our teachings of the canoe too as well is balance. One of the things too, and that's why today too, it's honoring the contrast. And today, yes, you had market solutions, but we also need the traditional solutions, because there was a reason why we lived here for thousands of years and not have the destruction we see today. but again, but the innovation, and my mother always told me to don't count yourself out if you enjoy also the innovations today too. And really too, and even with the forest fires, also too as well for us, we're known for the pikogan, the wigwam, because of the abundance of birch here in the region before. And we were nomadic. Why were we nomadic? And we had big territories is because if you stay in one place, you overharvest the resources. And also this understanding is you don't own anything, that everything goes back to the creator. So that was one concept. Today you have the permanency of houses, so you need that fire suppression. For us, we used to also let the fires burn because we didn't have the technology today too, but there's this understanding too as well where it's also about land management. So again too, how do you balance that? Because again, there's certain times too as well, the land needs the burning for certain plants to regenerate themselves and also the species. And there was one community, an example too, they did burn an island because of the sickness and to regenerate the land. But again too, when you're in an urban environment today, that's a big issue. So it's all this, and that would be Indigenous knowledge. And so on that note, I'm going to talk, the canoe, one of the teachings too is to honor everybody's journey here. Sometimes you don't understand why we do the things we do. And it's here for a reason, and I think that's what reconciliation's all about, is also learning why we did the things we did. But also to, and I said this one time too as well, reconciliation too is not just from the nations, the original nations and other nations. Reconciliation also too is what we humans have done to the earth too as well, because we're all in this together whether we like it or not. So I'm going to sing you a canoe song, and I'm going to get you to stand, and while you stand, to try and stretch a little bit, because your behinds will like it. No. So I'm going to sing that it's a safe journey song, and the language is really descriptive. It's talking about you going home. People have left. You've left your families, but you're coming back home, and they're coming around a bend on the river, and that you've been gone for so long, but we're honoring the canoe for bringing you home. And so the second part is a song, and that's where I'm gonna, it's like there's no words, but it's a, what do you call it, a hymn, not a hymn, but anyway, and that's where you're gonna join in. And I do this often, so I'm going to watch all of you, because I did this for the medical students, and this time they had COVID, and they had masks on. So I said, don't worry if you sing not too well. I said, you have your mask on, so you could say, it's that person, it's not me that sounds like that. But now you don't have masks, so I'm going to watch all of you. No, so also, I used a rattle. You call that chefiguan. And it's also, it sounds like a rattlesnake. But really, we use this in healing. If you know a bit traditional knowledge too, the snake is one of the highest forms of medicine. You see that in the Canadian Medical Association. You see the intertwined. But also, so when I use a rattle too, maybe we are singing too, that we use our good minds and spirits and hearts to heal the earth for the next 7 generations. So first of all, we'll have a trial run. This is the second part. It goes like this. It goes, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey, hey ya, ho. Can you do that? Okay. Can you do that? No. So let's go. Wait. Practice. Hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey, hey ya, ho. Yeah, you sound wonderful. Can we go on YouTube now? No. Okay, so it goes like this. And it's to honor your journey home too, that you make it home and fight climate change and have that. We want net zero. So anyway, it goes. Aja ye pisa gewe kwashuweg Pinna we go, Kama Japan, Chiman, Chiman. Now you ready? Hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey, hey ya, ho, hey ya, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho, hey ya, hey, hey yo, hey ya, hey, hey yo. Now this one. Dongo gwecha bizagewe koshuek pinna we go kama Japan chiman chiman. Now's your last chance, folks. Now let's rip it. Let's scare the people on downstairs. Hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey, hey ya, ho, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho, hey ya, hey, hey yo, hey ya, hey, hey yo. Miigwech. And I think you'll all look good on YouTube. You're YouTube stars. But it's also to, when you do your work too, and sometimes you find, or you want to bring out something innovative or an idea, it's why we do this too, is I work at this women's center, and we have the drum and singing. It's to help find your voice. And I think you all have good voices. Miigwech.
Goodness, Chief Elder, that was great. I agree, you guys sounded pretty good. So just a last couple of notes, and I told you, from a place that was really windy. I also come from a place that's really dark most of the winter. So I can assure you that just because it's dark out, the day is not done. We have an excellent opportunity for some more networking. There is a reception that is starting shortly, sponsored by Pomerello, and we invite you all to join us there. And then we just want to give you one last big thank you for those virtually and for those in person for being with us all day for this important conversation. Goodness, Chief, thank you.